426-2537 for help. Paid for by Blitz Studios.
From profit boost to same-game parlays, ESPN Bet is ready to hit the gridiron this season. And as the official sportsbook of ESPN, it's the only place to find exclusive football offers from ESPN personalities like Mike Greenberg and Stephen A. Smith. New players can get their first bet insured up to $1,000 in bonus bets by downloading the ESPN Bet app and signing up for the promo code RADIO. Download today. Must be 21 plus and present in select states. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real-person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
We're kicking off huge savings at Spitzer Acura. Whether you're looking for a new Integra or RDX, our friendly consultants will help you find your perfect new Acura that fits your needs and budget in a pressure-free environment. And as always, every new Spitzer Acura comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Plus, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle whenever you're in need of service. Don't miss out. Score big on new Acuras at Spitzer Acura.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
The quality of being honest and having strong moral principles. That's the very definition of integrity, and that's how the injury lawyers of LGKG walk the walk on a daily basis. So when you retain LGKG as your injury law firm, you have a 90-year reputation of integrity on your side. It's Dan Zangrilla here with my friend Larry Kelly.
In communities like Western PA, if you don't have that integrity, everybody knows it. And when you do, everybody knows it. And integrity with the court is so important too. When we make an objection before a judge, because of our past track record, because of the integrity that we bring into the courtroom, there's a pretty good chance that objection's going in our direction, that it'll be ruled in our favor, our client's favor, because we've been doing it for so many years, and they know when we raise an objection or raise a point of law that there is credibility behind it.
That's the power and winning formula when using LGKG. Luxembourg, Garbett, Kelly, and George. Western PA Injury Lawyers. Visit lgkg.com. LGKG, your home team.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real-person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Is Kamala Harris a radical? That's what she calls herself. Listen to her own words.
Yeah, I am radical. I do believe that we need to get radical about what we are doing.
Kamala is radical about defunding the police.
The idea that more police equals more safety, and that's just wrong.
It's weak. And Bob Casey's weak too. He says,
there's no question there's systemic racism throughout our criminal justice system, but certainly in policing.
And on immigration, Kamala says,
an undocumented immigrant is not a criminal.
Again.
We're not going to treat people who are undocumented across the border as criminals.
And Bob Casey's right there with her. Casey says,
Kamala Harris is an inspiring and very capable vice president.
Casey voted with Kamala 98%. So Bob Casey says,
the more people get to know her, they're going to be particularly impressed by her ability.
Casey and Kamala, they're too weak.
I'm Dave McCormick, candidate for the United States Senate, and I approve this message. Paid for by friends of Dave McCormick.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JD Roofing and Siding.
Chris Hope, top of the hour. We're going to break down the Chargers. We're going to break down the win in Denver. Definitely going to ask Chris about a much talked about comment he had after the game the other day regarding Broderick Jones, where he sort of questioned how interested Jones was back at training camp. So that's gonna be hot. Hot talk with Hokie coming up for sure. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. And yesterday, the General Patton, Jeff Patton of the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry, presented a Sidney Crosby rookie card, which he said is a rather hot property in itself. And your chance to win that comes by going on our website, 937thefan.com, to the contesting page right around noon today or tomorrow. Give it a shot. All right, let's get back to the Pirates for a minute, because it's right up in our faces now. The clinching the division for the Brewers last night, them celebrating in their clubhouse, spraying around the champagne. And I still remember how unbelievably surreal it was to be in that kind of clubhouse with the Pirates in 2013 when they clinched that wild card berth. And how amazing that was. And when they beat the Reds in the wild card game, more champagne. I can't actually, did they clinch at home? I don't remember. But those 3 years were soaked in champagne, even though they didn't win a playoff series. And I was definitely in the room when they clinched, when they beat the Reds. And it was just unbelievable and so great to see Neil Walker with the goggles on, spraying champagne, and Clint Hurdle telling us abso-bucking-lutely, yes, sir, we're here. We're a team to be reckoned with. And there they were in that room, and everybody was getting sprayed. If you went into the room, you were going to have champagne. You were going to be champagne-soaked. And it was great. And unfortunately, it was extremely brief. And it was the exception rather than the rule. It was a blip of this quarter century since the year 2000. They've now played pretty soon 25 full seasons, 21 of them losing seasons. And it comes back to the owner. Now, let's just be honest about that. It comes back to the owner. And the Brewers, I wrote this in the Post-Gazette today, that if Bob Nutting can feel shame, then what he should be most ashamed about is watching what the Brewers do from a smaller market, what they've done internationally, what they've done in terms of hiring GMs and managers and making incredible trades and signings and just beating the Pirates and everybody else in that division every single year. From a smaller market. Look at Jackson Chourio. Look at that. The Pirates built that Latin American Academy. They've gotten nothing out of it. They used to talk about it a lot, how this was going to produce players, and they're spending money there. You know, look at the other places we're spending money. The Latin American Academy. Within a few years here, this goes back to Littlefield. Isn't that when they built this thing? We're going to build this, and we're going to have a big advantage in the international market. It has produced virtually nobody. Nobody. The Brewers go out on the international market a few years ago and sign this outfielder out of Venezuela for $1.9 million. A couple years later, they signed Chourio before he ever plays a major league game. I think he had played 6 games above Double-A to an $82 million contract. That's how confident they are in their evaluations. And now you look today, and this kid, a 20-year-old rookie, has a better OPS than any Pirates regular. Look at what happened last offseason. You want to compare Brewers and Pirates? Look what happened last offseason. I think this dynamic was best represented by what each team did at first base. The Pirates went the cheap route. Big surprise. By spending $3.2 million on Rowdy Tellez, right? $3.2 million. About a month later, the Brewers went out and got Rhys Hoskins and spent $34 million, or at least signed him to a $34 million 2-year contract, one they could opt out of after this season, but I don't think they will, because Hoskins has 25 home runs and 74 RBIs. Rowdy has 13 home runs and 55 RBIs. Some of their other numbers are similar because Rowdy got really hot as the Pirates drifted away. When it was winning time early, Hoskins helped the Brewers get off to a great start, which was incredibly important for them because they've been crushed in the offseason with the loss of their manager, the loss of their ace, Corbin Burns, the loss of several other players, too. Devin Williams, their closer. I mean, they needed – nobody thought they were going to win this year. Their over-under, I think, was 78.5, 79.5 wins. They were right there with the Pirates. But guess what? They made a bunch of better moves than the Pirates, and this was one. And as of May 11th, little more than a month into the season, Hoskins already had 9 home runs, and an OPS over 800, and Rowdy was maybe the worst hitter in baseball, not named Ke'Bryan Hayes. That move was very, very symbolic. And now here are the Brewers winning again. And if you want to compare Nutting's tenure to Brewers owner Mark Attanasio, I believe is how you pronounce that. He came aboard in Milwaukee in 2005. Nutting was named principal owner here in 2007, although obviously his family was heavily involved before that. So just compare it since 2007. That's 18 seasons with these two owners. Did I mention that Milwaukee's in a smaller market? We back?
We're back.
Welcome back, City Limits. It's wonderful to be with you today.
It's great to be with you. Those sometimes just catch you off guard a little bit. I knew it was coming, but I did not know when.
No, it is important. But as far as this Brewers-Pirates comparison, yeah, the two owners, Attanasio in Milwaukee, Nutting here. Let's just go since 2007 when Bob Nutting became the principal owner. That's 18 seasons. Attanasio, 12 winning records, 7 playoff appearances, 5 division titles, and a .523 winning percentage. Nutting, 4 winning seasons, 3 playoff appearances, 0 division titles, and a .456 winning percentage. And, oh, by the way, the Pirates, after tearing the organization down again and building it back up, they've done it twice in that span, might not even reach last season's pedestrian win total of 76. The Brewers, despite massive offseason losses and massive injuries to key players, most recently Christian Yelich, who was having a great year, out for the season, they're getting ready for the playoffs again. And, man, if I'm a Pirates fan, last night really was just galling to me as the Pirates clinch yet another non-winning season and the Brewers clinch the division. You are a Pirate fan. City Limits, how did that hit you, or how does it hit you?
You know, Joe, to this point, I'm kind of numb to it.
Yeah.
Because I really didn't expect anything different after the trade deadline. They didn't go out and make substantial moves. They could have got Rhys Hoskins instead of Rowdy Tellez. Their manager gets poached by a division rival. Craig Counsell goes to the Cubs.
Yeah.
And Milwaukee still finishes well above Chicago and clinches the division with a week left. A week left. I mean, that doesn't happen a lot where you win your division with still 10 games left to go.
First team in the National League to clinch a postseason berth, your Milwaukee Brewers.
Exactly. So it's frustrating beyond all levels, but again, it doesn't surprise me. And that's the problem. The fact that it doesn't surprise me, and I'm just so like, whatever to this point, no more meaningful baseball in September again, is exactly what the problem is here. Because we've gotten to a point where, again, at this point of the season, for truly, I mean, you can count the 82 and 80 year in 2018. This is going on almost 10 years now.
Guy named Joe Leckman tweets in, I know the Fan is the flagship of the Pirates, but why must you talk about them every day? I don't. Why won't any sports reporter ever say that Nutting is the number one problem with the Pirates? Think about the delusion. Think about the utter delusion. I just did for the 8 trillionth time since I've been in Pittsburgh and covering the Pirates, have said what the number one problem is, Joe. So does every other sports reporter. Everybody agrees. Everybody. You, every reporter, me. I've spent 20 years saying that. What are you possibly looking at or hearing? You didn't just hear the last segment? Oh, my God. The level of delusion with people like Joe is just, it's mind-blowing. What are you listening to? I just did a complete breakdown of the owner here versus the owner in Milwaukee. I just wrote about it for the 8 trillionth time. It's amazing to me.
We all know.
I want to go to this guy's house and interview him. And I want to play for him like just a sentence, and say, Joe, I just said the sky is blue. What did you hear? Let's hear your interpretation of what I said. The sky is blue. Your turn, Joe. Go ahead and talk. I mean, it's unbelievable.
We all know what the problem is. But at the same time, I think a lot of people just don't see a light at the end of the tunnel that the problem will ever change. And that's a big part of it.
It's amazing. I'm just shaking my head here. I just spent an hour talking about what the problem is, that it begins and ends, really, with the owner. I opened the show by saying the great irony here, if in fact this is the definition of irony, and I'm not sure it is that Bob Nutting and Travis Williams had a chance to bring over a guy who helped build the Brewers to what they are. Matt Arnold was the assistant GM in Milwaukee and a finalist for the GM post here with Ben Cherington, and they hired the wrong guy. Bob Nutting hired the wrong guy. Matt Arnold has made unbelievable move after move to keep the Brewers atop that division. Contreras he traded for in a 3-team deal. Adames he traded for, and what was seen as sort of not a big, huge trade, but he's become an absolute star at shortstop. All kinds of little moves around the edges, while Ben Cherington goes out and trades for Brian De La Cruz and makes all kinds of moves around the edges that don't work, and somehow has a farm system that's getting worse, even though the team tanked for 4 years for draft picks. But old Joe is sitting there saying, why don't you blame Nutting? Everybody is, everybody does, and everybody's been blaming him rightfully for 20 years.
And we're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same things.
It is truly the most incredible thing that I've seen in Pittsburgh sports. It truly is. Here comes Hokie walking in the building. This is rather incrinculant. Hello, Christopher. What's your middle name?
Christopher Lee.
Christopher Lee Hoke. What a man you've become. I'm Joseph Raymond Starkey. What's your middle name?
I'm Austin Ray Bechtold. How about that?
Both of us, Ray.
Yes.
Huh?
I knew that. You did not.
How are you, Hokie?
I'm doing great, brother. How are you?
Good. You look great.
Just trying to keep things moving.
You showed me a photo of Casey Hampton last week. This guy lost an entire Casey Hampton. He
looks great.
He's half the man he used to be in a good way.
He just decided to get in shape, and he started to work out really hard, and just in a different way, right? Not to bulk up, but just to get and keep his weight down. He looks fantastic.
Love that
really,
guy.
Really.
We're going to talk, by the way, because he's on the list of Hall of Fame nominees this year, as is the Farrier Pigeon, who
Two
you
great
played
players.
with.
I love
Oh, was he
two great
great.
players. Oh, James Ferrier made our jobs easy.
James Ferrier was a violent football player and a really smart football player. Would you acknowledge that he was the leader of those defenses?
There's no question about it. Listen, he was a very smart football player. He was always a little undersized. By the time you get to midseason, he lost weight and he had a hard time keeping it on. And he was just so fast, but his intellect, his football IQ was so high that he just was always able to be in the right place at the right time. And that's why he was a first-round draft pick. That's why he played so long in the NFL, was a leader of the defense when he was with the Jets, and then when he came here, leader of the Steelers defense.
We're going to talk about all of that.
Awesome.
We're going to talk about this matchup. We're going to talk about the Broncos game. We're going to talk about the Broderick Jones dilemma. It's all on the table here, Hokie.
It's all on the table. Let's go.
We have a gigantic hour ahead. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500, 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms at sunchevy.com. High of 81 today with cloudy skies. All Steelers for the 11 o'clock hour. That ought to make Joe Leckman happy. And that's the topic at hand here. Have we talked a lot of Pirates? I don't think so. There hasn't been much to talk about, but on a day when the Brewers clinch the division and the Pirates clinch a non-winning season, it seems appropriate. Did I mention that Milwaukee's a smaller market than Pittsburgh?
No,
or
you
haven't
have not.
I mentioned that yet?
No, you have not.
Thank you, City Limits. All right, Joe Potocznik and his mustache, always a wonderful topic. I've golfed with this guy many, many times, and when we're out at a golf event, people come up to us. They don't want to talk to me, obviously. They don't even want to talk to Joe. They want to talk to his mustache. He has a talking mustache, Hokie.
Talking mustache?
Yeah, and it signs autographs.
Holy smokes.
Yeah, it's incredible. It truly is. The other thing that's incredible is that he wins awards every single year. He's the back-to-back Northeast Trifecta MVP. For people in his industry, that means you're doing a great job with marketing. You're doing a great job with community service. You're doing a great job on houses. Roofing and siding is what this guy does. He's been doing it for 43 years. $500 off any roofing or siding installation. Give him a call at JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt football, 12:30. The pregame show begins for the Panthers against Youngstown State, looking to try to become the first Pitt team ever to go undefeated in non-conference play at 4-0 before the ACC schedule begins. 3:30 kickoff against Youngstown State this Saturday. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Football season, cooler weather, and the falling leaves are here. Get your gutters ready. Call Gutter Helmet this month to save 50% off installation and get a free gutter cleaning and tune-up with purchase. Protect your home year-round. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan. O'Reilly.
You need parts? O'Reilly Auto Parts has parts. Need them fast? We've got fast. No matter what you need, we have thousands of professional parts people doing their part to make sure you have it. Product availability. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It's back to school time. That means it's time to start saving with Deals for School Days at Giant Eagle and Market District. Deals for Days means tons of discounts on all your favorite lunch items, snacks, and everyday essentials so your students can be ready to take on the day. Featured items will only be available at these amazing prices for a limited time. So don't miss out on Giant Eagle and Market District's Deals for Days for all the best back-to-school deals. Visit your local Giant Eagle or Market District today.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
It's better over here.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has an exclusive rate plan just for you. Right now, get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings versus Verizon and AT&T. Plus, you can get one of the latest 5G phones free when you add a line. That's right, a free 5G phone. Experience all this and more on America's largest 5G network. So why wait? At T-Mobile, customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Just go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 or visit your local store to make the switch.
With AutoPay using debit or bank account plus taxes and fees, 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Free phones up to $300 off with 24 monthly bill credits and qualifying new line for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Want more? Sure you do. More friends, a little more time, a few more laughs. More is a good thing, unless you're talking about risk of serious illness from a respiratory virus. But as we get older, we're more at risk for severe flu, COVID-19, and RSV. Worst birthday presents ever, right? But vaccines lower your risk, so you can keep doing more of all life's good stuff. Get started at vaccines.gov. Risk less, do more. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Circa Resort and Casino. Headed to Vegas for the game? Join us at Circa Resort and Casino this October for the ultimate game day getaway. Huddle up at the overhang bar with the Fan for our pregame tailgate on Friday with drink specials and giveaways, including tickets. Then catch all the action at the world's largest sports book or relax in the center of it all, America's favorite place to watch football, the Circa Stadium Swim, featuring 6 pools and a massive 143-foot screen. To book your Huddle Up experience, visit CircaLasVegas.com today.
Leaves and temperatures are beginning to fall.
And so are prices. Time to shop the fall kickoff at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Grab some incredible deals this week, including 0% financing on the popular 24 Outlander. It's back, but it won't last long.
New 24 Eclipse Cross, take $5,000 off on select models or finance at 2.99% for 72 months.
Or a new 24 Outlander Sport. Take $4,500 off MSRP, and it's all yours.
Let's be clear. You'll be getting style, safety, all-wheel drive, and a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
Plus 2 years of prepaid maintenance. It's the best automotive deal out there.
So don't wait. Our fall kickoff makes an upgrade easier than ever.
Visit us in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Western PA's best inventory, ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer incentives. See dealer for details.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit HCMRealTalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Young America, Kamala Harris thinks you're too stupid to realize she's to blame for record inflation.
What else do we know about this population? They are stupid.
Too stupid to realize groceries are up 26%.
They are stupid.
To see how she tripled the price of gas.
Stupid.
Too stupid to notice home prices are up 46%. Electricity 25%. Cars 33%.
Bidenomics is working.
Kamala, we're not that stupid. Right for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. www.rightforamericapac.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers Chargers, the home opener for the Steelers at Acrisure Stadium this Sunday. Steelers 2-0 on the season. Same with the Chargers, but Justin Herbert a little bit banged up with an injury. He did not practice yesterday for the Chargers. Definitely worth monitoring with an ankle injury. Russell Wilson was limited with a calf injury. Roman Wilson with his ankle still fighting to come back. He was limited. Najee Harris did not practice, as well as Larry Ogunjobi and TJ Watt were limited just due to rest. Isaac Seumalo did not practice with his pec injury. Michael Pruitt, dealing with a knee, did not practice as well. More937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser, Genesis of Monroeville.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Here we go. The Joe Starkey Show. The biggest in the game. On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Chris Hoke, brought to us by McVeigh Plumbing and Heating, 2-time Super Bowl champion, sitting across from me with his trusty notebook filled with highlighted,
handy-dandy notebook.
Highlighted notes and lines. You know that this guy's broken down the film. He's going to be with me in studio until noon. And Fan Twitter's brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line if you want to weigh in, perhaps with a question for Chris. That's brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Hokie, the first order of business today, we had our friend City Limits come in here and mentions a Neil Walker basketball event at Baldwin that's coming up on October 9. October 9.
Yeah.
I've always been fascinated with the Steelers basketball team. I don't think they do it officially anymore, but I used to watch you guys. I used to come to games. It used to be
so much fun.
You used to be an animal.
I love playing those games. I play in probably 30 games every offseason, and we'd go all over Western Pennsylvania.
You wore a knee brace, as I recall.
No,
yes, you did. Little knee, no knee pad?
No.
Goggles?
Goggles?
You were unbelievable under the boards.
But are you talking about Kurt Rambis?
Maybe.
Kurt Rambis wearing goggles.
You were a Kurt Rambis-like player. I remember Antoine Randall, who played for Bobby Knight.
Antoine was really good. Brett Kiesel was really good. I mean, we had a lot of good players that played.
You guys were really good. And I bet once or twice you faced an overzealous teacher from North Hills or somewhere.
There's no question.
What would happen when a guy got a little rowdy?
They'd get knocked to the ground if we're going for a layup or something, or we're going for a rebound. They just get a little. Every once in a while, you had to send a message, but that happened very rarely.
Did you tell a guy to?
T.O. Tom O'Malley, he would deliver that message. Listen,
legend.
These guys are legend. We're not here to come out here and have a smash mouth kind of type of game and physical game. We're out here to raise money for charity, and that was the whole message. And so most people got the memo. Sometimes they didn't, and there'd have to be a conversation. I saw T.O. lose his cool a couple times because guys would get a little feisty, they get a little physical, and T.O. would have to let him know. He was our bodyguard, he was our coach, he was our leader.
Who was the best Steeler basketball player you ever played with?
I played with
imagine
some good
Ben
ones.
was
Ben was really good.
6'5"
Ben didn't play a lot, but he played from time to time. And when he played, he was really good with the ball. Great shooter. Great. Listen, these quarterbacks in the NFL, they're athletes. You know what I'm saying? And Ben was an athlete, he was a competitor, and he'd go out and play. I played with him a few times. I thought Randall, you mentioned Randall was really, really good. I think he played at Indiana
under Bob Knight.
Yeah, I believe he played a little bit. And then Kiesel was really good underneath.
He was unreal.
There was a lot of good players. Those are the ones that really stand out that were really, really good. There's a lot of guys that just athletes that could shoot, that could play.
Now, City Limits read us the roster for players on this game. Is it at Baldwin High School?
It is. It's the Hoops for Hospice celebrity basketball game.
Read us some of the players who are going to participate. Hokie's going to be on the court.
Yes.
This was a very, I'll say, eclectic list of players.
Yes.
Let's hear some of them.
Steve Blass is going to be there.
He's
our friend TK, Tyler Kennedy.
Steve Blass is an incredible athlete, but I think he's older than Ron at this point.
That is correct. Yes.
I'm
curious to see how he factors in.
That's got to be pretty old.
Very few people are, but I bet you Steve Blass is still probably good. Who else?
Willie Lips.
Yeah.
Michael McHenry.
Wow.
Carl Krauser.
Oh, my God. He's going to be giving the X on the court. You better watch out for him, Hokie. He's legit. Tyler Kennedy, did you say?
Tyler Kennedy is playing in this, yes.
He's going to dump
TK.
He's going to dump the basketball into the corner and go muck and grind over there. You got to watch out for him too. Did you say Ontario Lett?
Ontario Lett as well. Mike Logan. I'm excited to see how this goes.
Are you going to play?
I'm the PA announcer for it.
We should get somebody from the fan to play. Should I play?
You should play, yes.
Who do we contact?
Neil Walker.
Get me in. If Steve Blass is playing, for God's sakes, I'm just going to walk up and down the court.
Were you a player at one time?
I could. Yes, I was good.
As good as your golf game?
Much better than my golf game.
Much better than your golf game.
At this point,
I heard Pomp beats you in golf.
Pomp's good.
We need Pomp to play.
Pomp shot a 70.
Pomp should be in
No,
this.
Pomp would be the coach. He'd be the bench coach.
He can be our coach.
Yeah.
At this point in my basketball career, I walk up and down the court like Chief in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's
You're that
Nest.
guy that plays from three-point line to three-point line.
Exactly. And I can shoot, Hokie. We'll get on the same team.
Let's do it.
We'll have a little inside-out game. I'll feed you on the post. They double-team you.
Well, let me tell you, I haven't played basketball
out.
in a while. I might go out there and tear an Achilles or something.
Do you have Neil Walker's number?
I don't think I do.
Find it and text him and tell him I want to play.
I will. I'll ask Crowley. The last time I asked Crowley, he didn't send it to me.
I can get the number. Hokie.
What's up, brother?
Let's talk Broncos game.
Yep.
And how that game went. And let's start with the most important position. Justin Fields was spectacular in the first half, and then the second half, it was something like 3 for 8. They didn't seem to want to do anything in the second half. How would you grade him overall?
Again, first half, I thought he was an A. Second half, I thought he was a C. As I went back and looked at this film, immediately after the game when I was on the post game with Pomp, I thought, man, he didn't play very well in the second half. I went back and watched the film and I studied it, and really they just couldn't get into a rhythm offensively. They were 0 for 7 on third down in the second half. They were 4 for 6 in the first half, right? So, and a lot of those those third downs they didn't convert were because of penalties, because of bad snap. And so they just couldn't get into a rhythm. One thing I thought was interesting was Justin Fields in the first half ran the ball 4 times for 26 yards. In the second half, he ran it 4 times for 1 yard.
Yeah.
And so, to me, it just seemed like he tried to stay more and throw the ball and stay in the pocket, or he roll out and was trying to be more of a thrower, when really his game, what makes him so dynamic and a threat to a defense is his ability to run the ball. And for some reason, he didn't run as much in the second half when I think he should have. He took a bad sack in the second half where he had the middle wide open. He could have stepped up and he stayed behind the line of scrimmage and took a bad sack when he could have gotten a first down probably if he ran.
Well, we had Ben endorse Justin Fields this week on his podcast.
Yeah, he was very positive.
Football.
I think Justin's playing good ball, though. I mean, listen, he's showing an ability to throw a great ball on the run, to move the chains. He's not turning the ball over. And so I think that he's playing really good football right now. Second half, I don't think the offense at large played very well.
Well, let's hear what Ben had to say. I want to see if you agree with this, Hokie. This was on Footballin'.
It's to me, if Russ is healthy, I'm sticking with Justin.
That was my next question.
I know. I said it last week I wouldn't, but what I saw today, I think that he has earned and deserves the right to stay there.
Agree or disagree, even if Russ is healthy?
I agree. I think that if he plays like he played in the first half, yes. If he plays like he played in the second half, then no. And again, it's not all on him in that second half, but he's the quarterback. He's the leader of the offense. First half, so I mean, the whole feel of the game, they're winning. He's not turning the ball over. And so I think you ride the hot hand. And that's kind of what I think Coach Tomlin's going to do. Coach Tomlin right now is not going to talk about it. You go back and look at his press conference is on Tuesday, and he's not even going to entertain it. And he's doing it brilliantly, right? I'm not going to talk about a guy who's hurt, right? We're not even going to talk about this, even though you know what they're going to do. They know what they're going to do, I believe. But he's not even going to entertain that question or that discussion as long as Russ Wilson's not 100%.
Let me ask you this. You were part of great defenses. If you guys were sitting around this week with all your boys, Dick LeBeau as your coordinator,
Sure.
Casey Hampton, Farrier, Harrison, Polamalu, Ryan Clark, whoever, what do you think would be your mode of attack, your game plan against Justin Fields? How would you go at him?
How would you go at him? I think what you want to do is you want to keep him in the pocket. I think he's a much better thrower when he's on the run. When you make him sit in the pocket, he's not as consistent. He's not as efficient. And so what we would do is we would try to do a thing called a mush rush, where we would not try to get on the edge and try to, beat an offensive guard or offensive tackle or center and open up some escape lanes that allow him to run. We would just try to collapse the pocket and just like a mush around him and make him throw that way. That's what we would do, and that's what we did to a lot of players. Think of like a Steve McNair kind of deal, right? Steve McNair's kind of very similar, right? Steve McNair was bigger, thicker, but you never wanted him to get outside the pocket. So we try to collapse the pocket around him and not let him escape.
And obviously you'd be keyed up to stop the Steelers' run.
Oh, sure. Listen, that was always our philosophy, though. Archie, was shut down the run. And so, and it's the same kind of thing that's going to happen this week with Herbert, as we talk later, is you shut down the run and make Herbert beat you. And Herbert's banged up. And right now you make Justin Fields beat you with his arm in the pocket. And I think he would struggle to do that inside the pocket. If he got out of the pocket, that's where he makes beautiful throws, I think, on the run.
Yeah. Well, one of the things I mentioned earlier in the show is I really would love to see the Steelers get back to what you guys did against run games, especially at home. But overall, some of their numbers have been good the past few years. Nothing like top 5, though.
Yeah.
And even last year when they were okay against the run, they had Arizona come in here and rush for 150. Indy rush for 170. I want to see them when teams come here, especially a team like this with Jim Harbaugh that's going to say, we're going to line up and
they're
run.
going to want to ground and pound.
You stop us. I want to see 35 carries for 64 yards, that type of thing, where you smash them. Can they do it? Is this defense capable of that?
They're equipped to. And I think they have a better defensive line than they've had in a while. They're healthy. A healthy Cam Hayward, I think he's playing really good football. Keon Benton played much better this last week than he did the first week. Ogunjobi, I think, is playing better football than he's played since he's been here in terms of the run game. And so you got some healthy guys in the middle, and then you got Loudermilk coming off the bench. You got other guys come off the bench, and then you got your 2 studs on the outside. So they're more equipped to play that kind of football right now than they have. And so it's just a matter of going out there and doing it. This is going to be a good test for them because the Chargers want to run the football. And it's almost like playing the Ravens right now. Think about Jim Harbaugh, John Harbaugh, same identity.
Greg Roman,
but it's always, even before Greg Roman was there, when I was playing for the Steelers and we played the Ravens, there's an identity, there's a personality where they want to be very physical and they want to impose their will on you. That's the same identity right now, or personality that you're seeing developing with the Chargers. It's the same mentality, and this is going to be a big part of who is more physical and who imposes their will on each other.
For sure. Yeah. Even to the point with the Chargers that their 2 lead backs are former Ravens. J.K. Dobbins.
Their centers are Raven. Their tight ends are Raven.
Unreal.
It's unreal. It's unreal. And I think that they're helping bring that mentality over. You have your center who played for the Ravens, right? And so he knows Greg Roman's offense. You have your running backs. And you're really seeing J.K. Dobbins was really good at Ohio State, and he came out. He's always been banged up. What a healthy J.K. Dobbins looks like.
Oh, man.
He looks explosive when he gets the ball in his hands. And he and Gus Edwards are two different. Gus Edwards is more of a physical back, and J.K. is more of a guy put his foot in the ground and just fly. And so I think they complement each other very, very well.
Chris Hoke joining me here in studio for the 11 o'clock hour. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. We want you back with us again and again to talk Pittsburgh sports. Don't be a statistic. Get your heart checked by the experts at UPMC. Hokie, on the other side of the ball, the Steelers have the same mentality. Man, they want to run. They want to pound you. And it begins up front. And I got a question for you because a line that you had with Pomp after the game the other day received a lot of headlines and talk this week. Talk radio, websites, everything else. This was you on Broderick Jones, and I quote, he showed up to training camp and looked uninterested in being there. What did you mean by that?
It's interesting. I've played this game a long time, Starkey. I played in the NFL for 11 years. You see a lot of guys come and go. You see a lot of guys who are extremely talented, and they come to camp after having a pretty good season the year before, and they think they've arrived, and they think that hey, I'm good, right? And sometimes you get complacent. Right? And let's just take his own words. I'm saying something that is completely in line with his evaluation of his play. After the Bills game, Mike Pizzuta asked him a question in the locker room on the south side like a day or two after the game.
Yeah.
Right? He asked him, is it your elbow? Is your elbow impacting how you play? What did Broderick Jones say? It's not the brace, his elbow brace, right? It's just me being able to lock into football. Hello, what lock into? What does that mean? I need to be more focused. If you're not focused, you're not interested in what's going on. If you're interested, you're focused. If you're focused, you're locked in. So he said it. He said he's not interested right now. He's got to be better and be locked in. He needs to improve his game and grow. And so the reality is, I'm just saying, and people say, how do you criticize? And I wasn't criticizing. This guy is a super talented player. The Steelers wouldn't have moved up in the draft to pick him if he wasn't talented. He's a young guy that's growing, and he's maturing. I mean, listen, his comments after the game showed a big-time maturity of what happened with the penalties. So I really appreciated that. I thought that was great. But people say, oh, Hokie, how can you criticize him for, say he's interested? You can criticize his play. Come on, guys. I mean, I played this game a long time. I've been around a lot of players. And the reality is you could tell a player who's out there just going through the motions, who's out there just kind of just getting through practice and thinking, I've arrived. I've been around a lot of those players, right? So don't try to tell me, how can you – I've been around this game for a long time. I've played 20-plus seasons, 11 in the NFL. So I've seen guys come and go. So that stuff is silly. The reality is, though, is that you have to continue to work on your game. Even Max Starks and Wolf, after the game, they kind of were talking and discussing about he needs to understand, it's not a direct quote, but the message, he needs to understand that he needs to continually be working on his game.
Yeah.
That says game's not where it needs to be. You can't just look and say, I played well last year, and I was the catalyst for this turnaround in my offensive line, and everybody's talking about how great I am. You kind of start licking yourself. That's Coach Tomlin's words, right phrase. You start licking yourself, thinking you're great. And maybe that impacts your preparation, your training in the offseason, and your mentality when you come into training camp, and you're just, hey, I'm good. Every year is a different year. Every year you got to come in with a purpose. Every practice comes with a purpose. And listen, I've heard it all. I read stuff on Twitter and all that. People say, well, Hokie, how can Hokie criticize him? I saw him working after practice. Come on. You go out there practice. Some guys stand around and drink Gatorade and talk, and they might do a couple sets. Is he doing it with a purpose? Is he focused when his coach is talking to him? Is he listening to his coach? Or is he turning his head and looking at where the butterflies are? Or what a fan talking to him? I mean, this is crazy. I mean, people to criticize me for making a comment like that, I played this game a long time. How many seasons have those guys played?
I respect the fact that, A, you played the game, and B, you were there. You watch these things. This is first-hand observation.
But the thing is, listen, it's not hard. And other guys say that. Here's the problem sometimes is guys that cover an NFL team, a professional team, they don't want to criticize someone because they're worried about, am I going to get access? Am I going to be able to – let's have some independent thinking here. Let's be honest about what we see. Nobody wanted to say anything about Mason Rudolph because they were scared they were going against the narrative of the Pittsburgh Steelers. I did. Right? Nobody wants to go along with Dan Moore Jr. needs to be out. Dan Moore Jr. has outplayed these guys since they've been here. And everybody wants to say Dan Moore Jr. should be gone. Now people are talking about, hey, maybe we need to pay him and move one of the guys to a guard. Okay, listen, stop rolling with the narrative of the Steelers and be an independent thinker and stop saying I don't want to criticize a player and I don't do it in a mean way. I just said he looked interested. It's no different than anybody else is saying. But people don't want to say things like that because they're worried that they're going to lose access or they're going to get ostracized by the team and blackballed. If you do it in the right way and you have some tact and you just say it, hey, this is an observation I see. That was my observation. You're fine. But stop trying to run with a narrative and say something that's out there that not everybody's going to agree with.
Chris Hoke and Fuego today, City Limits, is he not?
I love it. He's batting 1,000 right now.
Wow. So,
that's
all
truth,
right.
though.
Yeah, well, it's certainly your truth, right? You observed it, you put it out there, and you're standing behind it. So it is absolutely.
And listen, this is not personal. This happens all the time. Let me give you a story. When I played for the Steelers, there was a time when I'm not going to name names, a player that played for the team when I was there that spent a lot of time with Jerome Bettis. Jerome Bettis was a Hall of Famer already, right? Jerome Bettis was going to be on the team game one.
Yeah.
Right? He was going to be on the roster. And I remember being in the team meeting in training camp and Coach Cowher saying, listen, you're staying up late with this guy, with Jerome. You're playing cards with Jerome. You're running with Jerome. You're doing all these things. He's going to be here on day one. You're not. We don't know. You still have to earn your spot. Stop running around and acting like you've arrived, like you belong, like you're a veteran. You've got to go earn your spot. And sometimes what happens is you kind of rest on your laurels and think, hey, I've done this and I've done that.
Yeah.
So I'm good. And he's a first-round draft pick. He's going to be here day one, but he's not a starter now. He got beat out by a rookie who's playing really good football right now. And so you have to learn, and I'm just saying the reality is that it's not crazy for me to say, hey, this happens to people all the time where they have some success and they think, I've arrived. You have to come to practice every single day with a purpose. Right? You have to sharpen your sword every single day. And I think that'd be something that Coach Tomlin would say. That'd be something that Coach LeBeau would have said when I played. Coach Mitch, Mitch would always say, when we'd watch film, John Mitchell, he'd point out Aaron Smith and Casey Hampton and Brett Kiesel and guys, and he would say, look at them running the ball. Look at them putting pressure on the quarterback. They do it in the game because they do it in practice. I heard that a million times. What you do in practice shows up on game day.
So how does this play out? Because clearly this is not what the Steelers had planned. They moved up to take this kid 14th, and he played last year, and now he's a backup swing tackle. That ain't the way it's supposed to play out. What would you do as far as position-wise with Fotanu, Dan Moore? Tomlin said that Jones is going to get another chance. I don't see where unless somebody gets hurt. So how would you play it right now with Jones? And all three of those guys.
I think you got to play him still. I think you got to get him in there, let him get a little taste. Here's the reality, guys: is he went into the game and he was pressing, Right. Sorry, he was pressing. Right. He's never. I have to believe he's never been a true backup like this. Where usually when he's been ready to play, he's been a starter, high school, college, and so now he's backing up and he's thinking, "Whoa, this is unfamiliar territory." I was a backup for almost all my career. I started a bunch of games, but I was primarily a role player. So it's a mentality you got to have going into a game, and if you're not used to that, it can be tough. So he goes into the game and he's pressing. He's trying to do things, and his mind's moving faster than his body can. He come in, two of the first, few runs, he misses his block, and his guy makes 2 tackles, right, in the game, right, and then he had those 3 penalties, and it was tough. And I don't think it was because of a lack of ability. This guy's super talented. It's just a guy who's trying to figure things out. He's trying to mature and grow. And so Mike's saying, hey, listen, I'm not gonna put cold water on this guy. This guy's going to have opportunity to grow and progress as a player. I'm going to give him opportunities to get his confidence back. I think Mike's does a good job with this. He's got a really good beat on the players. He's got a real beat on how to get guys motivated. This has happened at times. Remember when Ike Taylor got benched?
Yeah.
Cower.
Yeah. And
then Tomlin came back and he played him. And Ike sat down and he came back and he was a great player for us. I mean, Ike was a big time part of those defenses.
So long range, what would you do with Moore, Fotonu, and Broderick? Jerry Dulac has suggested moving Fotonu to guard, Jones at right tackle, and Dan Moore. I don't know. Do you try to re-sign Dan Moore? Like, what would you do? What's the long-range plan? I like that approach. I think that's an interesting approach, right? You got you guys, and you've heard this argument about, hey, you can move Fotonu down, or discussion. He's super athletic, and he's not overly stiff that he can't. He's not stiff at all, actually. They put him down at guard. And say he can't play there. I think he could be a really, really good guard. He's a really good tackle right now too, and I think that's a kind of interesting place to go. And the other area is, do you just let Dan Moore Jr. go because he's going to be super expensive, and move Broderick over to the left, and where everybody says he's more natural, and have Fotonu play the right? I think there's some options here which are good for the Steelers to have, right? What's more valuable, him playing tackle or guard, Fotonu? Like, what's the more valuable position, more important position?
Well, listen, if you have 3 talented guys and he's the one guy that can go down, then it's guard, because you can utilize a first-round draft pick and a Dan Moore Jr. who's playing he's playing really good football right now. So to me, that's more valuable because you get all 3 guys on the field, right? And so Broderick Jones, though, has to show that when he gets on the field, he's gonna produce. He's gonna go out there and play at a high level.
Great stuff from Chris Hoke here in the first half hour. He's going to be with me until noon. We're going to break down the Chargers a little bit more, his prediction for this game. I got some questions about specific plays from the Broncos game. Pleasure to have Chris in the house. Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And our football talk right now, presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile. You can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. More hokey next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates look to avoid being swept by St. Louis on the road against the Cardinals in a 4-game series. Today's 7:15 first pitch. Luis Ortiz will start for the Pirates. It's also Patriots-Jets Thursday night football tonight. Westwood One's coverage begins on 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, beginning around 7:30. More 93.7 TheFan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hoe, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hoe like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Hey, let's talk about hair. Whether you're losing it or trying to keep what you have, we all worry about our hair. Now, have you tried curing your hair loss with pills and lotions? Do you worry about how your hair is going to look in the wind and rain? Well, worry no more. Here's Cookie Harris, president of New Image Hair Clinic.
Men and women now have options like the new Hair RX restoration procedure. Hair RX combines the best of human hair duplication and artistry to recreate the hair you once had. Call 1-800-942-8302 or go to newimagehairclinic.com for a free hair and scalp health checkup and get the answers you need about hair loss and thinning hair.
Let's face it, we spend time and money on preserving our teeth, car, and home. Why not our hair? Call 1-800-942-8302. Mention Hair RX to receive $250 off your procedure. That's 1-800-942-8302 or newimagehairclinic.com. Don't waste your time and money. Call New Image first.
That backyard swing set brought you so much joy, and now it's a rusted-out old death trap. We can help. 2menandajuncktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
Breaking news.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. Terms and conditions apply.
I'm personal injury attorney Joe George from LGKG. Our success model is simple. Care, listen, fight, and deliver. As Western Pennsylvania injury attorneys for more than 90 years, LGKG's core beliefs will never change. If you're injured in an accident, let us help. LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
Maybe it's time we finally switch to a Navien tankless.
Learn about Navient's high-efficiency tankless water heaters, endless hot water, all while helping you save on your energy costs.
Hey, look at this. Our utility bill is lower since we got the Navien tankless water heater.
Who's in hot water now?
We are, all the time.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Mostly sunny this afternoon, the high 82.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The Chris Hoke Show, brought to you exclusively by McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling.
There aren't many feelings worse than trying to start your car in the morning and being greeted with a dead battery, or being stuck on the side of the road when you don't need to be. 1 in 4 vehicles on the road will need a battery replacement this year. Don't be a statistic. Stop battery problems before they stop you by testing your battery regularly. Test yours at home or at select Napa locations nationwide. If you need a replacement, Napa has you covered with a full range of long-lasting, high-performance batteries for nearly every make and model on the road. So don't wait. Test your battery today and let Napa help you keep moving.
Right now at Wendy's, you can get a small Frosty for $1. And literally everyone is going. The car behind you, going to get a $1 Frosty. The car ahead of you, already had one, going for a second. The person who cut you off earlier, you guessed it, $1 Frosty. Maybe it's all a sign for you to go get one. Just don't cut anyone off. No one likes that person. The iconic Frosty for $1, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Not valid in a combo. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, California, and via third-party delivery.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
this is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Napa Auto Parts. Elevate your engine performance with Napa Full Synthetic Engine Oil. The New York Yankees are back in the postseason. Whether you love them or hate them, you can't deny that having Aaron Judge and Juan Soto in the playoffs makes things a whole lot more interesting. Add that Garrett Cole has thrived in the second half of the season, and there are plenty of headliners for the Bombers. Where the Yankees are vulnerable, the rest of the pitching staff has been a mixed bag, not usually a recipe for success to win it all. I'm Maggie Gray.
There aren't many feelings worse than trying to start your car in the morning and being greeted with a dead battery, or being stuck on the side of the road when you don't need to be. 1 in 4 vehicles on the road will need a battery replacement this year. Don't be a statistic. Stop battery problems before they stop you by testing your battery regularly. Test yours at home or at select Napa locations nationwide. If you need a replacement, Napa has you covered with a full range of long-lasting, high-performance batteries for nearly every make and model on the road. So don't wait. Test your battery today and let Napa help you keep moving.
Right now at Wendy's, you can get a small Frosty for $1. And literally everyone is going. The car behind you, going to get a $1 Frosty. The car ahead of you, already had one, going for a second. The person who cut you off earlier, you guessed it, $1 Frosty. Maybe it's all a sign for you to go get one. Just don't cut anyone off. No one likes that person. The iconic Frosty for $1, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Not valid in a combo. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, California, and via third-party delivery.
Have you received estimates from roofing contractors that are pages and pages of confusing details? Or did the salesperson seem pushy, making you feel trapped and stressed in your own home? I'm telling you, let the team at Craig Galker Roofing bid on your next roofing project. You won't have to deal with any of that. Craig Galker Roofing provides an itemized, easy-to-understand estimate to make your roof replacement project a breeze. Plus, ask about their buy now, pay later, easy financing options. Visit CraigGalkerRoofing.com. Craig Galker Roofing, where details make the difference since 1991.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Not all buyers will qualify. Bonus cash available on select trims. In stock units only. Offers end 9/30/24.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai for huge end-of-year savings. Drive the new 2024 Hyundai Elantra SC or Tucson SC all-wheel drive with financing as low as 1.99% for up to 60 months. Plus $500 bonus cash. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by owner insurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Hamlin Advantage oil changes for life.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVay. Leaky faucets, no hot water, clogged drain backing up. Whether it's a minor repair or major emergency, the honest plumbing experts at McVay Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling are your go-to plumbing company for any plumbing issue you may have. McVay is proud to offer fast, reliable, and affordable plumbing services. With McVay, you get transparent, upfront pricing, which means there are no surprises when you get your bill. So, when a plumbing problem happens to you, call the local plumbing professionals at McVay. McVay Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, or visit callmcvay.com.
Rick Springfield, live in concert. 17 top 40 hits. Saturday, October 19th, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Buy your tickets now at riverscasino.com. Rick Springfield, live in concert.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Mira, Jorge, let's bring the nail gun over here.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
Hokie, I was thinking during the intermission there, and the 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. That Broderick Jones talk, you were very impassioned during that. It was great. The part that still stands out to me, though, is Jones clearly has his share of the blame here.
Sure.
But what about the Steelers? Have they put him in the best position to succeed?
Listen, the reality is when you come in, you play where they put you, right? They had a guy, Dan Moore Jr., and they put him at right tackle.
But they really haven't put him at one spot. They've asked him.
But there's a lot of guys that are swing guys, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just because he's a first-round draft pick doesn't mean he's all of a sudden now they're required to put him at one spot. You know, the reality is he is, as Coach Tomlin has said, he is the one who has the greater ability to swing both sides. He's the swing guy. He's more able to do that. They don't think Fautano does that as well as he does. And Dan Moore Jr. obviously is not going to do that.
Yeah.
And so had they put him in best spot, listen, as a football player, you go and you play where they put you. And I know he's different with a first-round draft pick, but the reality is your responsibility is when you take the field and play.
Is he going to be worth that 14th pick? Is he going to be a good player?
He's still young, right? He's still young. Think about it. He hasn't even started enough games to be a full season, so he hasn't really played a whole quote-unquote rookie season with 16 or 17 games. Give him some time. Remember, DeCastro struggled when he first came. And remember, he had the wrist, and he was there was questions about him.
Didn't he get hurt his rookie year?
Yeah, didn't he have hurt his wrist too? But he had some injuries.
Yeah,
and he turned into a Pro Bowl player. Give guys time to develop, right? The reality is this: is that if Broderick Jones, if they wouldn't have drafted Fautanu in the first round, Broderick Jones would still be playing there because he's a first-round draft pick. But it's apples to apples now, right? You have a first-round draft pick, and you have one who's played better and beat him out at this point, right? And that's just the reality of the whole thing. But if it was a first-round draft pick versus the third or fourth, Broderick would be playing right now. It's just apples to apples at this moment.
Let me ask you about a couple of quick things that happened against Denver. Just random things.
Yep.
Van Jefferson, penalty at the goal line. Good call, bad call?
I think, again, a judgment call. A lot of those calls are subjective. Right, and the reality is, it happens. Boom, boom. It looked like to the ref like he said a pick. It went against the Steelers. It seems like a lot of these plays are going calls.
What did it look like to you?
Well, as you look at it slowly, I think it looked to me like he was trying to run a route, and the corner was trying to come inside and come down the line. It was just a great design by the Steelers. But when you go out, these refs don't have an iPad in front of them where they go pixel by pixel. There's still subjective, and there's still that human element to this game, and which I think is good. But this right now, the ball is kind of bouncing away from the Steelers. It'll bounce back. It all evens out over a 17-game season.
The holding calls on Broderick, especially the one that
those are tough calls. Those are holding, but they're tough, right? Because as Broderick Jones, he's playing the right tackle, and when you're expecting your quarterback to sit in the pocket. So he's expecting to keep the guy. And then when Justin Fields rolls out and spills out, all of a sudden you have your guy coming off, and you don't want to give up that sack. And he was closer than he liked, and it was a slight hold, but it was a hold, right? And again, it's those are called, and they're not called. And he got called. And the thing that was bad was it compounded, right? First start with a false start, then it was a hold, then it was on a run play, then it was a hold on the pass, and it just kind of compounded. And then all of a sudden, as a player, even though he may have looked cool, calm, and collected, you start to panic a little bit. Oh, my gosh. And in the first couple, I told you, like 2 of the first 3 or 4 runs, he missed his block, and he watched him, and you could see him smack his hands together like he knew that was on him. So this all started to compound. 2 missed blocks, tackles, false start, oh, goodness, holding. And all of a sudden, you start to kind of overplay, and it just kind of just snowballs, and you lose control. And that's natural. It's not just him. It happens to a lot. Happens to me. Happens to a lot of football players.
A lot of people complaining a lot that T.J. Watt is getting held and it's not getting called, and that it's worse than ever right now. Do you agree?
I think everybody's getting held in the NFL, right? And an offensive lineman, it happens with corners. They hold people. And are the refs going to throw the flag every single play? So you hold people. Corners hold guys, receivers all the time, and then they throw the flag once or twice, and they're willing to give that up to be able to hold the whole game. Offensive linemen are going to hold, and it's only a penalty if it gets called, if the flag's thrown.
There's a hold and there's egregious holding, and I think a lot of people feel like Watt gets borderline tackled.
But I think there's also, as Steeler fans, and it happens in Philadelphia with Eagle fans, you look through a different lens, right? Oh, my goodness, my guy got held more than that guy did. Well, the reality is they all get held, and some are more egregious than others, but holding is holding. Whether it's egregious or not, it's holding. And so I think right now is you can't throw the flag every play. And that's the reality, because right now the game's already slow and it's happening, and you just have to deal with it, and you have to overcome it.
Arthur Smith made an interesting choice in the second half. When I thought it was Najee time or maybe Warren time, suddenly Cordero Patterson is in the game as a running back. When you're trying to sort of ice the game. Last year in Atlanta, he averaged 3.6 yards a carry. He's down to 2.7 with the Steelers. Can he still be an effective running back, and should he be in a game just suddenly appear when they're trying to ice it and get carries?
Well, first of all, I'll say this. I think when he runs the ball, Cordero Patterson, I think he runs the ball well. I think, and even though he's older, it doesn't mean you saw the run in the preseason where he had that long run. Yeah, and he looked very explosive, and he broke some tackles in his runs against the Broncos this last week. Mm-hmm. I thought he got hit in the backfield and he was able to get back and get a positive 1 yard gain or 2 yard gain.
Yeah,
and so I don't think that he's not able to do it. But I agree with you. Najee Harris is your workhorse. Najee's running hard. I think he's running as well as he's run his whole career, in my opinion. I love that he's running like his hair's on fire.
Yeah.
Right? And I think there's only one guy right now that I'm watching the NFL in the last couple of years that runs, I think, harder than him, and that's Pacheco. Pacheco runs hard for the Chiefs, right?
Yes.
I think Najee's running really hard right now, and he's not hesitating anymore like he had. Remember, it's been kind of the criticism in the past. He's hitting the ball downfield and downhill, and I really like the way he's running. And so I believe, I agree with you, that he should be in there in those closeout moments.
Lastly, from that game, and we'll move on to the Chargers, it became unwatchable in the second half with all the penalties.
Yeah,
there were 19 enforced penalties for 202 yards. The worst call of the game, I thought, was Dan Moore got called for holding, and I kept watching it. Where did he hold?
Yeah.
Was that game over-officiated?
I think a lot of the games are, but yes, I think it was over-officiated. And even Joey Porter Jr.'s penalty, hands to the face, I didn't see that either. I didn't see any hands to the face. So it's just interesting, some of these calls that are being made. But the reality is this: it did get boring in the second half, and it was hard to watch. And the Steelers, their offense sputtered in the second half, but a lot of it was their self-doing. I mean, they did it to themselves. If you look at, there was 3 plays that stood out to me in the second half. There was, in the third quarter, there was a 3rd and 1 where Najee ran for 9. Well, first of all, the play before, he ran for 9 yards, and it was 3rd and 1, and he ran for a first down, got 3 or 4 yards. And it got called back for a holding on Connor Hayward when he came around on that counter. Yeah. And then another time in the fourth quarter, there was a 3rd down conversion to Calvin Austin, the third, and it got called back for that holding that you're talking about, right? And then you had another 3rd down where you had the bad snap. 3 plays in the second half, 2 penalties. You can't get into a rhythm, right? So they went 0 for 7 on 3rd down. Almost half of those 3rd downs were because of penalties that weren't converted. And so you have to look at this thing and think, hey, we've got to clean up our game. That's why Coach Tomlin's bringing refs in Wednesday, Thursday, Friday this week. But also, we've got to make sure that we're not even putting ourselves in a position to have these calls. And they're also, my last thing I'll say this, Joe, there's also an element of refs are going to make calls. It's part of the game, and good teams overcome those calls.
Yeah, I mean, it was both sides. It was just showering, yellow flag. There were 2 plays in a row, or 2 out of 3, where there were offsetting penalties, and then another one. It was 5 flags on 4 plays.
A ton of flags.
I can't watch this.
Yeah, but the thing is, then people complain about no flags on T.J. Watt. So you can't have it both ways, right? It's either you got to live with the flags and know the flow of the game is going to slow down, or they throw a flag every other play on tackles, because they're going to hold T.J. Watt. That's the only way to slow him down. He's playing lights out.
What worries you most about the Chargers if you're the Steelers?
This is going to be a good test for the Steelers. Are we as good as everybody thinks they are? right? Because you look at the Chargers right now. Again, I talked about identity, same kind of personality. They've dominated the first 2 games against inferior opponents. We've dominated the first 2 games against inferior opponents. The Falcons, they went into Philadelphia and beat the Eagles, but that was a different team than they were week 1. I think everybody would say that. They weren't a very good football team week 1, and partly because of what the Steelers did, right? But then they went out and played the Broncos, or some people would say they're bottom dweller team. Panthers, right? Raiders, bottom dweller teams. So this is going to be a good big team for both of them to see. But I think the Chargers are going to try to impose their will, and they're going to try to run the football. And the Steelers are going to do the same thing. And so we're going to see really who's better defensively to stop that run. And I think it's going to be the Steelers because they have a better defensive line.
Give me a prediction with a final score. Both teams total yards and the MVP of the game.
I think it's going to be, again, a very close game. Until I see the Steelers break out and score more than 1 touchdown in 2 games, I think it's still going to be close. Justin Herbert's hurt, and he's only thrown, 137 yards a game right now. And so this is going to be a team that's going to play field position back and forth. And so I think the Steelers are going to win this game, which I could put them at 3-0. I thought they would be at this point 2-1. And put them at 3-0. But I think that the Steelers will again, another low-scoring game, 17-14, right? 17-10. I just think right now these teams are still trying to find their identity. Remember this. These teams don't play preseason anymore. So September's the new August. They're still trying to work out the kinks. They're still trying to get into rhythm, offensively and defensively as teams. So that'll continue to happen, but I see it improving as time goes on.
Who's going to block T.J. Watt? Isn't there a rookie tackle here?
There's a rookie tackle, right? Alt, what's his name? He was a 5th overall pick this last draft, Joe Alt. And they've been really impressed with him. They said, I watched it, and then the talk is they were really happy with how he played against the Raiders and Max Crosby. T.J. Watt's a different beast. I mean, T.J. Watt's on a different level than Max Crosby. I mean, even though Max Crosby, I think, is a top 5 defensive end.
Yeah.
So it's gonna really, they're gonna see who they got. So they've got to give them some help. But then on the other side, you got Alex Highsmith, who had a really good game last week, right? Put some good pressure on the quarterback. But they also have on the other side that left tackle over him, Rashawn Slater, is a 1st-round draft pick. So very similar to the Steelers, right? They got 2 first-round draft picks that are starting right and left, and they're going to see what they got in these young fellas. And the Steelers are going to go out there and see how good they really are. It's going to be a wonderful game to watch.
Yeah, this is right out of the Hokie era. I mean, this is old school football.
I loved playing against the Ravens because we were just going to line up and see who was tougher.
Yes.
And really, we were both tough, but we were going to say who was going to make the least amount of mistakes and who was going to hit the longest in these games. And that's going to be what's going to happen on Sunday.
Hokie, you're a wonderful man, and we'll talk next week. Should be very interesting.
It will.
See you, buddy.
Good luck, brother.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500. 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms at sunchevy.com. High of 81 today with cloudy skies. John Parado next. He's going to be talking Pirates' future here. What's going to happen? They might not even get to last year's win total. We'll talk to Johnny about all of that next, then dive back into Steelers, Chargers. We have Olivia Babcock at 1 o'clock.
That's correct.
From Pitt Volleyball. Hokie, what an atmosphere that was. I know that you're a volleyball fan. That the Pete was rocking last night with 11,000 people. They beat number 3 Penn State. They haven't lost a set yet. They're 21-0 in sets.
I'll tell you what, those Pitt volleyball, women volleyball games are awesome.
They're great.
And they're great. They have great players, and the coach is really good. And he does a really good job of preparing them and putting them in place to play well. And for them to beat Penn State, I mean, Pitt's been at the top for a while. To have Penn State up there now and have that in-state competition,
it's awesome.
I love it.
We'll talk to Olivia at 1 o'clock. So a lot happening on the show moving forward here.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Justin Herbert did not practice with an ankle injury for the Chargers yesterday. Have to monitor whether he might be able to play this Sunday, 1 o'clock, the home opener for the Steelers against the Chargers. Both teams 2-0. Russell Wilson with his calf injury remains limited as the Steelers are once again rallying around Justin Fields to start on Sunday. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Low highs today should hit the low 80s with moderate humidity around. I have noon temperatures in the upper 70s with light winds coming in out of the northeast. While I can't rule out a passing shower today, you're likely going to be completely dry through Saturday. Highs should stay in the 80s through the weekend. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bevington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Welcome to September and welcome to Chevrolet truck season at Sun Chevrolet in McMurray. 2024 Chevy Equinox, up to $1,750 in rebates. 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500. Get 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. The Chevy Blazer EV and Equinox EV offering special leasing programs. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevy has so much more on the lot right now, especially a great selection of 2024 Chevy Trax as well. And remember, Sun Chevy carries all major brands of tires, custom wheel packages, and a full line of GM accessories in their parts department. But the biggest benefit of all, their people. Over 500 years of combined experience serving their customers. They'll keep your GM vehicle looking and running like new. Or shop their online catalog at sunchevy.com. Visit Sun Chevrolet on Route 19 in McMurray, 5 miles south of South Hills Village, and at sunchevy.com to find the truck or car of your dreams. Sun Chevrolet, find new roads. Pennsylvania football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown, and he throws an awesome block so his teammate can score instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. Everyone knows the most exciting part of football is the score. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD scorer wager today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVay. The kids are back in school, football's kicking off, and the temperatures are cooling down. Summer's over, and here comes fall. Is your home ready for the change in season? Now is the time to schedule the fall maintenance for your heating system. The experts at McVay Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling can clean and check your heating system to be sure it's running smoothly and efficiently before the cold weather hits. Stay warm and worry-free this season. And call McVay Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling or visit callmcvay.com.
I'm Tiffany, founder of Harlem Pilates. When I couldn't find Pilates in my neighborhood, I started a studio from my studio apartment. Chase Inc. helped me grow from 1 Pilates studio to 3. Because when you start small, you're going to need some big help.
With the Chase Inc. Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for Business. Make more what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
It takes a lot to prepare for game day as a dedicated fan, and preparing the perfect tailgate meal might be most important of all. That's why Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise is the MVP. Hellmann's Mayonnaise is the secret to bring out the rich and creamy taste to all your game day dishes, from buffalo chicken dip to your favorite sub sandwich and everything in between. So give it a try, and mayo game day be delicious with Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise. Shop at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store, and add some extra deliciousness to your game day dishes this football season.
Who can you trust when choosing the best windows and doors for your home? How about the company with more than 2,500 five-star reviews in Greater Pittsburgh? Renewal by Andersen. Adam Crowley here. They'll design, custom build, and install your windows expertly. When you call Renewal by Andersen, they'll come to your home for a free consultation, often within 48 hours, and give you an exact price quote that's good for 1 year. And Renewal by Andersen has extended their 31-day sales event. Buy one, get one 40% off all windows, patio doors, and entry doors when you buy 4 or more. That's 40% off, plus get an extra $150 off each window and door with no minimum purchase. Special financing is available. Call by September 30th. 412-703-2525. 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. For offer and warranty details, visit renewalbyanderson.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Long live the king. Return to the magic and mystique of the Renaissance. The Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival is back. 6 magical weekends through September 29th.
It's entertainment. It's fantasy.
It's an adventure. To the past.
Filled with royalty, pageantry, jugglers, and musicians. Comedy, games, fine arts, and crafts. Eat, drink, and be merry at the Pittsburgh Renaissance Festival. Discount tickets available at pittsburghrenfest.com.
Hey, let's talk about hair. Whether you're losing it or trying to keep what you have, we all worry about our hair. Now, have you tried curing your hair loss with pills and lotions? Do you worry about how your hair is going to look in the wind and rain? Well, worry no more. Here's Cookie Harris, president of New Image Hair Clinic.
Men and women now have options like the new Hair RX restoration procedure. Hair RX combines the best of human hair duplication and artistry to recreate the hair you once had. Call 1-800-942-8302 or go to newimagehairclinic.com for a free hair and scalp health checkup and get the answers you need about hair loss and thinning hair.
Let's face it, we spend time and money on preserving our teeth, car, and home. Why not our hair? Call 1-800-942-8302. Mention Hair RX to receive $250 off your procedure. That's 1-800-942-8302 or newimagehairclinic.com. Don't waste your time and money. Call New Image first.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Trump and Vance have no clue what keeps parents up at night. I don't want to hear about cat ladies, lies about people eating dogs, or have them tell us that school shootings are a, and I quote, fact of life. Trump and Vance don't get that nothing's more important than the safety of my family and the schooling of my kids. I don't need to hear anymore. I've made my decision for my kids and their future. I'm voting for Kamala Harris and Coach Walz.
Paid for by AFT Solidarity, AFT.org, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. AFT Solidarity is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Football season is here, and Tom Friday's Market has everything you need for your game day fare. Get to Tom Friday's for thick, juicy steaks, hand-cut T-bone, porterhouse, and bone-in ribeye steaks. All certified Angus beef with no steroids, antibiotics, or hormones. And for you tailgaters, their homemade smoked kielbasi, homemade Italian hot or sweet sausage, barrel sauerkraut, and pierogies are second to none. Tom Friday's Market, California Avenue, Brighton Heights, just 1 minute from the McKees Rocks Bridge. Call 412-766-4500.
We're kicking off huge savings at Spitzer Acura. Whether you're looking for a new Integra or RDX, our friendly consultants will help you find your perfect new Acura that fits your needs and budget in a pressure-free environment. And as always, every new Spitzer Acura comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Plus, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle whenever you're in need of service. Don't miss out. Score big on new Acuras at Spitzer Acura.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you. See dealer for details.
Doran Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. I was having a plumbing issue the other day, and I didn't know who to call. I didn't want to call a corporate company where the owner wasn't involved in the business, so I went online, and I found Southside Plumbing and Heating. They've been in business a long time, 3 generations of ownership, competitive pricing, and now the best part, over 400 Google reviews. Give them a call today, 412-431-6200. 7455 or find them online. Southside Plumbing and Heating, your local plumber that cares since 1947.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
You know 84 Lumber for their lumber yards, but did you know they have an in-house kitchen and bath design studio at their Bridgeville and Mars locations? At 84 Lumber's design studio, the goal is to bring your vision to life by crafting a design that integrates your home with your lifestyle. 84 Lumber is passionate about quality materials and outstanding customer service. Whether you're remodeling or starting fresh, trust 84 Lumber for expert guidance every step of the way for your project. Visit the Bridgeville or Mars locations to meet with an expert designer today or visit 84designstudios.com. Visit 84designstudios.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates look to avoid being swept. 7:15 tonight. You can hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan against the Cardinals. Luis Ortiz will start for the Pirates. Buccos 10 games under 500, 71 and 81 on the season. John Parado, Pittsburgh Baseball Now, joins us next. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Now, more Joe. Joe. The Joe Starkey Show is on. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line presented by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And now our next guest, Mr. John Parado, has been covering Pirates baseball from an airplane, apparently, but he's been covering Pirates baseball for a very long time. He's a columnist for Pittsburgh Baseball Now, and he is on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Johnny, are you in a wind tunnel or an airplane right now? What is happening?
Hang on one second. I have to fasten my seatbelt. We're getting ready to take off. No, I'm in my car, actually. I appreciate you being flexible. I have to be somewhere for an interview at 1 o'clock, so...
No problem. We're nothing if not
today.
We're nothing if not flexible around here, city limits and I. Johnny, I wrote this morning that Bob Nutting's greatest shame should be watching the Milwaukee Brewers, who play in a market smaller than Pittsburgh. They spend more, they win way more, and last night each of these teams had a clinching. The Brewers clinched the division for the third time in 4 years and fourth time in 7 years, and the Pirates clinched a non-winning season with their 81st loss, which will soon become a losing season. They're 6th in a row and 21st in 25 since the turn of the millennium. Man, watching those Brewers, if you're a Pirate fan, has to just be infuriating. And if you're Bob Nutting, is he capable of shame? I don't know. If I was watching the Brewers, I would be. How about you?
We'll never know because he never reveals himself publicly what he's thinking, but I would think I would be embarrassed. I mean, you look at Milwaukee, they're a smaller market than Pittsburgh. There's only two smaller markets in the major leagues than Pittsburgh, Cincinnati and Milwaukee. Milwaukee is the smallest. Like you said, their fourth division title in 7 years, and furthermore, the sixth time they'll be going to the postseason in the last 7 years. And the other year they didn't make the postseason, they missed by 1 game. So, I mean, they were 1 win away from going 7 straight years to the postseason. And, you know, if the Brewers can win, and I know that I'm not expecting the Pirates to go to the playoffs 7 years in a row, but certainly you could be good enough to make the playoffs now and again. And it's really disheartening for a Pirates fan, or for certainly to see a team in your own division in a smaller market continue to beat the odds and keep getting back to the postseason year after year after year.
And there's one decision, there's actually a couple, but one really big one that stands out. And that is back in 2019, it was time to choose a GM. And Bob Nutting with a hockey guy who had suddenly come over here. Travis Williams chose Ben Cherington over Matt Arnold, who was the Brewers' assistant GM at the time. And all these years later, Cherington, who inherited a 69-win team, is going to win in the mid-70s again if he's lucky. And Matt Arnold is making a series of really brilliant moves to keep the Brewers winning and winning and winning. I went back and looked at the time. I know Dayon said that the Pirates should choose Matt Arnold. What were you saying at the time, and how bad does that decision look now?
I thought, not to give me a wishy-washy answer here, but I really thought at the time the Pirates would be good going either way. But as it's turned out, I mean, and you look back now, and I probably should have realized this at the time, and I have a mea culpa here and say I didn't. Other than the 2013 World Series championship team, Ben Cherington's teams have never really won. As GM all those years in Boston, and certainly now 5 years in Pittsburgh, they've lost a ton of games. And I mean, in retrospect, Matt Arnold would have been the guy to select. But at the time, I understand where Bob Nutting and Travis Williams probably got a little blinded by the fact here's a guy that put together a World Series winning team. If he, and I think that's probably what swung it in Cherington's favor. And I'll be honest, I'm quite disappointed. I thought that they would be further along back when he took over in November of 2019. Now I realized that he had a big rebuilding project on his hands, but still, 5 years is a long time, and they should be better than what they are.
There was another symbolic move this past offseason. Both clubs needed a first baseman. The Pirates went the cheap route, signing Rowdy Tellez for $3.2 million. Milwaukee, a month later, brought in free agent Rhys Hoskins and signed him to a 2-year, $34 million deal with an opt-out after this season. Tellez has 13 homers. Hoskins has 25. Tellez has 55 RBIs. Hoskins has 74. But what I think is even more significant is Milwaukee was kind of reeling after an offseason of major losses, and Hoskins was red hot out of the gates. By May 11th, he had 9 homers. Rowdy was batting .186 with 1 home run. Sometimes you get what you pay for, Johnny, right?
Yeah, you do get what you pay for, and it's funny to take that one, a little bit deeper, Joe. When the Brewers were in Pittsburgh in April, I believe it was mid to late April. I can't remember exactly when they were there, but I know it was in April. I talked to Pat Murphy, the manager, for some of my national stories I do for other outlets, and I talked to Kristen Yelich, and both said the psychological benefit of the Brewers after trading Corbin Burnes, Craig Counsell walking away as manager, for a guy of that caliber to want to come to Milwaukee and play for the Brewers after they'd had a rough winter was such a psychological boost for that team. Like, hey, we're still seriously trying to win, even though we traded some guys and we lost our manager. And I don't think adding Rowdy Tellez had that same kind of psychological boost to the Pirates. But again, I know Mark Antanasio better, the Brewers owner, than I know Bob Nutting, which is sad to say and tells you how bad Nutting is at relations with the media here in Pittsburgh. Mark Antanasio wants to win. And I mean, he makes it clear, and they do everything they can. And they will spend some money, not to the level of the big market teams, but they will try to win, and winning is important to him, and he admits that winning is important, and he backs it up.
John Pirano on the Sullivan Super Service Fan Hotline. All right, Johnny, where are we going from here? Starting next season, the first thing is Brian Reynolds at first base. Does that make sense to you?
I think it's a definite possibility. I don't think you have a guy taking ground balls every day at first base if you're not thinking of at least moving him there. And and for Shelton to kind of poo-poo it and act like it's no big deal. Well, when your highest paid player is taking, working out a different position, it's a big deal. And I think certainly there's a chance Reynolds could play at first. You know, his defense has slipped, and I know maybe not so much by his advanced metrics, but I do think there are balls that he isn't able to get to any more than he used to be able to. So it makes a lot of sense. They don't have a first baseman even remotely close to the big leagues in their farm system. You know, they've proven time and time again that they can't fill the first base job from outside. They really haven't had a legitimate big league first baseman. I guess you could call Rowdy Tellez that, but to me, he's more of a complimentary player since they traded Josh Bell after the 2020 season. So, yeah, I think if you start to put 2 and 2 together, it's certainly looking like there's at least a possibility that Reynolds will be the first baseman next year.
So I'm going to assume Reynolds at first, Gonzalez at second, Kiner Falefa at short, Key Brian Hayes, who will still be on a back strengthening program at that point, at third, O'Neill Cruz in center. You have like 19 catchers. That'll be interesting. So does one of the catchers move to the outfield? Or how does left and right field play out if we go along with this scenario?
Well, the catcher that is the most athletic and would be the easiest to move to the outfield or first base if indeed Reynolds does stay in the outfield is Endy Rodriguez. But in my estimation, he's your best catcher. You know, they tried Henry Davis in the outfield, and that was an unmitigated disaster last year. You know, Joey Bart doesn't seem athletic enough to me to put him in the outfield unless you tried to maybe put him in right field at PNC Park where you don't have a whole lot of ground to cover. And it's not a knock on Joey Bart because he's been one of the few bright spots this year for the Pirates. But really, Endy Rodriguez, they're kind of in a quandary. They have all these catchers, but the guy they want the most behind the plate is the only one with any flexibility.
Lastly, Johnny, do you think Skeens should win National League Rookie of the Year?
I do, you know, and I've been studying up on that the last few days, and I think you know I know Jackson Merrill was a prohibitive favorite a few weeks ago by the odds makers. That gap's closed, and I just think he's had a phenomenal year. And I know that maybe the last few months or the last month, it's kind of gotten lost because people have gotten used to him and the novelty's worn off. But you look at the season he's had, Joe, and considering he didn't even get called up May 11th. I mean, it's been a terrific season. And if I had an NL Rookie of the Year vote, and I'm not being a homer when I say this, but I do think Paul Skeens deserves that award.
Johnny, you're a wonderful man. Enjoy the rest of your flight.
I will. That'll be up to the pilot, of course, but I'll do my best.
Bye, Johnny.
See you, buddy.
We'll see you guys. Bye-bye.
What was happening there? How does a car? I mean,
hope the bird lands safely for Johnny.
Did he have a window open there in the car?
I guess.
That was incredible.
Maybe he's driving around in a convertible, driving around Beaver Falls.
I'm reluctant to tell you this, but I got an email from a faithful listener.
Well, let's talk about it off the air. This is what I think you're going to say.
Wants to set you up on a blind date. And they love you, Limits. I mean, this is...
I'm glad I have fans, Joe. That's a large part because of you.
You have a big fan. This woman who's trying to set you up says that she feels like she knows you. I listened to your show, she says, and I feel like I know Austin. He is very transparent and wears his heart on his sleeve.
That's very true.
And that's what people love about you. I mean, truly. So perhaps we could look into this together?
I'll consider.
Okay. That sounds good. Coming up next, Chris Hoke passionately defended his take on Broderick Jones when he said after the game the other day that he sensed a player who was uninterested in training camp. He explains what he meant, and he didn't back away from it. You'll hear an impassioned Chris Hoke next. And then at 1 o'clock, we move back to Pitt volleyball. And yes, I'm all over this today after the atmosphere at the Pete last night. City Limits was there watching Pitt absolutely pound Penn State. Number 1 ranked team in the country, Pitt is right now. They're 7-0, and they haven't lost a set. We're going to talk to Olivia Babcock, who Limits feels is the best player in the country right now. That's all ahead on the show.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt football will play Youngstown State, looking to mark the first season ever that Pitt will go undefeated in the conference play. Currently seated at 3-0 overall. Pre-game coverage begins at 12:30. The Bob Pompiani Show beforehand, beginning at 11 o'clock. We'll get you ready for the Panther game against Youngstown State before ACC play begins against North Carolina on the road. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Join us here every Thursday evening from 6 to 7 as we broadcast live from Mineo's Pizza House in Allison Park to bring you the latest on the black and gold with Pittsburgh linebacker Elandon Roberts. Get the latest on our black and gold from a guy who knows. The Elandon Roberts Show is presented by Jim Shorkey Chevrolet in North Hills and brought to you by Julian Gray Associates. The Elandon Roberts Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Bare Naked Ladies in Flight Tour 2024 live Friday, September 27th, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies with special guest Toad the Wet Sprocket. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies in concert.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Rally House, shop every team in town. College and pro, come on, it's time to go.
Get ready for kickoff, Pittsburgh. Rally House has the game day gear you're looking for, including Steelers sideline gear and the latest college style.
Steelers, Penguins, Pittsburgh Panthers, Pirates, Penn State, Nittany Lions. Rally House, it's your city, it's your house, it's a Rally House.
Gear up in-store and online at rallyhouse.com.
When people are fed, futures are nourished. That's why Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank leverages the power of community to achieve lasting solutions to hunger and its root causes. Working with more than 1,000 partners in its 11-county, Three Rivers region, the food bank is here to ensure that everyone in every community has access to the food and resources they need to thrive, including 43 million pounds of food in just the last year. If you're in need of food assistance, would like to volunteer, advocate, or donate, visit pittsburghfoodbank.org. That's pittsburghfoodbank.org.
DQ presents the sound of BOGO-free Blizzard treats in the DQ app. It's the sound of downloading the DQ app, redeeming the sweetest BOGO-free Blizzard deal, telling all your friends, and heading to DQ. For BOGO-free any-size Blizzard treats only in the DQ app for a limited time. Download it today. At participating locations, limitations apply. DQ. Happy tastes good.
Vanguard is 100% client-owned, serving over 50 million investors every day. Whether you're planning for retirement, putting your kids through college, or saving up for your next adventure, Vanguard can help you set personalized investment goals. All investing is subject to risk. Vanguard is owned by its funds, which are owned by Vanguard's fund shareholder clients. Copyright 2024, The Vanguard Group, Inc., all rights reserved, Vanguard Marketing Corporation Distributor.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Galeese Services. Call Galeese.
Call Galeese.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. One of the downsides of having Aaron Rodgers for the Jets is that they get a lot of primetime games. Tonight they'll play their third game in 10 days. Monday night opener, tough game Sunday, and now Thursday night against the Pats. The Patriots are on a short week too, so get ready for some ugly football as both teams try to field a healthy team and steal a W. I'm Andrew Perloff.
DQ presents the sound of BOGO-free Blizzard treats in the DQ app. It's the sound of downloading the DQ app, redeeming the sweetest BOGO-free Blizzard deal, telling all your friends, and heading to DQ. For BOGO-free any-size Blizzard treats only in the DQ app for a limited time. Download it today. At participating locations, limitations apply. DQ. Happy tastes good.
Vanguard is 100% client-owned, serving over 50 million investors every day. Whether you're planning for retirement, putting your kids through college, or saving up for your next adventure, Vanguard can help you set personalized investment goals. All investing is subject to risk. Vanguard is owned by its funds, which are owned by Vanguard's fund shareholder clients. Copyright 2024, The Vanguard Group, Inc., all rights reserved, Vanguard Marketing Corporation Distributor.
Pennsylvania football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown, and he throws an awesome block so his teammate can score instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. Everyone knows the most exciting part of football is the score. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD scorer wager today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Excuse me, waiter. There's a hair in my soup. A long purple hair.
I'm so sorry. I'll get the manager.
I'm the manager. How can I help?
Wait, weren't you the Plum Insurance mascot?
What gave it away? My long purple fur?
Something like that.
What if all insurance companies were like NJM and were known for putting their policyholders first, not gimmicks? Then all those insurance mascots would have to get real jobs.
I'll pass on dessert.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Hey, it's Adrian Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Do you need a new roof? Wouldn't you love to never have to replace it again? That's the benefit of a metal roof from Weather Seal. Call the metal roof experts now at Weather Seal Home Services and get no payments for 24 months and get a free 6-inch gutter upgrade. Weather Seal, a name you know and can trust just like I do. So what are you waiting for? Call 877-351-SEAL. That's 877-351-SEAL or online at weathersealhomeservices.com.
Welcome to September and welcome to Chevrolet truck season at Sun Chevrolet in McMurray. 2024 Chevy Equinox up to $1,750 in rebates. 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500. Get 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. The Chevy Blazer EV and Equinox EV offering special leasing programs. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevy has so much more on the lot right now, especially a great selection of 2024 Chevy Trax as well. And remember, Sun Chevy carries all major brands of tires, custom wheel packages, and a full line of GM accessories in their parts department. But the biggest benefit of all, their people. Over 500 years of combined experience serving their customers. They'll keep your GM vehicle looking and running like new. Or shop their online catalog at sunchevy.com. Visit Sun Chevrolet on Route 19 in McMurray, 5 miles south of South Hills Village, and at sunchevy.com to find the truck or car of your dreams. Sun Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Can you haul away a mattress?
1-800-GOT-JUNK will haul off any size mattress for just $59.
But you need to know, this mattress has defied all my efforts to get it out of the bedroom.
All you have to do is point.
But this mattress has a mind of its own. It's like something out of a Stephen King novel.
Help is on the way.
Well, that's fantastic.
We make junk disappear.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Let's face it. Nowadays, most companies have to rely on dozens of expensive, disconnected platforms to run their business. And even then, things can get a little, well, stressful. But with Odoo's all-in-one management software, packed with a suite of fully integrated business applications, every process is streamlined. Tasks are automated, and success is just a few clicks away. See how Odoo can take your business to the next level at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
It was just a few minutes ago that the one and only Chris Hoke, Dr. Hokenstein, came in here and delivered the goods as he always does, right? He always delivers. And this week I had to ask him because it became a big topic this week, was his comment after the game the other day that back in training camp, Broderick Jones looked uninterested. And this led to an impassioned response from Hokie. And I wanted to play it back for you so you could hear it.
It's interesting. I played this game a long time, Starkey. I played in the NFL for 11 years. You see a lot of guys come and go. You see a lot of guys who are extremely talented, and they come to camp after having a pretty good season the year before, and they think they've arrived, and they think that I'm good, right? And sometimes you get complacent. And let's just take his own words. I'm saying something that is completely in line with his evaluation of his play. After the Bills game, Mike Pizzuto asked him a question in the locker room on the south side like a day or two after the game.
Yeah.
Right? He asked him, is it your elbow? Is your elbow impacting how you play? What did Broderick Jones say? It's not the brace, his elbow brace, right? It's just me being able to lock into football. Hello. What does that mean? I need to be more focused. If you're not focused, you're not interested in what's going on. If you're interested, you're focused. If you're focused, you're locked in. So he said it. He said he's not interested right now. He's got to be better and be locked in. He needs to improve his game and grow. And so the reality is, I'm just saying, and people say, how do you criticize? And I wasn't criticizing. This guy is a super talented player. The Steelers wouldn't have moved up in the draft to pick him if he wasn't talented. He's a young guy that's growing, and he's maturing. Listen, his comments after the game showed a big-time maturity of what happened with the penalties. So I really appreciated that. I thought that was great. But people say, oh, Hokie, how can you criticize him for, say he's interested? You can criticize his play. Come on, guys. I played this game a long time. I've been around a lot of players. And the reality is you could tell a player who's out there just going through the motions, who's out there just kind of just getting through practice and thinking, I've arrived. I've been around a lot of those players, right? So don't try to tell me, how can you? I've been around this game for a long time. I've played 20-plus seasons, 11 in the NFL. So I've seen guys come and go. So that stuff is silly. The reality is, though, is that you have to continue to work on your game. Even Max Starks and Wolf, after the game, they kind of were talking and discussing about he needs to understand, it's not a direct quote, but the message, he needs to understand that he needs to continually be working on his game.
Yeah.
That says game's not where it needs to be. You can't just look and say, I played well last year, and I was the catalyst for this turnaround in my offensive line, and everybody's talking about how great I am. You kind of start licking yourself. That's Coach Tomlin's words, right phrase. You start licking yourself, thinking you're great. And maybe that impacts your preparation, your training in the offseason, and your mentality when you come into training camp, and you're just, hey, I'm good. Every year is a different year. Every year you got to come in with a purpose. Every practice going with purpose. And listen, I've heard it all. I read stuff on Twitter and all that. People say, well, Hokie, how can Hokie criticize him? I saw him working after practice. Come on. You go out there practice. Some guys stand around and drink Gatorade and talk, and they might do a couple sets. Is he doing it with a purpose? Is he focused when his coach is talking to him? Is he listening to his coach? Or is he turning his head and looking at where the butterflies are? Or what a fan talking to him? This is crazy. People to criticize me for making a comment like that. I played this game a long time. How many seasons have those guys played?
Great ending. You edited that perfectly. And here's the thing. When I first texted Hokie about this the other day, saying, man, this is getting a lot of play here. Are you doubling down on it, or what exactly did you intend? What did that quote mean? He simply said, that was my observation. That doesn't mean it's a fact, but it's what I observed. And when somebody's there, when a former player is there observing something, to me at least, I have to respect that. I have to respect it. But even Hokie says, hey, it might not be true. But in his own words, after that preseason game, he said, I have to be more locked in. So maybe it's the word, interested. Look disinterested. All right, would it be better if you sort of euphemistically said he wasn't locked in enough in training camp? Sometimes it's the actual word choice that causes a big reaction among people. But, man, this kind of reminds me of the Kevin Dotson situation here when the Steelers seemed to want it out there that they weren't all that pleased with this guy. Here, it's obvious, right? I mean, they traded up to get him at number 14 last year in the draft, and a season and 2 games later, after playing for a lot of his rookie year, he's the backup swing tackle. And I'm not sure it's all about injury. I mean, if he's injured, he shouldn't be out there, right? If he's literally injured and that is hampering him to the point of ineffectiveness, then Mike Tomlin and Pat Meyer were really derelict of duty, throwing him onto the field in a hostile environment in what we knew was going to be a very low-scoring game with the Steelers stuck on their 1-yard line. I mean, it was a crazy move anyway. If he's too hurt to play, then he shouldn't be dressing on game day. So I'm going to assume that he's good enough to play. And in that case, they're clearly not happy with something. Tomlin praised virtually every one of his young offensive linemen the other day for being locked in early in the season here, except for one guy. So something is clearly amiss. I think a lot of fans always want things to be harmonious and always accuse the media of stirring up the you-know-what. Well, now this is a former player who's now in the media who's simply giving you an educated observation. Combine that with the fact that something clearly they're not totally pleased with Broderick Jones, right? And it seemed to have started not long into camp. I don't think that's a crazy observation. I don't even think it's an opinion. I think it's fact. He's the backup swing tackle. I hear people say the Steelers definitely don't want to have Broderick Jones on the bench. What? Who else? He's on the bench. Who else has him there other than the Steelers? It's exactly where they want him right now. Maybe long term they go and sign Dan Moore. I don't know. This whole Dan Moore thing is getting a little overblown this season as well. He wasn't good last season. He gave up something like 56 pressures. So let's see how this year goes when he's facing, heightened competition in terms of pass rushers and things like that. That may start this weekend. Let's see how Dan Moore gets through this game. I'm very open to Dan Moore, performing well and then saying, hey, now it's tough to make a change. I'm not sure we're there yet. Through 2 games, he's been fine. Everybody but Broderick Jones has been fine on the offensive line. I think some of that has to do with them putting him in a very, very difficult position by toggling him back and forth. They didn't do that to Fatanu. Put him out of position and let him go. I think this idea of, well, Broderick can play both positions. That's really, works to his favor. And that's what he does best and better than anybody. Oh, that's nice. He's the backup swing tackle is what he is. A guy that you drafted up to get at number 14 in the whole draft. And played. And he seemed to play pretty well. A lot of people traced the improvement in the run game last season to inserting Broderick Jones as a starter. What happened? Something. Other than his injury, I think. And so does Chris Hoke. So we'll see how this whole thing plays out. Jones is still very young. He is. But something is amiss here. And we'll see how the whole Dan Moore thing plays out this season. 412-928-9370. But that was great stuff, I thought, by Hokie. He also talked about the Chargers and how they come here with a very, very similar mindset. I like these kinds of games. This is an early 2000s Steelers-Ravens type matchup. It's going to be violent. It's going to be physical. It's going to be which team can exert its will in this game physically. I love that. The Chargers, if Justin Herbert is even relatively healthy, have a pronounced advantage at the most important position, with Easton Stick warming up in the bullpen. I can't say that name enough, Limits. Can you?
No, I like hearing you say the stick figure, Easton Stick.
Yeah. I mean, you can't lose to a stick figure. I think the line would go from 1.5 to about 4, at least. What did you make of Hokie's soliloquy there?
I thought it was blunt. I thought it was pretty honest and just kind of real from what he's seeing. Like, look, Chris has played the defensive line for a long time. Like, he knows what it's like being in the trenches and the emotions that go into that. So, did I think it was kind of bold and brash? Yes, but that's the way Chris is seeing it. And I mean, he played in the NFL for, he said, 11 years. The amount of time, how long he's played football, and ever since he's been out of the game, he's been analyzing the game. I mean, I don't have many reasons to doubt Chris. I really don't have any reasons to doubt Chris and what he sees, especially because a lot of it is firsthand accounts. Now, if he was talking to Broderick Jones, maybe I'd be able to completely pound the table for it. But it's definitely an interesting observation.
I thought it was. And I think it made for some really good radio. He's just really good. But back to the matchup. You're going to see Greg Roman come in here, former Ravens coordinator, with a former Raven at center and former Ravens at running back. J.K. Dobbins, by the way. Let me look at this guy's career numbers. I forgot to look this up, but I was thinking about it when Hokie was talking. It always seemed, even in Baltimore, that he would have a minimal number of carries but break off gigantic runs. I'll be surprised if I don't find here that his yards per carry in his career isn't right around 5. Maybe I'm crazy.
No, he was really good in Baltimore, but he got hurt twice.
6.2?
Yeah. He had 2 season-ending injuries in Baltimore, which is what spurred his career away from there.
Yeah. I mean, his first year in Baltimore, he had only 134 carries, but piled up 805 yards and 9 touchdowns.
Yeah, he was great.
And he's a home run hitter. 72-yard touchdown that year. And now, finally, you're right, 2 season-ending injuries. It looks like he might be back. He's only averaging, Limits, he's averaging 9.9 yards a carry so far this season. 27 carries for 266 yards, 2 touchdowns, and a 61-yarder. So we could be looking at a star here if he can remain healthy. And as I mentioned earlier, it's time for the Steelers to make a stand with their run defense again. It's been too long. As good a defense as they've played a lot in recent years, especially early in seasons, and I get it, TJ Watt's been hurt. They've had last year they were plucking guys, flight instructors off of couches to come here and play inside linebacker by the end of the season. But their run defense simply hasn't been good enough. And that always feels like a barometer for great Steeler defense. Just not good enough. The Patriots walked in here with Bailey Zappi at quarterback and ran at Acrisure Stadium for 150 yards last season. It's unacceptable stuff. And now that they've shored up the inside linebacker position, those guys are healthy. The defense is healthy at the moment. What I want to see more than anything else Sunday is a dominant Steelers run defense, just like the old days. I want to see them beat the hell out of J.K. Dobbins and stifle this Charger rushing attack. I'm not convinced it'll happen, though. I'm not. Are you?
No, I'm not. I still want to see this defensive line that, again, like last year, I think they were better than the year before, but they've still gotten gashed in the run game more so than getting just thrown all over the place. And the secondary's, I think, been the better unit than the defensive line over the last 2 years or so, at least last year.
I'm curious to see Patrick Queen sort of in amongst the trees against a physical run team, how he sorts it out up there and makes plays. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you got to have defensive linemen who keep blockers off of you. I get that. But this is going to be a game where I'm curious to see the Queen impact.
Well,
he's gotten horrible grades so far. I'm not sure that he's played poorly. I'm not. Just because he's not especially noticeable, sometimes that means you're not making big mistakes, too. Now, he was credited, if you want to use that word, with some missed tackles in the opener. But I also think that when you're not noticeable, it could mean that you're playing pretty good positional football and just doing your job. I honestly am not sure after 2 games about Patrick Queen, which it is. There was a great clip, I think, from Alex Kozora of Steelers Depot of Queen covering a wide receiver way down the field. Did you see that clip?
I did not.
And his tweet was something to the effect of how refreshing it is to see a Steeler linebacker like that tracking a receiver, whatever it was, 20, 30, 40 yards down the field.
You're talking near the end zone?
I don't know where it was on the field.
I think I might recall the play now.
The point is, probably none of us noticed it during the game, and he's not going to get I don't know if he'll get a big grade for that from PFF or anything like that, but the point is, he did his job on that play.
Well, and him doing that also helps out the secondary, because let's be real, last year, Patrick Peterson and Levi Wallace were not good.
No, and this particular matchup against this team, the Steelers' inability from the linebacker position to cover receivers was underscored a few years back when Keenan Allen had 800 catches in a game, and you had people like Bob Spillane split out trying to cover him. Just horrible coaching, number one, but horrible matchups, horrible coverage. And now maybe, you don't want to see that often, but a guy like Patrick Queen can track a receiver.
Yeah, remember when Mark Barron was trying to do that? And Joe Schobert and John Bostic?
So,
how well that went?
Oh. Mark Barron, I forgot about him.
Yeah, old Alabama legend. He was supposed to be a safety, then he was a linebacker and move him around a little bit, play in the box.
Barron, Von Trapp, and then the great Joe Schobert. This has been a position they've been chasing, and I think this is the week that if you don't notice Patrick Queen, I think there will be a problem. Because I think they're going to line up and try to run right at him and right at them. And you'll see plenty of Elandon Roberts, the tooth chipper. He's going to be chipper for this game, I would imagine. You agree?
Yeah, they're going to run right past Joe Alt, their star tackle that they just drafted. He's really good.
What do you think of the first 2 versions of the Elandon Roberts show? I've enjoyed it thoroughly.
I have as well. Jeff did a really good job, and I thought Donnie did a good job for the first Elandon Roberts show.
Why don't we get good clips from the Elandon Roberts show and play them? I just thought of that. We can do that next week.
That's a good idea.
I'm not blaming you for anything. The idea just struck me. And now he's gone silent.
Well, I'm going to see if there actually is any in here right now. Easy for me to say.
Well, maybe there
from
will
the
be.
Show.
The 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge. Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. The James Conner Show. Do you remember that thing?
Oh, yeah.
The
Ben Roethlisberger one is really the one that lit the world on fire with Ron and Pony.
The Ben Roethlisberger Show might have been the greatest athlete radio show in sports history, and the James Conner Show might have been the worst. You remember that thing?
It's kind of why I don't remember it as fondly as the Ben Roethlisberger Show.
It was crazy. I love James Conner, mind you, but I just don't think he wanted to do a radio show, yet there he was doing a radio show. It was unbelievable. It was like Belichick at a news conference doing a radio show. But the Elandon Roberts show was wonderful. Ryan Clark did one with Pony way back when. You remember that? That also was one of the great athlete shows ever. And
sorry if you're offended by that.
I think a lot of people had Ryan Clark pegged for big things in the media, and he's more than delivered on that, hasn't he? Do you like him?
I do. I like him a lot. My friends actually grew up playing football with his son, Jordan, in youth football. And they said that he's always been gracious with time whenever they were around Ryan Clark when he was still playing for the Steelers. So I haven't really heard anything bad about him, and his analysis is really good.
It really is.
I like his podcast
Sometimes
a lot.
I don't agree with him, but who cares?
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously not going to agree with everybody on everything, but his podcast, The Pivot's really good. Their interview with AB, fantastic. Just authentic and real.
Coming up next, and this has been a great run for Pitt volleyball, and this is becoming an event in this town. I mentioned off the top of the show that it's reminding me a little bit of Pitt basketball from the early 2000s when suddenly, from out of nowhere, you had the Peterson Event Center absolutely rocking and people into it. This is an event town. We love winners. We notice when people are suddenly flocking to something, we want to do the same. We want to get in on it. And it's happening with Pitt women's volleyball. They've been to a bunch of Final Fours. Now they're number 1 in the country. I think this is probably their best team. They're 7-0. Women's volleyball is becoming a high-profile sport. People watch it. People enjoy it. You were at the Pete last night. How would you describe the atmosphere? 11,600, a volleyball record?
11,800.
And what was the atmosphere like?
It was a friendly atmosphere, but it was definitely one that was engaged. That's probably what I took the most from it. Like there was nobody on their phone, nobody doing other stuff. Everybody was really engaged in the action. And, I mean, the Pitt fans have definitely bought in on volleyball in the city.
I just couldn't help but think of Ben Howland and the Pitt basketball team.
It's one of the most rapidly growing sports, I mean, in America, and clearly the city is embracing it.
Yeah, I think it's so cool. They're number 1 in the country, as I mentioned, 7-0 and haven't lost a set. 21-0. And one of their stars, Olivia Babcock, she was the freshman of the year last year in the country, according to the American Volleyball Coaches Association. She's really fun to watch. She's a great player. I've got a bunch of questions for her, too. She came all the way here from L.A. She was the only freshman on the USA women's volleyball team at the Pan American Cup. She might be an Olympian before long. This is going to be great. We're going to talk to Olivia next on the show. Fan weather brought to you, but did I just do this 2 seconds ago?
No, not in the 15-minute.
I'm sorry. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500, 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms at sunchevy.com. High of 81 today with cloudy skies.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, we'll see what happens with the Steelers practice report in just a couple of hours, as yesterday Russell Wilson was limited with a calf injury. Roman Wilson could potentially play this week. His ankle injury, though, was still limited in practice. Najee Harris, T.J. Watt, Larry Ogunjobi either did not practice or were limited just because of rest and precaution. Michael Pruitt, though, did not practice with a knee injury. Joey Bosa limited with a hip injury for the Chargers. Bud Dupree also did not practice for L.A. with an illness. More 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number 1 Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Young America, Kamala Harris thinks she knows all about you.
What else do we know about this population? They are stupid.
Kamala thinks you're too stupid to realize she's to blame for overspending and record inflation.
They are stupid.
She thinks you're too stupid to realize groceries now cost 26% more.
They are stupid.
Too stupid to see how she tripled the price of gas.
Stupid.
Kamala Harris thinks you're too stupid to notice home costs have skyrocketed, now 46% higher. Electricity is costing you 25% more. Healthcare has risen 18%, and cars are up a jaw-dropping 33%.
Bidenomics is working.
With all due respect, Madam VP, we're not that stupid. Young America, we can't afford 4 more years of Kamala Harris. To learn more, go to learnaboutkamala.com. Right for America, paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. www.rightforamericapac.com.
My 75-year-old Cape Cod-style all-brick home was in a serious need of a facelift. Loose and worn mortar joints. Old brick, cracked and worn and crooked. It wasn't good. After hearing ads right here on The Fan, I gave Precision Pointing a call. Completely blown away by their professionalism, communication, plan, and action, I could not be more satisfied with the expert craftsmanship I watched unfold as my home was transformed. Plus, no down payment was required. So thanks to Precision Pointing. Visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When I set out to build our firm, it was built for greatness. It was built for you. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Today, Morgan & Morgan has more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. If you or anyone in your family has been injured, call America's largest injury law firm. Call Morgan & Morgan. ForThePeople.com.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Got a pesky drain? Galease Services' $93 clog crusher will clear your main drain, or it's free. If Galease can't clear your clog drain, it's free. Call 412-831-6199. 5-year warranty. Return visit included. PA 10887.
Call Galease. Mostly sunny this afternoon. The high 82.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real-person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I don't feel so good.
You do feel hot. Dayquil Kids will take care of that fever.
What about my cough?
Dayquil Kids has that covered.
Will it make my throat feel better?
Yes, that too.
But will it taste good?
Yep, Dayquil Kids comes in your favorite flavor.
Purple?
Well, yes, it's great.
Try new Dayquil Kids Plus Fever, the daytime coughing, aching, sore throat fever just for kids medicine. Safe for kids 6+. Use as directed.
Hey, let's talk about hair. Whether you're losing it or trying to keep what you have, we all worry about our hair. Now, have you tried curing your hair loss with pills and lotions? Do you worry about how your hair is going to look in the wind and rain? Well, worry no more. Here's Cookie Harris, president of New Image Hair Clinic.
Men and women now have options like the new Hair RX restoration procedure. Hair RX combines the best of human hair duplication and artistry to recreate the hair you once had. Call 1-800-942-8302 or go to newimagehairclinic.com for a free hair and scalp health checkup and get the answers you need about hair loss and thinning hair.
Let's face it, we spend time and money on preserving our teeth, car, and home. Why not our hair? Call 1-800-942-8302. Mention Hair RX to receive $250 off your procedure. That's 1-800-942-8302 or newimagehairclinic.com. Don't waste your time and money. Call New Image first.
One person dies from heart disease every 33 seconds. Do everything you can not to be the one. Understanding your risk factors, like your cholesterol, blood pressure, and BMI, could save your life. Our experts at the nationally recognized UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute are here to help you get your heart health on track. Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to schedule an appointment. High five! Up top! Heck yeah!
Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah, 5 years!
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
High five for gig speed.
5 years of advanced security.
Security win.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Our rate ain't changing.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
There it is.
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Woohoo!
Now he's got savings.
I'm so excited.
Yep, Dave's feeling it. But it's only for a limited time, so don't wait. Switch today and ask how to get the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Powering 5 years of savings. Powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
ends 9/22/24. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2024 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $299 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2024 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $161 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers excludes taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires September 30th, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the land.
Hey guys, it's Donnie Football. People ask all the time, what did my program look like when I was on Awaken 180? I tell them I would wake up, have breakfast, a mid-morning snack, lunch, afternoon snack, then dinner. I was in the middle of a wing promotion at the same time. What other types of foods? Chili, steak, foods we all love. It was all laid out for me. I'd meet with my Awaken 180 coach once a week, review my numbers, make adjustments if I was losing less than 4 to 5 pounds a week. That was the program. Eating, coaching, and a formula customized to me. It's been 10 years now with over 23,000 satisfied clients. To prove that I'm not the only one that thought it was easy, Awaken 180 holds a 98% customer satisfaction rating. To compare, most companies aim for about 75%. If you have weight to lose, do what we all did and make that call to Awaken 180. 844-346-1800 or online at awaken180weightloss.com.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable. And one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
It was a dominating performance by Pitt volleyball last night against Penn State. Penn State, the number 3 team in the country. Pitt just crushing at the Peterson Event Center in front of 11,800 fans. 3-0 sweep of the Nittany Lions, and Penn State, Pitt this season has not dropped one set as the number 1 team in the country. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Panthers right side hitter Olivia Babcock joins us next.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Hey, yo, what's up, y'all? I'm your host,
Joe. Back to more of the Joe Starkey Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, Pitt volleyball. A gigantic story again this year. Maybe their best team, ranked number 1 in the country. I've compared it to the rise of Pitt basketball in the early 2000s in the sense that it's starting to become an event in town. And if you don't believe that, go see some highlights from last night with nearly 12,000 packed into that place. Austin, my friend here to the left, was there and talked about just a raucous atmosphere. And one of the stars for Pitt volleyball is on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline, and that is sophomore hitter Olivia Babcock, freshly named the ACC Offensive Player of the Week. Olivia, thanks for joining us. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for having me. How are you?
I'm doing great, and I really enjoyed watching that last night. What was the atmosphere like? Like when did you guys sense that it was going to be that kind of just jubilant crowd? Do you sense that in the pregame?
I mean, it was so unexpected. It was insane. Like, everyone was talking about it leading up to it. We were like, oh my God, we sold this many tickets. And then the next hour, honestly, it would be like, oh my God, we sold more. And then the day of, a few people were like coming up to the team. We're like, oh my God, so many people are coming. Like, this might be a record. And a lot of people started showing up before the game even started, like 2 hours before people were taking seats. So that's when I kind of knew. I was like, oh, wow, this is definitely going to be a crazier atmosphere than normal. And even when we were in warm-up, there was probably a record amount of people there. So it was just right from the start. The second we stepped onto the court, it was very clear that the atmosphere was going to be a lot crazier than we're used to. But it was amazing.
What does that do to your adrenaline levels, your nerves, your excitement level? Like, how is it different from a normal game? I'm sure you're up and intense for every game, but that's got to heighten it.
No, it definitely does, because even the amount of students we had there at the game last night was more people than can even fit in our Fitzgerald Fieldhouse. So that already, like, just knowing that fact, our adrenaline was definitely up, because this amount of support from the student body is just so amazing to us. Our excitement levels, our adrenaline, everything was so high. And I think nerves were high too, but after the first few points, everyone was like, you know what, we got this. And the crowd was definitely supporting us no matter what happened in the play. So it was just nice having that support group. And it was, very clear that they were there for us start to finish. So it definitely helped.
How aware are you, Olivia, and your teammates of sort of something special happening in this town? I was friends with a Pitt volleyball player in our family a while ago, and this was the 90s, and nobody went to the games. I'll just say it flat like that. Very few people at the games. This is now becoming an event in this town. This is a big deal. Do you guys have a sense of that?
I think there's a lot of talk about it. I mean, we've just realized that by us playing our game and doing our thing, it's been working out, and it's getting a lot of the people in Pitt involved. So we're continuing to obviously play our game when we're on the court, but when we're off the court, trying to pull more fans in and just like really show people what Pitt volleyball is about. So I think it's very clear that we're making history here, and it's just crazy because I've only been here 1 year, and it's grown so much from last year. So I can't even imagine what it's going to be like in like the next 5-6 years. So.
How are you guys going to react if you ever lose a set? Is that going to be some sort of crushing blow? You're 21-0 in sets. It's ridiculous.
It's kind of one of those things that we don't really think about until the game's over. So obviously losing a set would be really unfortunate, but I think if it were to happen, knock on wood that it doesn't, but if it were to happen, it would kind of be one of those things that we're not thinking about in the moment, because then it's just like next set, get our stuff together, and pull out with a win here. So I don't know how we'd react, but I hope to not find out.
Yeah, well, I was obviously half joking there. You're bound to lose one sooner or later, but then again, you never know. Austin?
Olivia, you're from L.A. First and foremost, what brought you to Pitt and wanted to be a part of this special group?
Well, when I was on my visit here, I already felt like I was a part of the team. Like, no introduction needed. Like, just the second I stepped on the court, everyone welcomed me with such open arms. And then I went to dinner at Fish's house, and it was so clear that everyone was just so welcoming, and it didn't feel like they were forcing a personality. It just felt like that was who they really were. And it just felt like a family, and I was immediately a part of it. So I committed the second day of my visit. This is just a great environment. And the people, not only on the team, but everyone in Pittsburgh's great. Like, just the regular people, the people who work at Pitt. Like, this is just such a good environment, and I think this is definitely the best choice I could have made.
And you went to Sierra Canyon with a couple star athletes, Bronny James, Juju Watkins. What's your relationship like with them? Have you had some interactions with LeBron?
I wasn't really close friends with Bronny, I wouldn't say. He was closer with my friends. But, I mean, I've never had a one-on-one in-person reaction with LeBron, but I've definitely seen him around if I was at a basketball game, which is pretty cool, I'd say.
We're talking to Pitt sophomore hitter Olivia Babcock. The Panthers now 7-0. Haven't lost a set yet. And it's not like they're playing easy teams. They just played the third-ranked team in the country. Becoming an event in this town. I wanted to ask you about your teammates. Some quick questions about your teammates. Are you ready for that, Olivia?
Yeah, of course.
Who's most likely to yell at you guys if you need to be yelled at?
Rachel.
Who is most like a mom on your team, taking care of all the teammates?
That's a hard one, but I'm gonna have to go with Bree.
Yeah. If someone's having
probably Bree.
If someone's having a problem, she's the most likely one to tend to that person.
Or Valeria. Bree and Valeria. Both of them are very mother-like.
Who's the funniest one? Most likely to make a joke?
Ooh, I think High Tea.
How about the most intense in the weight room?
Ooh, Bianca. She is so strong. It is not even normal.
I wanted to ask you about this too. I have a daughter who plays volleyball, and I had your coach on maybe a week going into the USC game. And we talked about the phenomenon of more and more girls playing volleyball and how they're choosing it over other sports. And my daughter's the same way. Played softball, played basketball, fell in love with volleyball. So I'm wondering, did you play other sports in high school? And what made you fall in love with volleyball? And why do you think so many girls are doing the same?
Okay, let me start with the first question. I did play a lot of sports. My dad had me and my sister always playing sports growing up. So I was like water polo, basketball, swim, track, just the basic ones, soccer. But I don't know. I started volleyball during COVID. And like once I was really locked in, like I did my first year of club, and it was so clear that this environment was such a good environment because everyone has the same goal. Everyone is just so motivated. And I don't know, I just really like being around that many motivated people. And I'm not saying that people in other sports aren't. Obviously they are because many other sports succeed. But something about the volleyball environment, like it just feels so comfortable. And it just, personally, I think it pushed me to be the best version of myself on and off the court. And the connections I've made through the sport are connections I haven't made through any other sport like it. So I just think the environment's so good. And I think a lot of girls growing up want to play the sport because, one, it's just a growing sport and it's just fun to play. Like, I just think it's the most fun sport to play, one. But also, again, like I just said, the environment is so supportive and it's just so motivational. And the connections you make through this sport are so special and so unique that I just don't think there's anything like it.
Yeah, I think you hit on the same thing I hear from my daughter and her friends. Like, number one, it's just fun. For some reason, they have more fun playing this. Like, it's the simplest thing we learn when we're like 3 years old is, oh, there's a ball, let's hit, or a balloon, let's hit it up in the air, that type of thing. Plus, in other sports, I think, like softball, I think you're really on the spot where if you screw up, there's like a spotlight shining on you. In volleyball, Olivia, you make a mistake and everybody hugs you.
Back. That is a good observation.
Did you play? You said you played basketball?
Yeah, I did. That was not my favorite sport, I'd say, but I did indeed play it.
She would be an unbelievable basketball player, Austin. Do you agree with that?
I would say so, especially with your height. So Dan was asked yesterday in the postgame the difference between this year's team and last year's team, trying to compare the two. And he said, we're better. How do you see this year's team better than last year's team and being able to get over the top?
Yeah, I think last year's team, we were very young, I'd say. Not very young, but I feel like a lot of the players, like, this was new for them. We had a lot of transfers, We had a few transfers, and then freshmen who ended up playing a bigger role than we thought we would. And then obviously the transfers who haven't even been to the tournament and played a huge role. So it's kind of just like experience that we got last year. So this year it's like we're no longer new to this. Like playing in the Pete was a big environment. Last year that was so crazy. Lost our minds, wouldn't know how to act. But this year we're more mature and we're like, you know what? We know how to work in this environment. We've done this before and we're used to this. And I feel like that just goes for every situation. It's just experience. And the more experience you get, the more comfortable you get. And the more comfortable, the more easier it is to play your game. And I think that's what we're doing this year. It's a lot easier to just play our game.
Olivia Babcock, Pitt sophomore hitter, is on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline. Couple more questions for her. One is, I saw a video, Olivia, of your serve routine. It's quite extravagant, and then you just absolutely crush the ball. Can you explain to people how you develop this routine and what it is?
Yeah, I think the main part of my routine is when I close my eyes and take a deep breath. I think that's the most important part, disregarding the rest of the routine. It's just a mental reset, because no matter what the play before is, I just need to focus on going back there, taking my time, and my goal is to just hit the ball as hard as I can. And if it goes in, great. I know it's a high risk, high reward, but that is a lot of the time my goal. So yeah, the deep breaths, just mentally resetting back there, channeling into myself and ignoring all the outside noise, and then just going for it.
Have you ever had your serve timed? I suggested the other day, my partner here, Austin, who played high school volleyball, that if he ever tried to get in a game with you guys, he might have to be airlifted out of the game after you served to him. Have you ever gotten it timed?
No, I have not.
Would you be willing to have Austin come over and try to return one of your serves, myself and Austin, and we could put it on video? We think that might be fun. Would you be willing to do that?
I'd love to do that. I'd probably have to talk to my coach first, but that sounds so fun.
Could you return it, Austin? Do you think you could return Olivia Babcock's serve? You've seen it live.
I have. I think it would be very difficult to do.
Me too. I also see, Olivia, where you have an academic honors from last year, and you're majoring, I believe it says here, in criminal justice and psychology. To what end there? What do you want to be? If I guess professional volleyball, but in addition to that, where are you heading with those dual studies?
I'm going to be completely honest. Volleyball is pretty much my one and only plan right now. I'm kind of just getting by with those studies, so I'll see what career paths there are. But my goal is to be a professional volleyball player for as long as I can be. Haven't really thought about the other options.
I don't blame you. I didn't have a full-time job till I was 29. You were also the only freshman on the USA women's volleyball team at the Pan American Cup. What was that experience like, being the only freshman, and do you have Olympic dreams?
I definitely do have Olympic dreams. I can say that first and foremost. A really big goal of mine would be to hopefully be in the 2028 Olympic, because it is in my hometown, and that would be such a dream if I could represent my country in the place I love most for my first time. So I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that happens. And I think the experience was definitely a bit nerve-wracking at first, but prior in the year we had a spring training session, which took place in spring break. So it was just a week-long session of basically the same people who were on the team in the summer, and in which we just trained for a week with each other. So I was kind of more comfortable with the girls when going into summer. And I kind of developed the mindset of yeah, I'm a freshman, but I'm here for a reason, just like everyone else here. And our age doesn't matter. We're all just volleyball players, and we're here to play for each other and compete. So I think that mindset is what really got me through and got me past the nerves of just being a freshman while I was there.
In regard to the rest of this season, you guys have been so close. You've been there for one of these Final Fours. Is there a determination within that room that this is the year that you're gonna get where you want to go?
I think it is. I mean, I don't want to jinx anything, so I'm not going to say too much. But I know for a fact that we have the talent for it, and I know that we have the want. So I think if we just keep doing what we're doing, we're streaking good, we're working hard, and just getting better every single practice. I think if we continue in the route that we're on right now, it's looking pretty good for the end of the year.
Olivia, one thing I really noticed in last night's match, especially compared to Penn State, was the ability to read the block and position the ball, whether it be cross court, down the line, whatever. What goes into the process of determining where you want to hit the ball, reading the block, and taking your approach?
Well, first I have to make sure I see the set. In the first few games, I was definitely struggling with that. I was making a little too many errors just because I wasn't really seeing the set and I wasn't seeing the block very well. So last night I was just really trying to time it to where I was waiting, and once I knew where the set was going, then I'd start my approach. And first goal is to keep your eye on the ball, and then if you see let me rephrase that. Yeah, first goal is to just hit the ball high and hard and in, And if you end up seeing a hole in the block or see somewhere you can go, then I try and hit that. But my main goal was to just go high hands or deep corners because those are just the easiest spots to hit, I'd have to say. But, yeah, I just saw a few holes in the block, and then I kind of just took advantage of that when I had the space.
Well, Olivia, you're a lot of fun to watch, and your team is a lot of fun to watch, and more people are catching on to that fact. So good luck the rest of the year. Myself and Austin are going to try to come to a practice, and we're both going to try and return your serve. So hopefully we'll see you soon. And this was great. It was a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you so much for having me, and I hope to see you guys soon in the practice gym.
All right. Take care, Olivia.
All right. Bye.
Bye. That was fantastic. That was a very inside volleyball question you had, that last question.
Yeah, I wanted to try to get that in
there. That was a lot.
I know. That's why I tried to simplify it as much as I could. Because I always wondered that as a hitter. Like, how do you read the block and make sure that you can adjust to it? Especially because when you're playing high-level D1, that was the most considerable thing that I took away from the match. Penn State's inability to block and Pitt's ability to read it and get around the block. Pitt was to every ball. They played a flawless match. They looked like the number one team in the country. And a team that, I don't know if I should say it, Joe, but I will. I think Pitt is going to win the national championship this year.
Well, you're hardly going out on a limb. They're the number one team in the country, and they've been to like 8 Final Fours.
Everybody trashes Pony for giving a prediction that high. I think they're going to win the national championship this year. I think they get over the top.
The bigger question is, are you and I getting out to a practice? Do you know who to contact for this? Let's do it while it's fresh. She agreed that she would do it if her coaches say yes. So before the end
we'll get Ben Tenuta to come out and video it?
Yes. It won't be any there's no risk of her or anybody on the team getting injured. I just want her to give her hardest serves, and it's me versus you, to see who can make the best returns. Okay?
Have you ever played volleyball before, Joe?
Not really,
Are you physically fit to play volleyball right now?
Yes, I'm better than you.
I deny that. I do not agree with that.
Well, we're going to see when Olivia Babcock drills serves at us, aren't we?
And you've never played the sport before?
No.
So there's no way that you would do better than me. I played for 8 years, and I continue to play occasionally.
You want to put some money on it?
You know what? Yeah, I would.
Okay, then let's put money on it. You make the text right now, and we'll try to set this up for even next week, okay?
Okay.
We'll do. Obviously, we can do it any time,
right?
Yeah,
we'll find some time.
We could go over at 2:30. We could go over at 8:30 in the morning. We're very flexible. That's one of our strengths. Man, I'm excited about that. I truly am. Some NFL stories are brewing out there that don't necessarily involve the Steelers, and one of them was the benching of Bryce Young, which was a huge story out in Carolina. What did you make of that one?
I thought it was, I don't know if this is the right word, but a juvenile move from the Panthers. Like, you're benching your number one overall pick from a year ago when you're on an awful team where it didn't seem like he got any heads up, and that Bryce Young took it pretty bad to the point of a fan was asking him to sign something at practice, and Bryce Young went over and was talking to him, and he was like, keep your head up. It seems like that's the best encouragement that Bryce Young has been given by a fan.
I mean,
for
I
the
saw
Red
that.
Rifle, who's like, what, 39 now?
I saw that, but he's been horrible. Yes, they've done him a disservice. I mean, it's such stupidity, and it starts with David Tepper. Is you bring in Frank Reich as a quarterback whisperer, and you fire him after 11 games, and now you've got a kid quarterback who you probably played too soon. Now he's got to learn a whole new system. What are you doing? What are you doing other than ruining him? And he might not have been good anyway. And then we had C.J. Stroud and Caleb Williams. Did you see that from after the game the other day where C.J. Stroud congratulated Williams, good game, that type of thing, and then said, hey, man, you don't take all those hits. Don't take all those hits. And Caleb seemed to want no part of it at first. And the term that was being used was that C.J. Stroud tried to little bro Caleb Williams, and he wanted no part of that.
I think that was just good advice.
So Stroud yesterday, and I really like him. He's really thoughtful, well-spoken, smart kid. Got up there and said, that is not what I was trying to do. I like this guy. I want him to be successful in the league. I wasn't trying to little bro him. However, when I look back, did you see the video of the handshake, post-game handshake?
No, I did not. But I mean, look,
I don't know if I'm the guy that just got the crap beaten out of me by your team. If I need you to say, "Hey, don't take all those hits. Stay away from those hits."
I think it's just quarterback to quarterback, just trying to give some advice.
Don't you want your team to crush me? That's A. B, I'm pissed off right now. C, do you think I wanted to take them? I'm trying to win the game. I don't know. I don't know if I want that much advice beyond good game when I'm in that mode after a
Here's
game.
how I see it. You know how Deion's team for Colorado and Shedeur Sanders, he was John at the Colorado State quarterback. Did you see that?
Yeah.
And he was Colorado State's quarterback. I think was going to go shake hands, and Shedeur was getting all mad at him because he talked all kind of, you know what?
Right.
The NFL, I feel like there's a quarterback fraternity that they kind of look out for each other.
Sure.
And partly because, one quarterback sets the market, the next good quarterback will set it even higher, and they all benefit that way. And I feel like a lot of the quarterbacks, there's not the old school QB rivalry that like Peyton and Tom Brady was. But come to think of it, they were good friends off the field. Like, it seems like Mahomes and Josh Allen, kind of close, kind of friends. It seems like that's the case. I mean, they seem cordial with each other.
Well, that's different than close.
Yeah, close is probably the not. Who was it that played in the match and then that golf outing over the summer? Maybe it was last summer. Was it Mahomes and Allen?
Were they? I don't know. I don't know the nature of their
I can't remember. But the point of what I'm trying to say is that I think especially some of these young quarterbacks in the NFL, they're trying to help each other and take care of each other.
All right.
And Caleb Williams was getting destroyed. And his offensive line was not helping.
Even if it's the other quarterback, I don't necessarily want sympathy after the game. Or hey, you got to avoid those hits. Yeah, I know. I do. I just got the hell beaten out of me. Thank you. I don't know. I have mixed feelings about that. Dan Campbell and his family moved to a new house because of harassment at his home after losing the 49 to San Fran in the NFC Championship game. It's just sickening, the stuff that happens in sports and all the strange people out there. Just strange, harassing, violent, stupid people. You go to a guy's house? What are you doing? Campbell tells one publication, the home is beautiful. It's just that people figured out where we lived when we lost. It's also frightening. Well, what are we doing here? And of all people, I mean, he's done a phenomenal job there. What are we doing? Right? So he moved out of his house.
Yeah, that's just ridiculous, people. Come on. Like, you're threatening the coach. Really? The guy who has gotten you to win 2 playoff games for the first time since like 1958, you're threatening that guy.
The only reason anyone should get near his house is to deliver the statue of him. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Jeff Hathorn coming up next on All Things Steelers. Who's in, who's out, what's happening over there? We'll talk to Jeff next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Justin Herbert is at practice for the Chargers today, so we'll determine if he's listed as just limited or what it might be for Herbert's availability, but he did not take any reps during the period open to the media. He was seen walking around practice, though, and we'll see what his status is listed as in about an hour or so from Chargers practice. More 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
93.7 The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Here's a text, Doran. It ain't the same when one is not on the air. You guys are so good together. Thanks. We do have that chemistry, baby. Mm-hmm. And we are in mid-season form.
Like Russ and George.
Who's who?
You're George.
I got strong hands.
Get upset when everything's don't go your way.
Maybe you're exactly right. I'm deleting you off of my social media.
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Something magical happens every day at your neighborhood library. Kids can connect to their wildest imaginations while teens can meet, greet, and retreat. Libraries are also work hubs, community centers, meeting places, skill builders, entertainers, and world expanders. Love your library. Make a donation today.
Football season, cooler weather, and the falling leaves are here. Get your gutters ready. Call Gutter Helmet this month to save 50% off installation and get a free gutter cleaning and tune-up with purchase. Protect your home year-round. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com.
Planning a memorable event? Shooters Golf is your ultimate venue. Our cozy fireplace rooms, heated bays, and versatile indoor-outdoor spaces are perfect for birthdays, corporate parties, showers, holiday gatherings, and more. Whether you're hosting an intimate celebration or a large party with 12 to 200 guests, Shooters has the perfect backdrop for any occasion. Enjoy the outdoor patio deck, fire pit tables, heated cabana huts. Book your event at Shooters Golf today and experience exceptional service and unforgettable memories.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It takes a lot to prepare for game day as a dedicated fan, and preparing the perfect tailgate meal might be most important of all. That's why Hellman's Real Mayonnaise is the MVP. Hellman's Mayonnaise is the secret to bring out the rich and creamy taste to all your game day dishes, from buffalo chicken dip to your favorite sub sandwich and everything in between. So give it a try, and mayo game day be delicious with Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Shop at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store, and add some extra deliciousness to your game day dishes this football season.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy two. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
And welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Is your vehicle stopping like it should? Does it squeal or grind when you brake? Don't miss out on summer brake deals at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey Steelers fans, Paramount Plus is your home to stream the NFL on CBS every Sunday. Catch Russell Wilson and the boys in action. And stream your live local NFL on CBS game all the way through the AFC Championship. Sign up and sign in to Paramount Plus today.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Protect your home now and avoid costly damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Angie. Angie makes it easier than ever to get your home projects done well. Get started at Angie.com. Eli Manning leads a list of players in their first year of eligibility for the Hall of Fame. The former Giants QB is an unusual case. He was good in the regular season. He was all-time in 2 amazing Super Bowl runs. Break down the numbers all you want. Eli beat Brady twice. He'll be wearing a gold jacket soon enough. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Is your vehicle stopping like it should? Does it squeal or grind when you brake? Don't miss out on summer brake deals at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Hey, Steelers fans, Paramount Plus is your home to stream the NFL on CBS every Sunday. Catch Russell Wilson and the boys in action. And stream your live local NFL on CBS game all the way through the AFC Championship. Sign up and sign in to Paramount Plus today.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through October 10th, upgrade and switch to 300 megabit Xfinity Internet with unlimited data and one line of unlimited mobile for just $35 a month for 1 year. Plus, get an eligible free 5G phone with trade-in. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless bill and an auto-pay stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed.
As a contractor, you need a brand you trust to bring homeowners the quality they deserve when building or remodeling. 84 Lumber carries hardy exterior products that are built to last in the Pittsburgh climate. They can withstand harsh weather conditions and resist damage from moisture, fire, pests, and more. James Hardy and 84 Lumber also offer support and education for pros, providing you with a service like no other. Hardy products are available at your local 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest location and learn how it's possible to build your business with James Hardy.
I'm Kamala Harris. Here's a few things I believe. Middle-class families, like the one I grew up in, they want common sense solutions. You want lower prices and lower taxes. I believe you want to just not get by, but you want to get ahead. We must create an opportunity economy where everyone has a chance to get a car loan, buy a home, start a business. And I believe we can make that happen.
Kamala Harris's plan? Bring down costs by cracking down on corporate price gougers. Make homeownership more affordable for families. A middle-class tax cut for 100 million Americans. And make sure billionaires and big corporations pay their fair share so you can keep more of the money you've earned.
Instead of being focused on the politics of the past, we need to be thinking about the future and how we make it better for families like yours. I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Harris for President.
It's your anniversary, and she's been with you a lot of years. It's time for her to upgrade. No, not you. Upgrade her diamond ring. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. Stop in today and let our jewelry design experts guide you through the upgrade process. Whether it's a larger diamond or resetting her diamond into a sparkling new setting, we will help make this anniversary a lasting memory at a price you can afford. And now, during our anniversary sale, save up to 40%. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Castee Village, and Peters Township.
Cedarbrook Golf Course is the area's finest and affordable public facility. Conveniently located at the intersection of I-70 and State Route 51 in Ross Draver, this season, Cedarbrook has heavily invested in new course equipment and continues on-course construction improvements. Book your tee time today at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com or call 724-929-8300. Cedarbrook is the leader in affordable quality golf.
What's better than one win? 3 wins. With Straight Savings, you keep your own phone, get one line for only $25 a month with real unlimited data, and get rewarded with a $200 phone credit after 12 months. It's a win-win-win. Head to Walmart or visit straighttalk.com today. Switch to Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Straight Savings Plan enrollment requires compatible unlocked device and new line of service. Bonus device credit requires 12 months of active service. Offer ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. Taxes and fees apply. For network management practices, see Straight Talk's terms and conditions.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And it's time for What's Cooking, brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly. Jeff Hathorn is on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline. Jeff, what are we looking at injury-wise with the Steelers? What situations are we monitoring, and how are they going, even though we're only, one real practice day in? Well, 2 now.
Right. Well, I mean, Russell Wilson, still limited, is something we're monitoring. But as your colleague Jerry Dulac reported, I would be surprised if we would see him this week. Roman Wilson is an interesting one. You know, he was limited. He got to 1 full practice last week and then dialed back to limited. Can he get into finish a full practice today, get one in tomorrow, and maybe make himself available? Those are, a couple of the guys. I don't see Sayamalo ready to come back from the pec injury. He didn't practice yesterday. Roman Wilson is intriguing to me. I mean, it's coming. Whether it's this week, I'm not sure or not, but it's coming.
Jeff, how about the Chargers coming in here? What do you think the Pirates have most to worry about?
Well, I mean, it's like they're playing Baltimore. You know, the Steelers used to have Arizona West. This is like Baltimore West, with the offensive coordinator and J.K. Dobbins, who is the NFL's leading rusher right now. And under Harbaugh, they've transformed into this Baltimore-Michigan hybrid. But what they are is physical, and they like to run the ball. And then if they get that ball, that ground game going, I mean, they've got a quarterback that can hurt you. If you're playing too much up on the run, Justin Herbert can make you pay. And, they've been successful early on, and obviously they've got some guys on the edges and Mack and Bosa that can wreck games. And I don't know if you have stability or instability with the Steelers at tackle, but at least there's some questions outside at tackle. Maybe it's a benefit that you have a third in case one is really struggling in the game Sunday.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Speaking of those tackles, what do you notice about Broderick Jones and his demeanor around practice, around the room, Jeff? Because it's been called into question whether or not he has been fully engaged here. Fairly or not, we had Chris Hoke double down on that, at least from training camp, that he didn't think that Broderick was fully engaged.
We haven't had a chance to talk to him this week. I would say in practice he looks like the same guy, and I've never seen anyone that's looked disinterested. I would say this. I think there's a thing in his mind of, like, put me in a spot and let me go. Like what he said after the game about how he doesn't want to be in a rotation, either I'm playing or not. I think it's the same. Like, if I'm going to be left, like, put me over there and let me battle with Dan Moore. Yeah, I think that is maybe working in his mind a little bit. But obviously, that first preseason game, he wasn't ready to play. I think he's practiced hard, and now he's getting that chance. I mean, let's see what he does with it the rest of the week, because Tomlin's given him a chance. Even publicly said, hey, here you go. Win that job back. Thing is, Fautano's not ready to give it up, and he battles as hard as anybody in practice.
What's Justin Fields like to talk to, and what are your observations of him around the room? Is he a talkative type of leader, or sort of what's the vibe around him?
It's I think Dan Moore called it an aura. He doesn't say a lot, but the guys love him. And they have from OTAs and minicamp. You could see it. There's just this respect, his work ethic, how he handles himself. I mean, these guys gravitate to him. He doesn't talk a lot. He's not. He doesn't say a lot. He doesn't go around shaking hands. Like, he comes in, he does his job. Not that he's unfriendly, but he just gets to work, and you can feel that these guys are like, I'm down with this. Like, I like the way that he handles himself. He's never emotionally over the top or under the table. He's just a constant guy, and I think he's earned some respect with these guys.
Jeff, I would maintain, and I don't think it's a crazy thought, that if Russell Wilson were to really ball out this week, like play both halves like he did against Denver, I mean, there's a chance we may never see Russell Wilson start a game here. Thoughts?
I don't think that's too far-fetched. I mean, if Fields comes out and he puts a full game together and they put up a nice offensive effort against the Chargers, Now you're going on the road to Indy. You're going to make that change? You're 3-0. Guys are starting to gravitate towards this new guy, and now he's coming off a solid game. And all of a sudden, the calf tightness isn't so bad. Is that going to put? I don't know how you would make that change. 3 games in, 2 games in, yes. 1 game in, obviously. 3 in with continued improvement. He could be left behind because of this injury, and unless Justin were to have a horrible game or get hurt himself.
Jeff, you're a philanthropist, a patriot, a scholar, a spiritual guru, and a living example of journalistic excellence to our impressionable little co-host here, City Limits.
That's
Thank
correct.
You.
We enjoyed a great match last night together.
Oh, did you hear what we're going to do? Limits and I are going over to Pitt, and Olivia Babcock is going to blast serves at us, and we're going to see who returns them better.
You ever returned a serve?
No.
Get those forearms ready.
Am I going to have to be airlifted out of the place?
You're going to be sore. You're going to be sore.
He said that I would be airlifted out of there, Jeff.
She served.
Her serve is insane.
It is, and there's some pain involved in trying to return that. They make it kind of look easy. It's not.
I'm going to show up like Barry Bonds with the armor on my arms, right?
Might need it.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, boys. Good luck, Joe.
Thank you.
Nice, Jeff.
What a wonderful man he is, huh, Limits?
One of my favorites, one of the best in all Pittsburgh sports.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500, 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms at sunchevy.com. High of 81 today with cloudy skies. I'll see you bright and early, big boy. We have a football Friday.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Good night.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
7:15, Pirates, Cardinals. Luis Ortiz on the mound right here on the Fan, also on your Odyssey app. More 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. PM team next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with BetQL. Atlanta is in Cincinnati to face the Reds and send Cy Young favorite Chris Sale to the mound. Sale is 17-3 with a 2.35 ERA on the season. The BetQL model is going to rely on the Atlanta bats in this one. Their 5-star best bet in the major leagues is grabbing the over between the Braves and the Reds in Cincy. I'm Chelsea Messenger. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL, and download the BetMGM app today.
Hey, Steelers fans, Paramount Plus is your home to stream the NFL on CBS every Sunday. Catch Russell Wilson and the boys in action and stream your live local NFL on CBS game all the way through the AFC Championship. Sign up and sign in to Paramount Plus today.
You are never too old for a family. The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is dedicated to finding forever families for children who have been waiting in foster care the longest. Learn more at davethomasfoundation.org.
Replacing your windows and doors is a great way to boost your home's value and curb appeal. Just to be sure, choose Renewal by Andersen. Hey guys, it's Adam Crowley. Their custom-built replacement windows are available in 9 exterior colors to bring out the unique beauty of your home. And they're crafted with Fibrex material. It's a composite as beautiful as wood and twice as strong as vinyl, so you get windows warranted to last decades. This month, Renewal by Andersen has extended their 31-day sales event. Buy one, get one 40% off all windows, patio doors, and entry doors when you buy 4 or more. That's 40% off. Plus, get an extra $150 off each window and door with no minimum purchase. Special financing is available. Call by September 30th. 412-703-2525. 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. For offer and warranty details, visit renewalbyandersen.com.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real-person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Tiffany, founder of Harlem Pilates. When I couldn't find Pilates in my neighborhood, I started a studio from my studio apartment. Chase Inc. helped me grow from 1 Pilates studio to 3. Because when you start small, you're going to need some big help.
With the Chase Inc. Business Cash Card, you can earn up to 5% cash back on business essentials, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for Business. Make more what's yours. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank. N.A. member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
I'm ready for more NFL, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sportsbook, is continuing its special offer to keep us watching more. Now through September 22nd, all FanDuel customers can bet $5 and get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. So that's right, bet $5, get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Then with a YouTube TV base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. All you need is a Google account and a current form of payment, and you can cancel anytime. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey, STARKEY, to download America's #1 sportsbook, 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds, terms, restrictions, embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We're kicking off huge savings at Spitzer Acura. Whether you're looking for a new Integra or RDX, our friendly consultants will help you find your perfect new Acura that fits your needs and budget in a pressure-free environment. And as always, every new Spitzer Acura comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Plus, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle whenever you're in need of service. Don't miss out. Score big on new Acuras at Spitzer Acura.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Pennsylvania football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown, and he throws an awesome block so his teammate can score instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. Everyone knows the most exciting part of football is the score. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD scorer wager today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and clear skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Leaves and temperatures are beginning to fall.
And so are prices. Time to shop the fall kickoff at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Grab some incredible deals this week, including 0% financing on the popular 24 Outlander. It's back, but it won't won't last long.
New 24 Eclipse Cross, take $5,000 off on select models or finance at 2.99% for 72 months.
Or a new 24 Outlander Sport. Take $4,500 off MSRP and it's all yours.
Let's be clear, you'll be getting style, safety, all-wheel drive, and a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
Plus 2 years of prepaid maintenance. It's the best automotive deal out there.
So don't wait. Our fall kickoff makes an upgrade easier than ever.
Visit us in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Western PA's best inventory, ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer incentives. See dealer for details.
Rally House, shop every team in town. College and pro, come on, it's time to go.
Get ready for kickoff, Pittsburgh. Rally House has the game day gear you're looking for, including Steelers sideline gear and the latest college style.
Steelers, Penguins, Pittsburgh Panthers, Pirates, Penn State, Nittany Lions. Rally House, it's your city, it's your house, it's a Rally House.
Gear up in-store and online at rallyhouse.com.
Rick Springfield, live in concert. 17 top 40 hits. Saturday, October 19th, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Buy your tickets now at riverscasino.com. Rick Springfield, live in concert.
Is Kamala Harris a radical? That's what she calls herself. Listen to her own words.
Yeah, I am radical. I do believe that we need to get radical about what we are doing.
Kamala is radical about defunding the police.
The idea that more police equals more safety, and that's just wrong.
It's weak. And Bob Casey's weak too. He says,
there's no question there's systemic racism throughout our criminal justice system, but certainly in policing.
And on immigration, Kamala says,
an undocumented immigrant is not a criminal.
Again.
We're not going to treat people who are undocumented and cross the border as criminals.
And Bob Casey's right there with her. Casey says,
Kamala Harris is an inspiring and very capable vice president.
Casey voted with Kamala 98%. So Bob Casey says,
the more people get to know her, they're going to be particularly impressed by her ability.
Casey and Kamala, they're too weak.
I'm Dave McCormick, candidate for the United States Senate, and I approve this message. Paid for by friends of Dave McCormick.
Chris Muller here for Pins Mechanical Company. Looking for a little less iPad time for you and the kids? Check out Pins. At Pins, it's all about connecting in real life. Play duck pin bowling, pinball, or some of our old school arcade games. Grab a cocktail or a draft beer. Bring the kids. Bring your friends. Heck, even bring your dogs. Make Pins your next hangout spot with friends or family and connect with them for real. Pins. That's how we roll.
Pop quiz. What's the best way to go back to school? With Giant Eagle and Market District, of course. From lunchbox favorites to fun after-school snacks, shop deals for school days and save on thousands of items throughout the store. Visit your local Giant Eagle or Market District today.
Hey, it's Andrew Filippone for Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar, and the place to watch all the exciting sports action on over 20 large TVs. Don't miss any of the big games, including Riverhound Soccer, the return of college and pro football, and, of course, Pirates baseball. Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's premier spot for 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Mike's also offers amazing food, including steak on a stone. Tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, we are live at a packed house here at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook, and we are getting ready for a bunch of things tonight, including Pirates baseball, 7:15 first pitch, final game of the series, final game of the year between the Pirates and Redbirds. Pre-game coverage starts at around 6, excuse me. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's Pony and Muller.
Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sometimes it's easy to get frustrated. You got to look at really the process, what's really going on the ground, and not speak in hypotheticals. The most encouraging thing is, are they getting the intent? That we started out here when Mike brought me in here. You go back and you're constantly looking at what you're doing, how defenses are attacking you, how they're playing you. There's been some impressive stuff by the line, especially in the run game with our intent, wearing people down. I actually felt in the first half, when we got the OPI, we had 4 drives there, we had the backed up situation, and we had that too many penalties in one where we kind of flipped the field and we lost, I think, 61 yards off the play extension with the hold, including the penalty. The first half, we were getting closer. So you see the progress. You're not sitting there blowing smoke, trying to pump their tires. I mean, you have evidence of it. I definitely have seen progress. And we need more points, clearly. We'll get there.
Arthur Smith, ladies and gentlemen, on the Steelers offense going into this matchup Sunday against the number 1 defense in the NFL. And the question posed to Arthur Smith today was from Jeff, and it was about how apparently players in the locker room yesterday were echoing a phrase from Smith on Tuesday during film study. He said, the dam is about to break offensively. And that's what Arthur Smith said. We're getting closer, and there's progress being made. I don't think Mike Tomlin wants the dam to break on Sunday. I don't even think they're capable of the dam breaking on Sunday because of who they're playing. So I do not expect an offensive eruption. I do not expect big offensive numbers. I expect low scoring. I expect ugly. I expect first to maybe 14 wins the game. I'm not even going to say 17 for this game on Sunday. So that's how I see it. Malzy, if you disagree, you can do it now or forever hold your peace.
What is this, a wedding?
Charlie, can you turn this man's volume up? We can't hear Malzy. Thank you, Charlie. Charlie's researching Buccaneers all-time stat leaders right now. He wants to see where Warrick Dunn ranks on their career rushing list.
He's on a rare Bucks, Rutgers, Devils trio of stat pack. So he's like researching Ray Rice. He's got Mike Teal on the brain.
He's buying his Leroy Selman old creamsicle orange.
He's thinking
Buccaneers
of Travis
jersey.
Zajac right now.
Yeah.
I think the more interesting thing you said right there is the idea that Mike Tomlin does not want the dam to break.
Fittipaldo is going to join us at 5:15. He said this week in the Post-Gazette, Mike Tomlin is still pulling the strings on the offense, and if Arthur Smith had his druthers, they would not be this conservative.
Yeah, I believe that. Mike just can't let go of the idea that he can win with defense. I've said that there's an ego component to this that so many people, which I thought was unfair in the moment when it happened, because it's just true of any great coach that they almost always have a great quarterback. So many people not only just said you rode Ben's coattails, but like actively derided Tomlin in the process. Basically, you're a nobody. You should consider yourself lucky you had Ben your whole career. I can see you nodding like you're thinking maybe this should be my next argument.
Well, that last sentence I think is accurate. He should be lucky.
Okay, but do you think he's a complete nobody as a coach?
No, I don't ever rank him at the bottom of the NFL coaches.
I'm just saying a lot of people. I think in this town the venom got such with him, and he probably was aware of it, where people actively thought he sucked. And was literally propped up as a guy who was Rich Kotite, basically, propped up by Ben, which I don't ever think was true. So I think Mike has an ego, and Mike is aware of some of those comments, but Mike also just wanted to do it his way. He came in as a young coach for a very veteran team, tried to use the whip, so to speak, on the horse very hard during the regular season. They were all out of gas, learned his lesson. They won a Super Bowl in year 2. Never won another one. I think Mike wants to prove that defense is still in vogue, that you can still do it his way, that the recipe for being a big-time winner doesn't have to be put up a ton of points. I think he's wrong about that. I think he should gradually continue to loosen the reins. But as you have said, and I think you said right after Denver, I think you said it before Denver, this probably isn't the week to try to do that with Justin Fields. If Arthur Smith had his druthers, he'd be running a more wide-open offense. I'm not so sure going against the Chargers, who want to have the same kind of rock fight you want to have and are better equipped to win the rock fight with you than the first 2 teams you played. I know Atlanta won last week, but I think it would be unwise to suddenly try to go opening it up here against a team that's good on defense, can run the ball right at you, and if Justin Herbert plays, has a better quarterback than you.
I don't think it'll work because the Chargers' defense has actually been better than yours, which I've said nothing but incredibly positive things about their defense. And somehow when you look at points allowed, the Chargers have given up even fewer than the Steelers.
It's called the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah, the Raiders before that, who went to Baltimore and came back from down 10.
No, I know. I'm just saying they did play the Panthers. There should always be a
the
Bryce
Steelers
Young
played
asterisk.
the Broncos, so do we have to put an asterisk next to what they did? They got Bo Nix.
Man, that's Sunday. Can you if you Voltron together the best parts of Bo Nix and Bryce Young right now? I don't know if you'd have an NFL quarterback, but yes, I get your point.
I want you to grade the start of the Arthur Smith era through 2 games from what you've seen, not what you're projecting. Not asking for Mulsey to extrapolate here. Just what is your grade on Arthur Smith 2 games in as the new play caller?
I'm somewhere in between a B, B minus. But that should represent for people an increase. I gave him a C+, I think, when he was hired. I said, like, you could have done better. If you were going to go for somebody that like had a background, maybe you could have found somebody else.
So you've somehow become more impressed with him after 2 games that yielded 1 touchdown.
I do think that he sequenced plays better. I think he seems to have a better feel. Like, you know what's something that I think is impressive for him? He has still managed to find ways to have George Pickens getting open, either against single or beating double coverage. When we and everybody else that plays the Steelers knows, he's the only guy they have that can threaten you downfield. The fact that Pickens has had a 51-yarder wiped off the board, had a long catch against the Falcons, was wide open for a 3rd and 11 conversion against the Broncos. And again, I'm grading on the curve of I agree with the idea that Tomlin is kind of neutering them a little bit artificially. He has managed to get their best player open when everybody knows that he is their only option. I have to give him some credit for that.
I don't give him a ton, and I'm not going to make this I'm not going to go hammer time on Arthur Smith either. I think that's actually been more about what the other teams thought of their corners and matching up with Pickens. Now, making Pickens more of an emphasis in the offense and saying, hey, if they're going to only go with Surtain or Terrell on him, make sure you get him the ball. Yeah, so I think I'll give him credit for that. I don't think that I don't think that either team, though, like, went out of their way. They thought that their corners could take Pickens out of the game, and they were wrong. When you pay a corner $20 million a year, use a top 10 pick on him, I think hubris sets in, like, we don't need to give this guy help. He can match up with the guy, and I think the Steelers, to some extent, exploited that.
He's a hard grade, though. I mean, it's a hard. You saw me
you
sitting here.
couldn't even give me B or B minus. You said in between.
Yeah,
I don't even know what to write down now.
Well, it's a hard grade because you put a weird caveat on it. Do you agree, first, just quickly, yes or no, with Ray Fittipaldo's basic assertion about Tomlin and the offense?
To an extent, I do, but here's
that wasn't a basic yes or no, Malzy.
Okay, you're right. Damn it. Then I'm going to say no because I wanted to explain myself.
Okay, then explain yourself.
The reason why I say no is this. I think that Arthur Smith has a lot of he is an offensive coach unlike Tomlin, but I think his offensive personality jives with Tomlin. There was a stat last year that said, this is a stat, running with a lead in the second half. So when you have a lead in the second half, what is your percentage of running plays? And the Steelers were 1, and the Falcons were 2. So both teams had the mindset of when we get a lead, let's not necessarily put our foot on the throat of the opponent and stay aggressive. Let's run the ball, bleed clock, and try to win the game the old Bill Cowher way. Arthur Smith did that. So that's why I think, in addition to having great references like Dick LeBeau and Ken Whisenhunt and all the ex-Steelers, Russ Grimm, who went to Tennessee, his personality fits what Tomlin likes and also what I think the owner likes. So is Mike Tomlin forcing Arthur Smith to do this? Or is he asking Arthur Smith to do it, and Arthur Smith obliges because he believes in the same things as Tomlin? I think it's that, Chris.
Well, you don't hire a coordinator for Mike Tomlin if Mike Tomlin still wants to play conserva ball, who's going to go high-flying air raid. So you were going to automatically and artificially.
He didn't hire
limit your
Clint
search.
Kubiak. He hired Arthur Smith.
Well,
to your
the owner's the other bigger part of this too, even more so than Tomlin. I still think the owner likes to go along with that idea too, because he thinks it's 1977 sometimes, and Tomlin probably wishes he was coaching ball in 1977. I'm going to give Arthur Smith.
Although football has looked a lot more like 1977 lately.
Well, I'm going to give Arthur Smith a little. That's part of the reason I could grade him a little more favorably, because a lot of offenses haven't been good and they've turned the ball over.
So are you going up to a B on a 1-touchdown performance through 2 weeks?
No, I'm going B- still.
Okay.
You know what he's done? One thing that's like very basic that I think is good. He has, well, there's two things. One, I just don't think that they look so predictable that you're hearing people like laugh and say we know exactly what the Steelers are going to do because the guy running the show offensively like literally doesn't belong in the league. Where Canada, it was a valid critique. You could just tell he kind of just called whatever came into his head. There was absolutely nothing in terms of sequencing. I think Smith understands how to sequence. He's been a good enough offensive coordinator to get a head coaching job. He understands that. He's also put play action back into their arsenal.
And under center.
And it hasn't always worked, but it's been like a look people have been craving that I think, in theory, is going to continue to make Justin Fields' life easier. And so just the re-implementation of something that was completely phased out, really because of late Ben not wanting to do it, and then Canada just kind of kept that going, I'm glad that they are starting to do that again. It's just like a very basic thing in football that they inexplicably did not do. Justin Fields, I saw a chart. It was percentage of like time that teams used play action. Basically, the Steelers were near the top of the league, and Fields was like reasonably effective in on those plays. Like they were net positives, not by a ton. They weren't as good as you'd want them to be, but they were still solid. And so I do think he is catering to what he has by and large with this. And so maybe a B- is a reflection of the fact that I just don't think they have a ton of horses to rely on here.
How about you, Pittsburgh? What grade would you give Arthur Smith through 2 games? He is saying that the dam is about to break. I disagree with him on that. But I wonder what grade you would give him through 2 weeks. They are 2-0, but they've only scored 1 touchdown. So here's Mulsey saying, despite the lack of scoring, he is giving Arthur Smith, his offensive coordinator, a B-. What grade would you give him through 2 games? Your early assessment of Arthur Smith at 412-928-9370 as he gets ready for a very tough assignment, which is the Chargers' #1 ranked defense on Sunday at Acrisure Stadium. 412-928-9370. Your incentive to call is this, a $50 Pins gift card to the best call on this topic. But first, let's get a headline from Donnie.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Cardinals 10, Pirates 5 last night. Billy Cook, his first home run in the majors. That loss was number 81 for the Pirates on the season. They do it again tonight with St. Louis. 7:15 first pitch. Our coverage on the Fan begins at 6:20, all presented by Pella Windows. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Hey guys, Donnie Football here, and football season is well underway. What goes better with football than beer and great food? The Steel Mill Saloon in Mount Washington is the place you want to be. Get a Steel Tower for the rest of September, 100 ounces of Yuengling or Iron City for just $18 for the entire month of September. Happy hour from 4:30 to 6:30. The kitchen closes at midnight, and they have great food for everyone. Get the boys together, go up, watch the game tonight, celebrate football season together. The Steel Mill Saloon. Meet me there in Mount Washington. Pony?
Thank you so much, Donnie. Let's talk right now about the Wetco Car Wash. Wetco has so many locations around Pittsburgh, almost 50 as a matter of fact. And I was just there early on today. There's a video posted to my X account. You'll see it of me going through the Wetco Car Wash once I was done. Straight ahead of me were the Wetco vacuums, and I don't know what the hell has happened, but there's all kinds of what is it? It's not grass, but there was crap in my car from my sneakers, and I needed to get it out today, so I did that. It took me about 2 minutes in and out there. They don't charge you to use the vacuum cleaners whatsoever, and it is unlimited. So you pay right now, plans start as low as $9.99 a month for the first 3 months. That's a fixed cost. You don't get charged more the more you go, and you can cancel at any time. There's no fine print on the deal. So I don't know why you wouldn't want to take advantage of the Wetco Car Wash today. Go to getgocafe.com/unlimited.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is bringing out the big boys for the Fan Game Day. Donnie Football and Mark Cabali host the enhanced Fan Game Day. The biggest personalities, the hardest working hosts, bringing you our exclusive coverage before every black and gold game. Brought to you by Monsters Brewing, The Beast Unleashed, and Weather Seal. The Fan Game Day on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper, what's your beef? In the long history of terrible situations, the quarterback situation in Carolina's got to be right up there. In fact, the entire situation in Carolina has to be one of the worst situations in the history of bad situations. It is bad, it is bleep, it is jacked up, and it's true. From the top to the bottom. I'm Jim Rome. All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is attorney Craig Fishman. Injured? Our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. Call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. Shenarovich, and Fishman. We got your back, not your wallet.
Football is back, and ESPN Bet is bringing fans exciting new features and promotions to elevate your game day. Get in on trending parlays in the all-new Parlay Lounge experience. Check out one-of-a-kind offers from ESPN personalities and boost your winnings with Profit Boost all season long. The official sportsbook of ESPN has football fans covered. Download the ESPN Bet app today. Must be 21 plus and present in select states. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Are you looking for more power, for more play? Then head to Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville. We're kicking off huge savings on every new Toyota Tacoma in stock. Get trail-dominating power, advanced technology, captivating style, and our lowest price possible, the Panda price. Plus, with every new Toyota purchase, you'll get a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost for added peace of mind. Don't miss out. Score big on new Tacomas at Spitzer.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Young America, Kamala Harris thinks you're too stupid to realize she's to blame for record inflation.
What else do we know about this population? They are stupid.
Too stupid to realize groceries are up 26%.
They are stupid.
To see how she tripled the price of gas.
Stupid.
Too stupid to notice home prices are up 46%. Electricity 25%. Cars 33%.
Bidenomics is working.
Kamala, we're not that stupid. Right for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. www.rightforamericapac.com.
Pennsylvania football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown, and he throws an awesome block so his teammate can score instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. Everyone knows the most exciting part of football is the score. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD scorer wager today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
we're like a startup on offense. We're a startup company, we really are. We've got a great defense and good teams, and those are things why we go to work, and we got to keep working. There's a couple of little things, and I don't want to bore you in too much nuance and context, but things that are clearly we've got to get better at, and we're looking at everything. But going back to that first half, that's kind of who you want to be. We were mixing and matching. We were being aggressive, different than we were in Atlanta. We've got to take that into the third quarter because they're going to make an adjustment, and we've got to be better there.
Arthur Smith channeling his inner Colin Cowherd and comparing the Steelers' offense to a startup company. Once upon a time, his dad's company was a little startup. It was called FedEx. Now it's worth billions. And now Arthur Smith, by extension, is worth billions of dollars.
He's probably one of the few people who, if he inherited all that money, could actually buy the Steelers. As the principal. He's got more money than the Rooney family does outside of football.
Yeah, why even go outside of football?
Yeah, just period. I mean, the Rooneys, like the Browns in Cincinnati, are one of those families whose entire wealth is tied up in their ownership of the team.
And when you have that much money, you can give yourself a mustache and not feel any of the heat for it.
Oh, yeah, he could do whatever he wants looks-wise, and everyone will tell him it looks good.
The mustache is back.
You've got the full beard. Why don't you go mustache?
Because I can't do it. Look at ESPN right now. ESPN2. That guy's rocking a mustache. It looks fake.
Who do you think
mustaches are everywhere?
Who do you think brought the mustache back? Who's most responsible for the mustache being back in vogue? It's not like Tom Selleck walked back into the public consciousness here.
Is it Skeens?
No. Baseball doesn't have enough juice. If Ohtani had a mustache,
Livy Dunn got juice.
Does she have a mustache?
No, but that's who he's dating. The Livy Dunn effect.
So people.
She's on the gram. She's on the TikTok.
So
That's
women and especially and particularly the horny guy quotient of the world that uses social media.
If it's good enough for Livy Dunn, maybe it'll be good enough for my potential lover.
Do they think Livy Dunn likes Paul Skeens because of his mustache or because
she tweeted a little kid about it?
Yeah, I think that was more her playing to the whole mustache phenomenon.
But that's what I'm referring to right now.
I think she likes Paul Skeens probably because he's a big time pitcher. 6'5", 240.
There is a mustache phenomenon. When we write the final analysis on 2024, part of it will be that a mustache phenomenon took hold.
Who is the greatest athlete in any sport who was known as always having a mustache?
Raleigh Fingers.
See, I knew you were going to say that, but there's got to be somebody who was thought of as a mustache guy in another sport. What was the Lanny McDonald for the Calgary Flames? That big red mustache.
Yeah,
his lip was on fire.
Thick one.
Yeah, well, he was like a pirate. Like an Irish pirate.
Yeah.
I might have got you there.
No, you
feel like I might have got you there.
But the mustache has taken off. I mean, look at
Donnie. What would Sarah
doesn't
do?
have one, but a lot of people in the Donnie age demo of the mid to late 20s are all going mustache.
Remember Michael Garr used to work at Odyssey Pittsburgh. Ridiculous mustache.
Terrible mustache, but terrible mustaches are in, so he's cool, I guess.
Donnie, what would Sarah do if you she came home or whatever and you had shaved everything but the mustache and now she was the significant other of a mustache-having man?
Break up with me.
Really?
Wow.
Has she warned you, hey, don't go mustache?
Yes. Never go clean-shaven again fully and never go just mustache.
So wait, presuming that the wedding bells someday ring for the two of you, she would expect and want you to have a beard on your wedding day.
What's wrong with
absolutely.
That?
I mean,
I am Yankees now, Mulsey. She's got to have a clean shaven.
When I got married, I felt like I should have be clean shaven, even though I rarely am.
What pressure? What societal pressure did you have there?
Self-placed pressure.
I mean, some people say the beard is like the makeup for men.
Makeup for men.
I am much more appealing with facial hair than I am just naked on the face.
I disagree. Can you post that picture of you with Larry Foote again when you were clean shaven? You had just gigantic sideburns. I love that Donnie look.
He had the pork chops.
He had some big, thick sideburns. It was a manly look. It was an intimidating look.
Wow. He does need to post.
He looked like a greaser. He looked like a guy that
That's
could
what I mean.
roll up
And he has a pack of cigarettes rolled up in the sleeve.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He needs to post that. What's the dude in Shawshank who gets shot by the warden?
Frank.
No, the dude who, the young guy who comes in, doesn't he have the big sideburns in that movie?
Ralph?
Pony, come on.
I don't. You're asking me. I'm throwing
It's
out
the one
names.
you just. I'm not. No, it's just you know the character I'm talking about, right?
Sure.
No, you don't.
Here is Joe on Arthur Smith. Hello, Joe. Joe, you there? Goodbye, Joe. Another Joe.
So,
hello, Joe.
Arthur Smith, I'm saying, I was going to say C-, but because the whole standard is the standard, I think he was the safe pick. I would have liked the Steelers to get someone. You got to give Pitt credit for going out to get someone like Cade Bell, some young, innovative coach. I think, I'm going to move it up to a C because I do feel like upper management, ownership pretty much tell him, don't turn the ball over, run the ball, play defense. And this year, just by chance, the Steelers have kind of fallen into an early season where it's kind of working, but with a lot of quarterbacks getting hurt, they're kind of following the script that they want them to, but at some point you're going to have to face Patrick Mahomes. Right. So I'm going to go C.
I just want to make sure I hear you right, Joe. Joe in Wexford is saying Arthur Smith would do better, but Mike Tomlin is holding him back. Yes?
Yes. Yes.
So this goes back to the head coach problem again. People think they do have an offensive coordinator who's worth a damn. They do think he could be better. They do think he could be more creative. They do think he could be more innovative. They do think he could be more effective. But this traces back to people not believing in the head coach. That's what I'm hearing. Mike Tomlin problem. Not an Arthur Smith problem. This is different than Matt Canada. Matt Canada could be, name another head coach that people like. Andy Reid's offensive coordinator. And if Andy Reid stayed out of it and just said, Matt, you call the plays, Matt Canada would look bad. This is different where people are saying Arthur Smith actually in the right situation would look quite good, but it's Mike Tomlin's fault that they're not being more productive. That is Joe and Wexford's take on it. Do you agree with that?
I think Tomlin still wants to put the clamps a little bit on things. I still think he is sending a message from above, especially against two. Well, one, it looked the Falcons like an overmatched team in week one, and then a definitely overmatched team in week two. Like, hey, just don't screw this up. I think absolutely there's some unconscious pressure being put on. Like, hey, yeah, you have your whole playbook, but do you really want to run that play that puts the ball a little more at risk, or do you just want to keep on grinding out, third and shorts and hoping it works?
Is Mike Tomlin holding back the Steelers' offense? Our last caller basically said yes. Do you agree with that? 412-928-9370. And what grade would you give Arthur Smith on the season through 2 games? 412-928-9370. Take your calls. We still have to give away that $50 gift card. You can follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Plus, a Bucko Minute as the Pirates clinched another non-winning season last night. But first, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Thursday night football, New England, New York, the Jets and the Patriots, 8:15 kick. You can listen on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. You can also hear it on your Odyssey app. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Weather Seal Home Services. Let them put a roof over your head that you can trust and not have to worry about for so many years, for such a long time. The metal roofs that they install, nearly indestructible. They can hold up big storms, tons of rain, wind, all that kind of severe weather that sometimes sweeps through the area. Never have to freak out and panic about that ever again with Weather Seal. They're installing these roofs now. All styles, all colors. Make sure you take advantage today by going to WeatherSealHomeservices.com. Get a free quote. Schedule a free estimate. They'll make a house call. They'll come to you, and you will not be disappointed. And how about this on top of it all? 2 years without any payments from Weather Seal. No payments until late into 2026. So let's do it. WeatherSealHomeservices.com or call 855-31-SEAL today. It's Weather Seal Home Services. Don't delay. Call today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Direct Auto Insurance is for uncompromisers. Like Matt. When his old car insurance got so expensive, do you think he walked until his sneakers wore out? No. because he found savings with Direct Auto so he could drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25% on state minimum coverage, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a free quote at directauto.com or a store near you. Savings vary, terms apply. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
Who can you trust when choosing the best windows and doors for your home? How about the company with more than 2,500 five-star reviews in Greater Pittsburgh? Renewal by Andersen. Adam Crowley here. They'll design, custom build, and install your windows expertly. When you call Renewal by Andersen, they'll come to your home for a free consultation, often within 48 hours, and give you an exact price quote that's good for 1 year. And Renewal by Andersen has extended their 31-day sales event. Buy one, get one 40% off all windows, patio doors, and entry doors when you buy 4 or more. That's 40% off, plus get an extra $150 off each window and door with no minimum purchase. Special financing is available. Call by September 30th. 412-703-2525. 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. For offer and warranty details, visit renewalbyandersen.com.
Cedarbrook Golf Course is the area's finest and affordable public facility. Conveniently located at the intersection of I-70 and State Route 51 in Ross Draver, this season, Cedarbrook has heavily invested in new course equipment and continues on-course construction improvements. Book your tee time today at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com or call 724-929-8300. Cedarbrook is the leader in affordable quality golf.
Hey, it's Matt, your Leaf Filter Trusted Pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by calling 844-300-LEAF to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water, and it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty, so you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Call Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate and to save up to 30%. Dial 844-300-LEAF. That's 844-300-LEAF.
Your coworkers might annoy you, but we promise we won't. Download the free Odyssey app and you can listen to us at work while you tackle your inbox or get ready for another meeting that probably could have been an email. Tune in late? You can rewind your favorite live shows to catch what you missed. And with Chapters, easily jump to the topics that you care about most, like the latest updates from your team. Your sports talk, your way. The Odyssey app. Download it today.
What if you could hear your favorite song for the first time again? Introducing the all-new, reimagined Nissan Kicks. With an available Bose Personal Plus sound system that uses speakers in the headrest to create a 360-degree listening experience. You've never heard anything like this. Reimagine your music and your drive. Experience the all-new, reimagined Nissan Kicks for yourself at nissanusa.com today.
Available feature. Bose is a registered trademark of the Bose Corporation.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Okay, let's go. Come on. Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Phone
Waco Minute. Ballsy, the Pirates last night clinched another non-winning season. Their last winning season was actually not, people get this wrong, it was not the 2015 season. It was actually 2018, the last time it happened. But still, that is a long time ago now in baseball terms. Mm-hmm. And the Brewers clinched the NL Central last night. So how about this? 3 teams since baseball went to the 6-division format in 1994.
Yep.
So 30 years.
Yep.
3 teams have not won a division title.
I think I can name at least 2 of them, because one is the Pirates.
Yep.
I think the Marlins have never won one.
Correct. Donnie, do you know the other one?
I don't think so. I'm trying to run through my head.
Can I again make an attempt here?
Go ahead, Malsey.
I want to say the Rockies never have.
Malsey, check out the big brain on our friend Christopher Michael Muller.
And I think the reason
There's a new sheriff in town.
Yeah, right. I think the reason that I know that is because with the Marlins, it's like an interesting little footnote. They've won 2 World Series, but they've never won their own division. And with the Rockies, it's that they've been to a World Series, but also, again, never won their own division.
So think about, from that perspective, the argument is there that the Pirates have been, in this modern baseball format, the worst team.
They have been, because those teams have both got – like, I understand that baseball, and I make this argument all the time, it's about, like, a really great regular season should not be discarded because you didn't win in the playoffs, because it's so different. The sample size of games, it's so random. But still, people in this country, by and large, sports fans say, did you make it to a World Series? Did you win a World Series? Well, the Marlins made it to and won 2 of them. And the Rockies got Rocktober going with Clint Hurdle and made it to 1. Like, I'm sorry. The Pirates, if you want to talk about level of tangible accomplishment in this 30-year run here, Pony, theirs is lowest. The Royals went to and then won a World Series. Back-to-back years.
And they might end up blowing it here. It's possible with the way the Tigers are playing. But they're probably going to go from 100 losses last year, 106 losses, to
well, they've guaranteed a winning
playoffs.
season, and they're probably going to win about 88 games. I am a little bit miffed that my Royals to win the AL Central ticket now does not look as fun because they're almost mathematically eliminated from doing that. Even your, I don't want to call them woebegone teams, but even teams like the Seattle Mariners have been to an LCS in this time frame, or teams like we laugh at the Angels. How do they constantly have 2 of the best players in baseball for a long stretch and then still suck? They made it to and won the 2002 World Series. The White Sox, currently the laughingstock of the sport, current record 36 and 117.
Hilarious.
Went on one of the and I mean this, and people can go back and fact check this. It's true. I know you know it's true, Pony. One of the all-time dominant postseason runs en route to the 2005 World Series. So you can cherry pick pretty much every team from this era, and the Pirates have had less success overall. Either because the other team has won a division at least one time, hey, you were better than the other teams that you were going against, or they've made it further in the playoffs.
And I don't think the spending thing, and that's what everybody comes back to, and I do it too, but the spending thing is not the only reason why, or far and away the biggest reason why the Pirates aren't winning, and let me tell you why. Teams bottom 10 in payroll, if you had to guess off the top of your head, how many of them right now are projected to make the playoffs?
The current bottom 10 in payroll?
Yeah.
I would say 3 or 4. Probably 3. Guardians, Royals, Tiger. Well, no, they're
Orioles.
not projected to make it. Orioles, Guardians, Royals, Orioles, and then I would probably say bottom 10 in payroll, you said, Pony?
Yep.
I could imagine the Brewers still being bottom 10. How close are they?
Well, hold on a second here. I had to get the updated number. So the Royals are actually not in the bottom 10 in payroll. I thought they were.
The
but
Gardos
with their
definitely are.
With their trade deadline moves, they actually moved out of it. So if they were still in the bottom 10, it would have been 4, maybe 5 with the Tigers potentially.
Mm-hmm.
So because they're out, it's Brewers, Orioles, Guardians. So 3, and then if the Tigers make it,
would be
that
4.
would be 4.
And the Tigers are nipping at the Royals' heels.
They're a half game out. So, I mean, still, it's less than 50-50.
But if the Tigers get in, it's 40%. I mean, that ain't bad.
Among the teams with payrolls in the middle, 11 to 20, projected to make the playoffs, Diamondbacks 1, Padres 2, Twins 3, Royals 4. So, honestly, it's about the same. Middle of the pack compared to being
middle
in the
of the pack.
here.
Middle of the pack's ultimately doing better than biggest spenders because the Yankees, the Phillies, the Dodgers are your huge spenders. Is Houston up there?
Yes.
Okay, so so you have 4 there.
Well, actually, Chris, the top 6 payrolls are all projected to make the playoffs.
Okay, you know what? I did some bad counting there. You're
Mets,
right.
Yankees, Astros, Phillies, Dodgers, Braves. Well, I guess the Braves aren't.
Braves
right
are
now.
technically out, so
5. So 5. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the money is still usually the biggest thing, and it's the thing that I wish because all these other teams, like the Guardians, have signed guys to like a $20 million a year deal. They signed what? Didn't Jose Ramirez get like 3? You know, he got a much bigger. He got a bigger extension than that.
He got a huge one.
Right, but they even back in the day, they signed. There's a player that the Guardians signed, and I remember thinking like this would be so nice because he was a home run hitter. It was a guy who was just going to hit the ball out of the ballpark, and I'm completely blanking on who it was. But
Edwin Encarnacion?
Might have been for like 3 years, $60 million, something like that. And I thought, like, why can't the Pirates do that? The Guardians are doing that. No one shows up to those games. The money matters to me, but and it's always going to be the first thing I think about. But like, it also just highlights the ineptitude with which I think Ben Cherington has done his job. I mean, the Pirates have still the second lowest payroll in baseball, I believe.
Yeah,
so
ahead of the A's.
So he is working even at a disadvantage compared to those other teams because I would love, if you were showing me the gaps, I would guess that those teams are spending between $15 and $25 million more on their ball clubs right now. So he is working at a disadvantage, but my God, the guy got a lottery ticket this year in Paul Skeens and couldn't make more out of it than what looks like at least an 85-loss season.
And you have 5 years to build it up. And as far as homegrown position players who are going to help you make the playoffs, what do you have to show for it?
Truly homegrown. So drafted by you, developed by you.
Or, I mean, if you traded for a guy's prospect.
Okay, so you traded for Reynolds.
But that wasn't his doing.
Yeah, I know. What? No. Homegrown players.
Nick Gonzalez.
Okay.
Key Brian Hayes.
Mm-hmm.
Who I'm not even going to count him because I don't think you can. What is he?
Yeah.
Joey Bart.
Yeah, they get credit
for
Bart. Yeah.
2 guys.
Yeah, if people don't realize this, O'Neal Cruz was brought in by the previous
I'm not
regime.
going to put Billy Cook and Nick York in there yet. I mean, far from it. In 5 years, Chris.
He's done virtually no building from within positionally. None. I mean, they have bad player development, and these guys just come up and look lost compared to players for other teams.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy, low of 61 degrees. We want you back after the break. Heart disease kills one person every 33 seconds. Schedule your heart screening at UPMC today. Justin Fields commenting on his third start. You'll hear what he has to say. Chris Hoke on his comments that Broderick Jones is uninterested. His observations, following up on that today with Joe Starkey. All that and more to come. First, I'm going to tell you guys about Mike's Beer Bar. I'm going to be at Mike's next week. I'm a big fan of Mike, and he's got the best, in my opinion, sports bar in all of Pittsburgh. It's right next to PNC Park. If you are heading over to a college game on Saturday with Pitt, or you go into the Black and Gold home opener on Sunday, get yourself over to Mike's and take it all in. He has the ticket on Sunday. He gets all the college games. 80 rotating taps, the best local craft beer, the pumpkin beers and all that good stuff are over at Mike's today. Awesome food options like steak on a stone. And with Mike, you don't have to complain and beg to get the games on. They have the right games on. So meet me at Mike's today right next to PNC Park.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Summer heat will soon be turning into cold winter weather, and now is the time to make sure your roof will be prepared for the snow, sleet, and freezing temperatures. You know what to do. Call the Pickle, 724-515-5551. Gherkin Roofing is taking appointments right now for their fall roof replacements. Gherkin also does small roof repairs. Protect your biggest investment by calling the Pickle today at 724-515-5551 or visit them at callthepickle.com. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Where the average Joe can buy like a pro. CGR Wholesale.
The new showroom is now open at CGR, and it is off the charts cool, man. I'm like a kid in a candy store with this. Whether you're a contractor or do-it-yourselfer like me, CGR Wholesale has everything you need under one roof. The new showroom offers beautiful displays featuring Trex and TimberTech decking, Montgomery trusses, West Virginia metal panels, Provia siding that's made right here in America, and much more. And don't forget about the product that started it all. Owens Corning Duration shingles and all the beautiful colors, fully stocked and ready to rock, and everything is on display to make it easy for you to finalize your project. Stop in and check it out. They're located on Route 51 South in Ross Draver and online too at CGRWholesaleRoofing.com. The best customer service, prices, and expertise in town, hands down.
Stop on down or get delivery at CGR Wholesale.
Mommy, want to play a game with me and Dad?
Mommy's not feeling good.
You need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with DayQuil VapoCool. It's DayQuil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
Come on, honey. Let's let Mommy rest.
You guys are amazing. And so is DayQuil VapoCool.
DayQuil VapoCool, the vaporizing daytime coughing, aching, fever, power through your day medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Mom, meet Sarah.
From first-time Nana moments.
Yeah, welcome to Flight 101.
To annual girls trip moments. Your can't-miss moments are worth protecting against RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV. And there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com.
So where should we go next?
Sponsored by Pfizer.
Pittsburgh's longest-running financial services radio show, started at Heffron Tillotson and continued at Baird, is now a new podcast. Baird's Your Wealth and You has launched just in time to kick off the year. Hosted by the same advisors you've grown to know and trust, Baird's Your Wealth and You offers timely financial information and advice weekly, wherever you get your podcasts. So now listen anytime on any device, or simply visit yourwealthandyou.com and discover the Baird difference. Robert W. Baird and Company Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
Celebrate the month of September with Zero Res and get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129. Take $75 off your air duct cleaning as well. Online, ZeroResPGH.com. Take advantage of these huge savings. Spell it forward or backward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
After you use Bounce Dryer sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry...
Want more? Sure you do. More friends, a little more time, a few more laughs. More is a good thing. Unless you're talking about risk of serious illness from a respiratory virus. But as we get older, we're more at risk for severe flu, COVID-19, and RSV. Worst birthday presents ever, right? But vaccines lower your risk, so you can keep doing more of all life's good stuff. Get started at vaccines.gov. Risk less, do more. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Donald Trump's back, and he's out for control.
I would have every right to go after them.
Complete control.
I will wield that power very aggressively.
And he has a plan to get it.
Detailed plans for exactly what our movement will do.
It's called Project 2025, a 922-page blueprint to make Donald Trump the most powerful president ever. Overhauling the Department of Justice, giving Trump the unchecked power to seek vengeance, eliminating the Department of Education, and defunding K-12 schools, requiring the government to monitor women's pregnancies, and Trump has also proposed severe cuts to Medicare and Social Security. Those are Donald Trump's plans.
Well, revenge does take time, I will say that. And sometimes revenge can be justified.
He'll take control, we'll pay the price.
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. Paid for by Harris for president.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sportsbook partner of the NFL. And this is the last call. The offer is almost over. All FanDuel customers still have time to bet $5 and get a 3-week free trial of NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. That means in addition to getting the Steelers and Chargers on Sunday, you'll be able to watch other games like the Texans and Vikings, two undefeated 2-0 teams. The Bears and Colts, Caleb Williams and the team the Steelers will play next week in Indianapolis. The Panthers and Raiders and what Carolina looks like with the quarterback change that was made there. All of these games are available to you. Then with a YouTube TV base plan, you'll be able to watch every regular season Sunday afternoon out-of-market game. All you need is a Google account and current form of payment, and you can cancel anytime. Visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to download America's #1 sportsbook. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Full price of NFL Sunday Ticket will be automatically charged seasonally after free trial. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right. Just getting agitated about something.
You're getting. Hold on.
I said they
you're
beat
getting,
the A's earlier, and it just got glossed over.
You're getting agitated about getting something partially wrong while you were trying to index 30 baseball teams over the last 30 years.
Yeah, and I said they beat the A's with the Twins, and you just kept it moving.
But you said that they didn't make it.
Well, I should have just trusted my instinct from the very beginning and argued with you more about it, but it's okay. Pirates tonight will play the Cardinals. They are not in a CS. They are playing out the string here. The next loss will clinch another losing season for the Pirates. They've had a losing season. That would be now 19, 20, 21. That would be what? 5 in a row for them, or 6 in a row for them if they don't win out. And here on The Fan at 7:15. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now, live from the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. It's Pony and Muller.
You're on the air. Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
You see a lot of guys who are extremely talented, and they come to camp after having a pretty good season the year before, and they think they've arrived, and they think that I'm good, right? And sometimes you get complacent. And let's just take his own words. I mean, I'm saying something that is completely in line with his evaluation of his play. After the Bills game, Mike Pizzuta asked him a question in the locker room on the south side like a day or two after the game.
Yeah.
Right? He asked him, is it your elbow? Is your elbow impacting how you play? What did Broderick Jones say? It's not the brace. It's just me being able to lock into football. Hello. What lock into? What does that mean? I need to be more focused. If you're not focused, you're not interested in what's going on. If you're interested, you're focused. If you're focused, you're locked in. So he said it. He said he's not interested right now. He's got to be better and be locked in. He needs to improve his game and grow.
Chris Hoke, everybody, with Joe Starkey every Thursday at noon. The Steelers analyst and Super Bowl champ. 50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram. This Broderick Jones issue has been beaten like a dead horse, but it should, because the Steelers' first-round pick from a year ago is on the bench. and Hoke, and, he has me to blame for this. Chris said that Broderick Jones was uninterested in training camp. I heard him say that on the postgame, so naturally I tweeted it, and Chris ends up getting a lot of crap from Steelers fans on social media for it. People questioning, Hoke's ability to say that. I think Crowley actually went as far as to say Chris's comments were Bush League. I'm stunned that Crowley even knows the definition of Bush League.
Yeah?
When you think Bush, what do you think of when you think of Bush League? Bush League to me is also like kind of a baseball term.
Bush League is like a cheap move. I think of it as like, you're mad that the guy hit a home run off of you, so the next time up you throw at his head.
That's
Very Bush League. Oh, it's the definition. It's Bush League. It's Hank Azaria on what was that show? Brockmire. He's in the Bush League.
Did you watch that?
I love the first season of that.
Donnie, did you watch
First
Brockmire?
season of Brockmire was riveting comedy.
That's a show I do really need to watch. The guy was a baseball broadcaster.
And a drunk.
The very first season and the first episode are some of the funniest.
Amanda Peet was his
wonderful.
wife, and she slept with somebody else, and he went on the air and he talked about it.
Yeah.
Isn't that how he got fired?
Yes, I was always a huge Amanda Peet fan. Saving Silverman. She's
ever topless in a movie?
Now, why would you ask that question? Hold on. Charlie is bailing us both out because
I think
folks, hold on,
I
time
have
out.
That visual in my head,
Time
and I'm
out.
not sure it's her.
Time out. So we are sitting here. I sit at the edge of the table at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. Pony sits to my left ultimately, and then Charlie is usually perched behind him, so I can really always see one of them. As Pony asked that question, and I got exasperated because it was going to make me look like a perv if I knew the answer, here comes Charlie leaning forward with a huge smile on his face, just nodding yes as fast as he can. One of the absolute. That's Bush League from you.
I'm seeing her pull off a gray tank top in a movie. I don't know which one. I don't have the Mr. Skin.
The whole 9
catalog.
yards.
Okay, thank you.
The whole 9 yards. She very appealing.
Not to
actress,
be confused
though.
with The Longest Yard. Not a football movie. The whole 9 yards.
What's it about?
Honestly, that's the only thing about the movie I really remember. That's worth remembering.
The horny guy quotient was strong with you back then.
I guess so.
Anyway.
Yeah. So Crowley called Hoke Bush League for making these comments, and I think we have another clip from Hoke here that sounds like it was him firing back at Crowley for the Bush League comments.
People say, Hokie, how can you criticize him? I played this game a long time. I've been around a lot of players. And the reality is you could tell a player who's out there just going through the motions, who's out there just kind of just getting through practice and thinking, I've arrived. I've been around a lot of those players. You have to continue to work on your game. You can't just look and say, I played well last year, and I was the catalyst for this turnaround in my offensive line, and everybody's talking about how great I am. You kind of start licking yourself. That's Coach Tomlin's words, right phrase. You start licking yourself, thinking you're great. And maybe that impacts your preparation, your training in the offseason, and your mentality when you come into training camp, and you're just, hey, I'm good. Every year is a different year. Every year you got to come in with a purpose. Every practice comes with a purpose. I read stuff on Twitter and all that. People say, well, Hokie, how can Hokie criticize him? I saw him working after practice. You go out there practice. Some guys stand around and drink Gatorade and talk, and they might do a couple sets. Is he doing it with a purpose? People to criticize me for making a comment like that, I played this game a long time. How many seasons have those guys played?
Oh, I like the last one there. And the comment, I didn't know Tomlin said when a guy was feeling himself or getting too big for his britches that he would start licking himself.
I don't think that's the actual term Mike probably used.
Wait, you don't think he's thinking of a cat that's there, like, cleaning itself off?
No, not cleaning its arms. I think you can probably guess.
Yeah. You think it's an oral sex reference?
Maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard not to get sidetracked.
You know what? I gotta be honest. Hokie should have just called Crowley out by name. He should have just said, like, who's that little pipsqueak who called me out? Like, it would have been great content. Craig's listening to us right now.
It still is great content.
It is, but it would have been even better if he'd have just, almost with a chuckle, maybe so it doesn't get too heated, but who's that little pipsqueak calling me out?
You know why I think Hoke validated at least some of his criticism there? Because it sounds like it's less of an axe to grind when he says that Jones was the catalyst for their turnaround last year. He is giving the guy praise for something. If he tried to downplay Jones's insertion into the lineup last year and didn't want to give him credit for that, then I might think he's just an anti-Broderick Jones guy. Clearly he thinks Jones is a good player and has the potential to be a great player and did have a big effect on what the Steelers did last year. He just happens to think that the guy maybe was resting on his laurels, and that's why he's not playing right now. And by the way, the thing that actually gives him credence is the way the Steelers have handled it, right? I mean, obviously they don't think Broderick Jones has improved, because if they did, he'd be playing right now. They drafted him to be their starting left tackle. That's what Omar Khan said before they got to Latrobe. So I don't think I'm sorry, Chris. The last thing I'll say on what Hoke said here is I don't think it's just his eyes. I think it's his ears, too. I think people, when he's at training camp and he's watching and he's around these coaches, I think they're probably telling him the same thing. I think he's a conduit for getting that kind of information out there.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Getting the information out there maybe, but is it like to the end of sort of in a way explaining their rationale, or is it they're hoping Jones hears it? Jones doesn't strike me as the guy. Some of these guys do. We know this. You especially know this. I think you probably have the list of names of guys who listen to sports talk in town. I feel like Cam is a pretty reliable guy who will listen to the show.
I can think of a quarterback who used to listen all the time.
Yeah, I can think of a quarterback's family members who are not fans of mine as a result of that.
Of course, we're talking about Bruce Gradkowski.
Well, the St. Bernard-St. Teresa rivalry was another, whole thing there with – oh, no, that was Del Sardo. Anyway.
I saw another member of the Del Sardo troop last night. They're everywhere, the Del Sardos.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, anywho, couple of different things. I don't think Jones, if they're trying to get the message out through the media because they want Jones to hear it that way, that would matter, because I don't think Jones strikes me as a sports talk listener. Maybe I'm wrong. I also don't think – I think Chris's words today, sort of responding to some of the criticism of his comments – I honestly think it's one of those things that if you were to read a transcript of what he said and hear it and, just read it out, it might sound somewhat harsh. But hearing him say it, I didn't really feel like it was an attack at all. Even the tone didn't sound attacking. The tone sounded like a coach would use if he's trying to get through to a guy he knows is good and knows there's way more out there, or a teacher getting through to a student that they know has more to offer in the classroom or can, apply themselves more. And that's different. You've heard it when a guy thinks that a particular player – might be talented, but is just total dog mentality and not in a good way. This felt more like a chiding when I heard it than it did anything else. That's how I took it as the number one Broderick Jones fan.
When you start to criticize guys for things that are not black and white, that get into their headspace, their mentality, their effort, their focus, things like that, my opinion, if you work for a team or you're affiliated with a team and you do that, you better be pretty damn well sure that what you're saying is consistent with what the team thinks. Like, if John Wehner went on the air and said, O'Neal Cruz is uninterested. He doesn't look like he's interested right now. Mm-hmm. If John says that, or Greg Brown or somebody says that, and they're on their own with that, and the team doesn't agree, they're going to get reprimanded big time for it.
Correct.
Because it's a pretty big claim.
It's a big statement to make.
It's a big statement to make.
It makes it personal.
So, right. So if Chris, just to take people behind the scenes here, if Chris was not doing the quote-unquote official Steelers television postgame show with Bob and was just on our airwaves, or said that on a podcast, or said that on his own show, then I would think, all right, he thinks he can say it, and there are no consequences for it. What are they going to do? Mm-hmm. Ban him from going to games?
Yes.
But the show is called the Steelers Extra Point Show.
Correct.
It's got the Steelers branding on it. The Steelers post it to their website.
It's messaging. It's approved.
It's their product, exactly.
It's team-approved messaging.
It's just like when Bob Labriola said those things about Chase Claypool and how they thought Chase Claypool might have the diva gene in him. It made everybody stand up and pay attention to it because it was coming from the Steelers website.
And when Labs writes something, regardless of what it is, you can reliably assume that it is whatever team power broker, whether it's Art Rooney or the GM or Mike Tomlin, getting their message out.
If Chris calls out a defensive lineman for horrible play and the Steelers disagree, Chris can say, all right, let's put the tape on and you tell me where I'm wrong. He's making he's saying something that is immeasurable. It's
unquantifiable.
Exactly.
It's a vibe.
So I have to think when he says those things, he says them with the assuredness that there are people over at the Steelers who think the same exact way as him.
Well, I think the fact that Broderick Jones didn't get the job at left tackle before even the Fautanu injury tells you that there were people over there that didn't feel that kind of way. When you really want somebody to take a job, you anoint them. It happens a lot with quarterbacks like Bryce Young. I was reading the story about like how Carolina messed him up, and it was that he got anointed the starter after one padless practice. If they really just thought Broderick Jones was ready, let's go, I think they would have benched. They would have just said, Dan, thanks for the couple of years as our starting left tackle. There's a reason we drafted this guy. You're second string now. Like, good luck. You might need to learn right tackle here, even though you don't think you can play it. But they never handed any of that to Broderick Jones. They consistently gave Dan Moore almost right of first refusal, and I think that says a lot.
Texas on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line. Russell Wilson is talking about his availability right now and his chances for getting back on the playing field. We will hear some of those comments. Also, Justin Fields preparing for another start. He's talking. Roman Wilson on when he'll be back. All of those things between now and 6 o'clock. We are live at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. You can come say hi to us. Follow us on, text us on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line. All right, Pompiani is next. His take on all of this stuff. We're here until 6. Like, I don't know why I keep saying that. 6 o'clock is now in my head. I'm still pissed at myself for this whole A's Twins thing from earlier. Donnie has a headline, and we're right back.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers and Chargers Sunday, 1 o'clock. You can listen to our pregame coverage starting at 9 live at the Rivers Casino. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Donnie. Let's talk right now about the Circa Resort and Casino. Donnie is going to be out in Vegas for the Black and Gold game in October, and so will I. Counting down the days, less than a month away now, and it's going to be another banger. It's going to be another great, fun-filled trip. Hopefully, just like last year, Pittsburgh can get out of there with a win. And, what happens in Vegas tends to stay in Vegas, as they say. I am breaking that rule by telling you about my trip there last time and how much fun I had because I want you to join me at the Circa. Circa Resort and Casino, their stadium swim. It's the only pool area in Vegas, I believe, that's open 365 that allows for you to watch games, bet on sports, 150-foot screen TV, 6 swimming pools. That's going to be rocking and rolling on Saturday when we're out there the day before the game with college football. Friday night, there's going to be a huge tailgate party for Black and Gold fans, and we are going to give away 2 tickets to the game. So come say hello to me. Join me in Vegas. Make your reservation now, circlelasvegas.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Protect your home now and avoid costly damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5-HELMET.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Let's talk some NFL. The Titans might not be off to a great start, but in my opinion, their new head coach, Brian Callahan, is, because I loved his post-game act on Sunday when he backed a double-decker bus over his quarterback. It was hilarious. Now, I'm not saying it was some kind of brilliant, strategic, motivational move. I'm just saying it was funny as anything I've seen in quite some time. I'm Jim Rome.
Hey, Steelers fans, Paramount Plus is your home to stream the NFL on CBS every Sunday. Catch Russell Wilson and the boys in action and stream your live local NFL on CBS game all the way through the AFC Championship. Sign up and sign in to Paramount Plus today.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Steelers fans, Paramount Plus is your home to stream the NFL on CBS every Sunday. Catch Russell Wilson and the boys in action and stream your live local NFL on CBS game all the way through the AFC Championship. Sign up and sign in to Paramount Plus today.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster. With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
I'm Peter Navarro, and as President Trump's manufacturing czar, I helped draft key executive orders that brought the Keystone Pipeline to life and stopped the unfair dumping of foreign steel and aluminum from China. President Trump understood the Keystone Pipeline would keep energy prices low, and his bold tariffs on steel and aluminum immediately boosted employment in mills and foundries across Pennsylvania, from Newcastle, New Kensington, Darlington, and Pittsburgh to Brackenridge, Braddock, Butler, and McKeesport. When Joe Biden and Kamala Harris took office, they shut down the Keystone Pipeline, halted oil and gas drilling on federal lands, and attacked Pennsylvania's fracking industry. Fracking jobs have plummeted 30%. Gasoline prices have skyrocketed 40%. President Trump creates jobs. Kamala Harris creates inflation. It's that simple. Vote Trump 2024.
Right for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad. Not authorized by any candidate or any candidate's committee. www.rightforamericapac.com.
Chris Muller here for Pins Mechanical Company. It's where you go to disconnect so that you can connect with friends and family. There's so many games for you to play at Pins. Duck pin bowling, their signature. Foosball, bocce, pinball, and more. Plus at Pins, there's a fully stocked bar filled with fun cocktails and refreshing draft beers. Pins is located in the Southside Works on Cinema Drive. Bring a date, bring your friends, bring your kids, even bring your dogs. Pins has something fun for everyone. Pins, that's how we roll.
Make this fall's Jeep Adventure Days count with a new Jeep Grand Cherokee from Ron Lewis Automotive. Right now, lease an all-gas 2024 Jeep Grand Cherokee Limited 4x4 for just $399 a month. 27-month lease with 10,000 miles a year, $29.99 due at signing, pending credit approval. See dealer for details on limited-time coupons through 9/30/24. Tax and fees not included. Start shopping at ronlewisautomotive.com. We have your keys.
Your coworkers might annoy you, but we promise we won't. Download the free Odyssey app and you can listen to us at work while you tackle your inbox or get ready for another meeting that probably could have been an email. Tune in late? You can rewind your favorite live shows to catch what you missed. And with Chapters, easily jump to the topics that you care about most, like the latest updates from your team. Your sports talk, your way. The Odyssey app. Download it today.
Looking at the Cordell and Cordell traffic cams, crews are on the scene of an accident on the outbound side of the Parkway West as you come up Green Tree Hill. Right shoulder is closed. Expect some traffic as you exit the Fort Pitt tunnels. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This traffic report brought to you by fourth-generation family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread.
Want a game changer for any tailgate party? Saloni's Italian Bread. The key to any great sandwich, burger, or dog is the bread, and Saloni's is the bread to use. Family owned in Pittsburgh for over 100 years, Saloni's Bread is the game changer for any Pittsburgh tailgate party.
The PF team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for a half century. It is Thursday at 3:15. That means it's time to talk to Bob Pompiani, our co-host on the Nightly Sports Call, 1035 simulcast here on 93.7 The Fan, the sports director at Channel 2 going back to the early 1980s. Bob will be on the Extra Point show Sunday following Steelers and Chargers. Is that a KDK Plus joint, or is that going to be on Channel 2, Bob?
No, that's on the mothership this week. Home opener, baby. Let's go.
Broderick Jones just told reporters, crap, I played bad. That's all it is at the end of the day. You F up, you get pulled. And said now he has a sense of urgency to be a better player. Bob, you sat next to Chris Hoke, both during the game watching Jones struggle and then when Chris said that Jones looked uninterested in training camp. Give us your thoughts on what's happening to the Steelers' benched offensive lineman.
Yeah, I just think it's the number one pick who we all expected to be the franchise left tackle. I mean, that's what they expected after they, moved up to get him, and it's just not been that easy. And, you can look at it and say, well, coaches have made it hard for him because they keep deferring to Dan Moore. Well, maybe it's because, and Chris has expressed this too on our show, that he's just not playing as well as he should, and they're going to go with a guy who's playing better. And so they've tried to move him over to right tackle. Last year he did okay there for a while, but at the end of the year it started to go the other way. So I just think he's trying to find an opportunity that he can, raise his level of play. And Chris was adamant about him, not being tuned in enough, not focused enough during training camp. And I think that's probably an accurate assessment of what's going on. I don't know if that's a case of him just thinking because I'm a number one pick where I was taken, and that grants me special exemption to be the starting left tackle. Dan Moore, you have to give him credit, like him or not. He keeps on putting out decent performances, much better than what we've seen from Jones at this point.
Bob, you have a window in a relationship with Mike Tomlin, a window into his thinking maybe. You do the show with him, obviously. You know him better than Pony or I does. We always try to parse how he talks at his Tuesday press conference. How did you interpret the way he answered questions about Broderick Jones? What was your just thinking on like the idea that Jones is in Tomlin's doghouse? Did you hear what he had to say? Did you observe Tomlin there and come away with the same feeling?
No, I really don't think that's the case at all. I think that may be perception of what's going on, Chris, but I really believe that he wants the best for me. He wants him to but he's not in a position at this point to just give him a job if he's not performing as he should. Now, there are those who believe, and I kind of understand this because there's a part of me that believes it, that he's better at left tackle. That's what he was drafted to do, so why not give him more of a run over there? And see, maybe that should have been the case in the preseason a whole bunch more. I don't know, but I think eventually this whole thing will sort out. We'll know at the end of this year because right now I don't believe Dan Moore has an extension beyond this year. So at this point, okay, so they didn't do anything with him, obviously, once the season started, so that window closed and it won't open again until later. And if it ever opens again, you wonder where it would lead. But I don't know that it'll go to an extension. They have Broderick Jones' money already invested in him, and I got to believe it's in their best interest to put him there. But it's not going to be a situation where they're just going to give him a job if he's not working and producing as hard as the guy in front of him.
Is Bob Papiani a Dan Moore believer?
I'm a Dan Moore believer in that he was a guy who did not when he first came in here, he and Kendrick Green both were kind of thrown into it. And I thought it was a little bit much for those guys where they were drafted. I'm an admiring from the point of view that he's had to stave off all these number one picks coming in here. He's, if you ever got to talk to him, guys, he's a really, really thoughtful person and has a great attitude about what he's doing, I think. And I think that serves him well for what he's trying to do. And he's also very helpful with those other two young guys. I think they respect that from him. So there's a lot of respect and admiration on his behalf. Now, can they get better overall performance? I think that's what they have in mind when they've drafted two guys. But I give him credit. He's not only stuck around, he's fended off these guys. And then Dotson's the other kind of guy. When he came in, I thought, man, that's going to be hard for him. The one guy who didn't was Green, and he was just overmatched at that position, I thought. But Dotson's turned out to be a pretty good player, cashed in. So who knows what Dan Moore's going to get in the future.
Bob, Brian Batko, we like his work a lot over at the PG. He had a chat today, and one of his interpretations of how Tomlin spoke about Broderick Jones, and Tomlin saying straight away, we want him to get out there and be on the field, and we want him to play. He took that to mean that Dan Moore, despite all that he's done maybe to impress the coaches and to be on their good side, that he still might have a pretty short leash. Would you agree with that sentiment? Do you think if Dan Moore has a stinker of a game here, that his starting spot becomes pretty tenuous pretty quickly?
I think probably yes, because, again, they have a lot invested, and they know what the upside is on Broderick Jones. I like you, Chris, I believe, and I think I'm right by this. When this happened, I thought that was a great pick for the Steelers. I still do. I'm not going to just shut that down. I think it's a great pick.
I paraded around the building, like singing to the tune of Rocky music, Broderick Jones' name, because that was the guy I wanted them to draft. So I put myself out there, not to the extent Pony did with Pickett, but like on my own scale of things, I put myself out there pretty good.
Yeah. No, I think if there's an opportunity that arises, they would do it, and then it's up to him to take it and run with it. And Dan Moore would understand too. Again, he's a very even, level-headed kind of guy, and I think he would understand it. He's going to put his best effort out, and if it's not good enough, then he'll know what that is. And you have 3 tackles there. One of them's a swing guy. He can't swing like the others can swing, so therefore he's kind of stuck in that position. If he doesn't do well, he'll be taken out, and Jones will move over there.
What grade would Bob Pompiani give Arthur Smith through 2 games as Steelers offensive coordinator?
I'd have to give him a B+, I think, only because they've won. I mean, obviously, we all know, guys, that they cannot sustain this sort of performance on a regular basis to get no touchdowns and 1 touchdown and win games. That's a recipe for failure. So, I understood what they're trying to do, and I think Mike Tomlin has a big say in how they go about doing this. He's a big proponent of don't make mistakes. We win games if we get a plus side on a turnover. So that works, but against better teams, I suspect it may not work because Kansas City can overcome a -2 in a turnover. Cincinnati can do the same when they're playing the way they're capable. So those kinds of teams, you still have to be able to match point for point. It's incomplete for now, but after 2 games, I'd have to give it a B+, just because they won 2 games. And they didn't make it easy on the other team to get points because the failures on their side of the ball.
Do you think Mike has finally learned from some of these ugly playoff losses they've suffered that he can't always go this way with conservative offense? Do you think deep down he understands that for them to be a real threat, they're going to have to start scoring points, or no?
Yeah, I think he obviously knows that when Roethlisberger was here, it wasn't so much that they scored a lot of points. The problem is they gave up a lot of points and they made too many mistakes. If he has a quarterback he believes in, I think you're going to see them do what they have to do. I think ever since Roethlisberger, it's been kind of, tiny steps trying to prevent disasters. And, maybe that, affects quarterbacks to the point where Kenny Pickett would be, he's a guy who I think is better served probably, going out, running away out of the pocket, throwing out, I don't know, just more of workload from that point of view for him. But they were so concerned with just not making mistakes, and ever since Roethlisberger has gone, this is what we've seen, and we see it even now with Fields. So I give him credit; they reduced turnovers because he was a turnover machine. But again, at some point, you have to throw a lot of touchdowns. And last week, let's face it, he had 1, he could have had 2, he should have had 2 because that was a bad call on the pick.
Bob, before we let you run, Austin Bechtold, you know him, the producer of the Midday Show. Yeah, the City Limits. Joe Starkey's trying to use the radio show to solicit dates and to try to set Austin up with a girlfriend. A, do you think that's a good idea? And B, do you think that Austin will find success in finding the love of his life through Starkey's Cupid-like ways?
No, I don't. I'm an old-fashioned guy when it comes to that pony. You got to go out and survey the field yourself. You can't do it through websites. You can't swipe left. You can't rely on radio. You can't rely on Joe, of all people. I don't know. No, I wouldn't do that. He's got to go out and just, fluff the hair up, get a good club and shirt, go out there, let people know what he does.
How about this one, Bob? I think he needs to learn how to dance. I think if he were to learn how to dance, that is something that always impresses eligible bachelorettes out there.
No, no question about it. I think women respect that. They know you're confident then if you get out there and you show that you can move on the dance floor. So yeah, absolutely, I would do that. I was talking to him the other day about facial hair, more so. I don't know what he would look like with a beard, but that could be an option too. That's an in thing these days.
I mean, is he able to grow facial hair? He has a great
baby face.
He has a great head of hair, but he has very much a baby face, Bob. I don't know if that might take him like a year to grow facial hair.
It might, but then again, if it may come in, like you're looking at a cornfield from an aerial drone shot. I don't know what that would look like. So,
all right, Bob.
You'd have to give that a try and see what the results are.
Great stuff. Thank you, Bob. We'll talk next week.
All right. See you. Have a good day.
Happy Andy, everybody. Coming up next, it is PM Team Power Rankings time. We are ranking the 5 best quarterbacks who have played for either the Steelers or the Chargers. Top 5 Steelers or Chargers. But first, the Donnie football headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Youngstown State comes to town this weekend. The Pitt Panthers welcome the Penguins. Saturday, 3:30 kick at Acrisure Stadium. Pre-game coverage starts at 12:30. That can also be heard on your Odyssey app. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, thank you so much, Donnie. Let's talk right now about McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. They apparently sponsor the segment that Hope does with Starkey, so I appreciate that they get involved there and help us with Hoke's commentary on things. I have a commentary on McVeigh. Right now with McVeigh, second opinions are free. You don't like what the first plumber charged, you go to McVeigh. They are going to look around and see what's going on. They're going to charge you nothing for it. Also, upfront pricing. Not everybody does that. That is key. They'll let you know before the project even starts how much it's going to run you. That is the power of McVeigh Plumbing. Call McVeigh.com for more info. Mulsey.
Thank you, Pony. Awaken 180 weight loss. I'm big into the idea of creating healthy habits just generally. It's like a constant battle in other facets of my life. You know, I want to get up at a certain time. I want to get a certain number of things accomplished, get into like healthy routines, right? I think we're all human beings. We're all creatures of habit. And one of the bad habits that I had that I really could not break for a very long time was just some of the problematic eating habits. You know, it wasn't so much that I would like gorge myself or anything else, but you make enough like steady bad choices, they start to add up. And that is why Awaken 180 was such a godsend for me. That's why it helped me lose 35 pounds and keep it off, because it wasn't about making some quick fix, like taking a pill and just having weight fall off and learning nothing in the process. It was about actually coming up with a new way to do things that my coaches did for me at Awaken. They made the plan and then I executed it. Seeing that plan work makes it so much easier to stick to it and to have those healthy habits stick for a long time. If you're ready to have a simple but very, very effective course to success with weight loss, try out the solution for weight loss, awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Join us here every Thursday evening from 6 to 7 as we broadcast live from Minio's Pizza House in Allison Park to bring you the latest on the black and gold with Pittsburgh linebacker Elandon Roberts. Get the latest on our black and gold from a guy who knows. The Elandon Roberts Show is presented by Jim Shorkey Chevrolet in North Hills and brought to you by Julian Gray Associates. The Elandon Roberts Show is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Look for a low-scoring slugfest in the Music City. I'm Sammy P, here to help you beat the books with BetQL. Green Bay leaned on their running attack in the home win over Indianapolis. Now they try to do the same in Tennessee. The 0-2 Titans looking for their first win, and the BetQL model thinks this will be a low-scoring affair. BetQL under 38, a 5-star best bet. I'm Sammy P. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
Hey, Steelers fans, Paramount Plus is your home to stream the NFL on CBS every Sunday. Catch Russell Wilson and the boys in action and stream your live local NFL on CBS game all the way through the AFC Championship. Sign up and sign in to Paramount Plus today.
You are never too old for a family. The Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption is dedicated to finding forever families for children who have been waiting in foster care the longest. Learn more at davethomasfoundation.org.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
All right, Russell Wilson officially limited at practice today. You'll hear from him in a few minutes. Also an update on Justin Herbert's practice participation for the Chargers as he missed yesterday with his ankle injury. It's 3:30 on a Thursday. That means it's time for Pony and Muller Power Rankings. Earlier today, as we are wont to do, we were watching a Steelers-Chargers game from 40 years ago, and Mark Malone and the Steelers offense put up 52 points on Dan Fouts' Chargers. It was the most points ever scored by a Chuck Noll coached football team, believe it or not. And this spawned the following PM team power rankings. Best quarterbacks to play for either the Steelers or Chargers. Now, as a clarification here, because Russell Wilson has not technically played a game for the Steelers yet, he is ineligible. That anyone else who has been a quarterback who has appeared in a regular season game for either team is eligible. The Chargers have never won a Super Bowl, but they have a great list of former quarterbacks. They have
Pony.
Probably what?
Well, I was going to say, you're setting this up, and I think you're ready for a Mulsey oversight. And if you let me name the first name that we can submit and kick around.
I put together an order here. Here's how we'll do it. I will name number 1 ranked guy. Then you will name the number 2 ranked guy. Then Donnie will name number 3. Then it'll come back to me for 4 and 5. And then Donnie will have the right, as the last guy, to make one alteration to the list. Move somebody up, throw somebody out, and put somebody else in.
All right, so you're right. Okay, sure. I get it? Not really, but sure.
My number 1 quarterback to play for either the Steelers or Chargers.
Yeah, I know who it's going to be.
Johnny Unitas.
Yeah, I knew that. See, you thought that I was going to forget he played for the Chargers to end his career.
40 years old.
Yeah, I knew you were going to do it. I knew you were going to do it.
Russell Wilson has the potential
He was absolutely stank for the Chargers.
What
he
year
was horrible.
was it?
1973.
That's wild.
You think Bob Labriola could be listening to us right now, very proud that we have recognized Johnny U?
I think that Russell Wilson has the potential to be one of those guys where it's like, oh, my God, I completely forgot that he was in Pittsburgh for a year. Oh, my God, I forgot that Jerry Rice was in Seattle and Franco Harris was a Seahawk. And, oh, my God, Joe Namath played for the Rams.
Who is the all-time version of that
guy? Cardinals.
Well, Emmitt Smith broke the all-time rushing record when he was there in Arizona, did he not?
He did.
Didn't he do it against Dallas?
Yes. No.
I thought he did.
Yes,
yeah.
he did.
I think
what an
I thought
irony
he already
there.
had the record with Dallas.
I could have swore he broke a record with them. I'm trying to think of who another a truly great example of he played. I mean, to me, Dion with the Ravens is kind of like that.
It is. That's a good one.
Dion with the Ravens is a funny one.
T.O. had a few at the end.
T.O. with the Bengals is a very funny. You could do a lot of the ones with T.O. It has to be somebody, though, preferably, who played basically their whole career with one team and then just stapled on a bizarre tour of duty.
Ballsy, who's 2?
I got to go Bradshaw here. I don't think there should be any argument either. Like, the guy won 4 Super Bowls, played in a completely different era. I know your Johnny U argument is partly based on don't look at the stats. The guy played in a completely different time period for the NFL. Bradshaw wasn't exactly playing in air raid offenses. He won 4 Super Bowls. He also tended to play his absolute best in the biggest moments for them, the biggest games. They wouldn't have all 4 of them if Bradshaw hadn't played as well as he did in the majority of them, especially later when they had turned into more of a pass-oriented offense. I'm going Bradshaw here, and I don't even think it's controversial.
You don't think putting him ahead of Drew Brees or Ben Roethlisberger, is that all controversial?
I don't think it should be.
I think it's very controversial.
All right. You always think things I say are controversial, and then you have very convoluted statistical arguments to back up your point, and then I just tell you you're wrong.
Donnie, who is the 3rd best quarterback to suit up for either the Steelers or Chargers?
I guess this old Cowboy's got a little bit left in him.
I'm putting Big Ben right ahead of Drew Brees. I had these for a while, slashed out, Unitas. I had him easy number 1. I actually did have Bradshaw number 2.
Easy number 1. Easy number 1. None of us have ever seen Johnny Unitas play football. I was going to put him up there and put him number 1 just to make Pony happy that I remembered that he played for the Chargers. None of us ever watched a game he played live.
And you never watched a game Bradshaw played live, and you just put him ahead of Ben.
I'm just saying, though, Johnny U played truly different. Do I?
Do you like him?
I give him his respect. I say he's an easy, obvious Hall of Famer.
You said there was no debate that Bradshaw was better than him. I think that's pretty
twice as many titles.
When I made a comment about Dan Fouts not having any titles today, you gave me the Trent Dilfer argument, and now you're using the title argument again?
I think it absolutely should only be used in extreme cases like that. Like if somebody were to tell you Dilfer's better than Marino, you disqualify them. But I don't think it's at all controversial that a guy who played in an era where quarterbacks were getting suplexed by guys like Turkey Jones and were calling their own games on the field, I don't think that he should get dinged for that.
Why Ben ahead of Brees, Donnie?
I just obviously personal bias for one, but I
like that you just get right out in front of it. And say just bias.
I think I'm just going to go with the fact that I like one guy more than the other.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Brees is an all-time great quarterback. Don't get me wrong, but I am just going to go with Ben. The 2 Super Bowls over 1. Neither guy has a league MVP either, so you can't make that individual argument for Brees. And we know people love making the dome argument, and that's where Drew Brees really made his money. He hasn't really remembered. I know this isn't the exercise, but he played majority of his career in a lot easier climates, and I'm giving Ben the edge. But I had them slashed out. Like, I had those two, like Ben.
So was your top of the heap? Was your top of the heap Unitas and Bradshaw?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so Johnny even puts Bradshaw ahead of Ben.
Yeah, so don't even bother arguing about it. 2/3 majority rules.
All right, I'm going to put Brees 4 then. I would have him higher, but that's neither here nor there. The guy, in my opinion, is the most accurate passer in NFL history. I think if it was a game of darts, football style, I think he'd beat everyone who ever played the game, Brady included.
You and I actually are in agreement on this.
He is the Greg Maddux of NFL quarterbacks.
I don't think it's dramatically ahead of Ben, and I can actually understand if you're in Roethlisberger's shoes why you would get jammed up, because I think he does, that people consider Brees a better quarterback. But the longevity, I also think he deserves. Here's something else that doesn't get said about him a ton. He's a good athlete. Anybody that plays in the NFL has to be a good athlete in traditional terms. He was maybe 6 feet tall. To be that dominant from the pocket at that height and that accurate, I think is like borderline wizardry.
All right, who's 5, Malsey?
I mean, it gets late early out there. I will go Fouts, though. I think Fouts belongs over Rivers. The Steelers, we love Cordell. Cordell, a friend of the show. He's the 3rd best quarterback in team history for the time being.
How about Bobby Lane?
I'm not doing that. I think Fouts is a Hall of Famer, first off. Fouts also, I think, was the quarterback at the forefront of a revolutionary turn in offense, the Air Coryell. There's a run there where Fouts has never thrown. It starts in 79 and extends to 81. Dan Fouts, till that point, has been a good quarterback, but by no means what I would call great, right? He's only thrown for 200 yards a game on average for one season, and that was where he only played 4 games. He'd never topped 3,000 yards. Ironically enough, in 78, he had 2,999 yards, okay? And then here is a 3-season run, basically in his physical prime. 4,082 yards, led the league. 4,715 yards, led the league. 4,802 yards, led the league. Also led the league that year with 33 touchdown passes. The next year, the strike year, was on pace to throw for 5,000 yards. 2,883, he had 17 touchdowns. He absolutely was the guy who I think was the player who revolutionized passing in the NFL. He walked so Dan Marino, for example, could run.
Len Dawson also was eligible here because he did start his career with the Steelers and did appear in games. Donnie, you have the last word here. Is there any move you want to make, add someone to the list and take someone off, or move someone up a spot? You're allowed to do that one time.
So I didn't even think of Dawson, so that was a good pull there. I didn't even have him on my radar for this. I did have Rivers/Fouts for that number 5 spot. But I think the historical context there that Chris brings up is very important. Like, he was one of the players that truly revolutionized the position. It wasn't just a dude who threw for, 2,000 yards back in the 80s, and he threw 1 million interceptions, and he threw for, 7 touchdowns. He was one of the first quarterbacks that actually looked like a quarterback that could be playing right now. A quarterback that could have played in the 2000s, in the 2010s. Rivers, the numbers are better on his end. The counting numbers are better on his end. And don't get me wrong, I think he'll be in the Hall of Fame at some point one day too. So I have those guys in a pretty close to even keel. Rivers, 11 career playoff wins. That's far and away the Chargers' best in team history. But neither guy has a Super Bowl. Both guys struggled in the playoffs historically. I mean, I know I just gave the playoff wins, but it's not like they got it done in the biggest moments, so it's hard to really give either guy the edge there. But I do think historically, I'm going to go Fouts.
All right. 5-1, Dan Fouts, Drew Brees, Big Ben, Terry Bradshaw, Johnny U. 5 best quarterbacks to have played for the Steelers or Chargers. Justin Herbert did not get consideration by us.
And an absolutely ridiculous late submission for random guys who played 1 year, because that's why Johnny U's number 1 here, who played 1 year. Tim Brown, 15 or 16 years with the Raiders. I had no idea this happened.
The Bucs?
Yes.
Yeah.
Pony. I don't think it's wrong that people are like, oh, he appeared in 15 games with the Bucs in 2004.
Charlie remembers that.
He's a Buccaneers fan. Of course he remembers that.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. We'll let Channel 2 take care of that. When we come back live from the Rivers Casino Sportsbook, you will hear Russell Wilson update his status. There's a lot of conversation about Russ these days. Will he ever play for the Steelers? Will he get traded? Where is he at health-wise? You will hear his own thoughts when we return live with us. Hang out until 6 at the Rivers. It's the PM team on the Fan. And I'm here to tell you guys about Regenesis. Man boobs, blubber, flab, jowls, double chin. You don't like the way you look and feel? Get in touch with Regenesis today. They can change your life with a simple phone call, a physician consult, and blood work. And before you know it, your life may be different. And both of those things are free. Their website, freebloodwork.com, will steer you in the right direction. You will see the before and after pictures, the testimonials, the firsthand accounts of people that changed their lives, and all it took was a visit to Regenesis. So go to freebloodwork.com today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This evening, plenty of sunshine with temperatures around 80 degrees. Overnight, mostly clear with lows in the upper 50s. Patchy fog developing overnight through Friday morning, then becoming mostly sunny with highs in the upper 80s, and mostly clear Friday night with temperatures in the low 60s. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
Pennsylvania football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown, and he throws an awesome block so his teammate can score instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. Everyone knows the most exciting part of football is the score. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD scorer wager today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It takes a lot to prepare for game day as a dedicated fan, and preparing the perfect tailgate meal might be most important of all. That's why Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise is the MVP. Hellmann's Mayonnaise is the secret to bring out the rich and creamy taste to all your game day dishes, from buffalo chicken dip to your favorite sub sandwich and everything in between. So give it a try, and mayo game day be delicious with Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise. Shop at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store, and add some extra deliciousness to your game day dishes this football season.
Hey everyone, it's Doran Dickerson. Do you want to feel more confident when you smile? People give me compliments all the time about my smile. It's been 2 years since my smile makeover, and my only regret is that I didn't do it sooner. For my veneer treatment, I only trusted the best cosmetic dentist in Pittsburgh. Doctors Brian and Rob Klaich of Cranberry Dental Studio, and my experience was incredible. Request a free virtual consultation by visiting cranberrydentalstudio.com or check out their award-winning smile makeovers on their Instagram at Cranberry Dental Studio.
Serious savings at your local Par-Mar store. Dan Zangrili reminding you to download the Par-Mar Stores app and save big. Get 3 cooler beverage items with your Par-Mar rewards card and get 10 cents off per gallon of gas. And remember, if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
This Thursday night preview is brought to you by ESPN Bet, the official sportsbook of ESPN.
Division rivals clash tonight when New England takes on New York, with New York currently favored by around 6.5. Defense is expected to set the tone tonight, with the total in this game setting at just 38.5.
Lock in your picks before kickoff. Download the ESPN Bet app today. Odds and lines are subject to change. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Direct Auto Insurance is for uncompromisers, the people who refuse to make trade-offs in life. Like Kelly, when her old car insurance got so expensive that she couldn't afford to drive anymore, do you think she started carrying her groceries for miles? No. But she did find Direct Auto's savings that allowed her to drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25%, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a quote today at directauto.com. Savings based on applied discounts and will vary. Terms apply. How you buy can affect price. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Trump and Vance have no clue what keeps parents up at night. I don't want to hear about cat ladies, lies about people eating dogs, or have them tell us that school shootings are a, and I quote, fact of life. Trump and Vance don't get that nothing's more important than the safety of my family and the schooling of my kids. I don't need to hear anymore. I've made my decision for my kids and their future. I'm voting for Kamala Harris and Coach Walz.
Paid for by AFT Solidarity, AFT.org, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. AFT Solidarity is responsible for the content of this advertising.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy two. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Home ownership. At Progressive, we know it's part of the American dream. It's winds blowing across a fruited plain, and also your new fire pit, which subsequently sets your gazebo ablaze. It's hard-hitting football, and an even harder-hitting price estimate from your general contractor. That's a star-spangled bummer. It's also round-the-clock protection when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, which can help keep the American dream of home ownership alive and kicking. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Is Kamala Harris a radical? That's what she calls herself. Listen to her own words.
Yeah, I am radical. I do believe that we need to get radical about what we are doing.
Kamala is radical about defunding the police.
The idea that more police equals more safety, and that's just wrong.
It's weak. And Bob Casey's weak, too. He says,
there's no question there's systemic racism throughout our criminal justice system, but certainly in policing.
And on immigration, Kamala says,
an undocumented immigrant is not a criminal.
Again.
We're not going to treat people who are undocumented across the border as criminals.
And Bob Casey's right there with her. Casey says,
Kamala Harris is an inspiring and very capable vice president.
Casey voted with Kamala 98%. So Bob Casey says,
The more people get to know her, they're going to be particularly impressed by her ability.
Casey and Kamala, they're too weak.
I'm Dave McCormick, candidate for the United States Senate, and I approve this message. Paid for by friends of Dave McCormick.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey Steelers fans, Paramount Plus is your home to stream the NFL on CBS every Sunday. Catch Russell Wilson and the boys in action and stream your live local NFL on CBS game all the way through the AFC Championship. Sign up and sign in to Paramount Plus today. Hey Steelers fans, Paramount Plus is your home to stream the NFL on CBS every Sunday. Catch Russell Wilson and the boys in action and stream your live local NFL on CBS game all the way through the AFC Championship. Sign up and sign in to Paramount Plus today.
Now at Getco Cafe and Market, any half steak sub just $5.99, including the all-new Getco Bistro Steak Sub with white cheddar and caramelized onions, or the Steakhouse Burger, topped with caramelized onions, white cheddar, and new comeback sauce. Order now on the Getco app. Getco Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
Got a pesky drain? Galease Services' $93 Clog Crusher will clear your main drain, or it's free. If Galease can't clear your clogged drain, it's free. Call 412-831-6199. 5-year warranty. Return visit included. PA 10887.
Call Galease. Leaves and temperatures are beginning to fall.
And so are prices. Time to shop the fall kickoff at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Grab some incredible deals this week, including 0% financing on the popular 24 Outlander. It's back, but it won't last long.
New 24 Eclipse Cross, take $5,000 off on select models or finance at 2.99% for 72 months.
Or a new 24 Outlander Sport. Take $4,500 off MSRP and it's all yours.
Let's be clear. You'll be getting style, safety, all-wheel drive, and a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
Plus 2 years of prepaid maintenance. It's the best automotive deal out there.
So don't wait. Our fall kickoff makes an upgrade easier than ever.
Visit us in North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Western PA's best inventory, ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Includes all applicable factory rebates and dealer incentives. See dealer for details.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all the Steelers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Now's the time to save big on the rugged Jeep lineup and the powerful Dodge vehicles at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township. Get a 2024 Dodge Ram 1500, payment starting as low as $385 a month for 42 months. A 24 Jeep Grand Cherokee and Jeep Grand Cherokee L, payment starting at $249 a month for 27 months. Hurry in today. These deals are hot and won't last long. Visit them online at southhillschryslerjeep.net. See dealer for details.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentleman's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentleman's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. The best happy hour specials in the city are at Cheerleaders Pittsburgh.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Crews are on the scene of an accident on the outbound side of the Parkway West as you come up Green Tree Hill. Right shoulder is closed. Expect some slower traffic than usual in that area. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This traffic report sponsored by Indeed.
Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates, all from one place. And Indeed's interview tool lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from their website. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates finish the series in St. Louis tonight, 7:15, first pitch on the Fan. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, live from the Rivers Casino Sportsbook, where it is slammed. It's Pony and Muller.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Pony and Muller give you the insight to make it big in the world of sports betting. The Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Steve Palazzolo in about 20 minutes. He'll give us an in-depth look at the Steelers' challenge on Sunday, trying to get to 3-0 and beat another undefeated team, the LA Chargers.
Steelers injury report is out. Russell Wilson listed as limited. Roman Wilson, full participant. Ray Fittipaldo in the 5 o'clock hour. We'll see if he now believes Roman Wilson will make his Steelers debut on Sunday. Let's cue up Russell Wilson here, because there's a lot of Russell Wilson fodder out there right now. There's the Miami potential trade idea that's been floated out there by ESPN. We had Mike Florio on with us yesterday, and he made a comment about how Mike Tomlin is going to have to manage Russell Wilson's personality and prevent Russell Wilson from having his PR team start to make life harder on Mike the longer he goes with Justin Fields, getting that agenda out there. Hey, Russ is fine. He should be playing. Russell Wilson's career at a crossroads, needs to play this year and play well to get a job for next season. And if he gets antsy, is Russell Wilson going to tell his people to get in touch with certain media friends to expedite either playing here or possibly somewhere else, Mulsey? And maybe he'll play the volunteers, not hostages card that others have to get what they want.
So part of that thing about Russ getting his people to start reaching out to media members to say he should be playing, like, I'm sorry, one of the big, what's the whole thing where somebody said, like, the greatest antidote to whatever is the truth, or it's for some legal term. You ever heard that one? Like, the greatest whatever.
Did Cordell and Cordell mention it in any of their ads?
No. The greatest remedy to something or other is the truth. Somebody out there listening knows exactly what I'm talking about. Anyway.
You think it's Jason in Slippery Rock who has the answer for us?
No, not necessarily.
How about the guy on Twitter who said that one of his things was just that I sucked?
No, I don't think
he's bio.
I definitely
Who was that guy? Steelers Trump lover?
He just has the whole thing contains multitudes. His profile picture, his Twitter handle, which I will not say out loud, his Twitter bio, the way he responded to our quarterback poll our quarterback ranking we just did of Chargers Steelers quarterbacks.
He doesn't like it when we play the Roethlisberger killed the tree clip.
I don't know if he does. I would think that's like two things he ultimately likes. Anyway, like, the thing about Russ, the one thing I've not wanted to push back on, because I think it's absolutely possible. Russ has a well-earned reputation for having, like, his own sort of media engine and wanting to control the narrative and everything else. But, like, don't you think that is dissolved, like any kind of facade of I can play, by all of these videos that we are actually allowed to watch of him at practice, where it is very clear he cannot do even close physically to what the other two guys are doing ahead of him on the depth chart. Like today, it was out. Did you see it again today?
Same stuff.
Fields going through normally. Kyle Allen, again, closer to like full go. Like it looked like slightly more intense drills. And there's Rush just not really doing a lot. So let's say that doesn't change because calf injuries can linger for even the most well-conditioned players whose place on the field requires them to be more athletic than Russ. Think Christian McCaffrey, for example. If more practices keep wearing on here and going by, and Russ doesn't look like he's capable of doing anything. Like, let's say it goes into next week and he still looks like this. How can he get his people leaking things out there that are going to put the pressure on Mike Tomlin if the actual video shows otherwise?
And I would say back to him, if I worked for him, Russ,
like, you got to be healthy enough.
You know, your heart and you have an attitude of you always play, you battle through it. if you try to battle and you don't play well, you're really screwed, dude. It's only September.
He's in a tough spot. He is in a very tough spot, though, I will concede. To your point you're making, like if I were hearing that as Russell Wilson, you know what I would feel like? The walls are closing in on me. Because on one hand, I know I've got to play this year and play well if I want to score one more like pretty high up mega deal, like big money, maybe 9 figures if you get a long enough deal from somebody. You might get $120 million if you get back for half the season and play really well. Somebody might give you $40 million a year.
I also think he wants to add to his legacy, man.
Sure.
He's not a slam dunk for the Hall of Fame right now.
He's talking about wanting to play 21 games. He's, for whatever reason, he loves to talk and think big. Fine. But I would feel like the walls are closing in. I got to play if I want to get a new contract. I want to add to my legacy. I got to play. I got to be out there. But wait, here's the other problem. From the other side of the room, that wall's closing in. I'm not healthy. Don't you think he's had, as much as he clearly believes in himself, anybody would in that position, don't you think this calf injury for a guy who had a reputation of rarely missing games or even practices has to feel like, you've said it a lot with him, football mortality closing in? In his private thoughts, he has to have done some soul searching about, like, what if this doesn't really heal quickly at all? What if I'm fully 36 years old and feeling every bit of it?
So he's been an NFL quarterback since 2012. He started playing right away. He got the Seahawks to the playoffs in his rookie year. That's 2012. So that is now more than a decade. He's been in the league for 13 years. This will be, I think, the first time he's missed 3 games in a season. He's going to sit out on Sunday. He's missed 2. I don't think he's ever, other than the benching last year, I don't think he's ever even sat out back-to-back games with an injury. And now it's going to be 3 in a row. So when that happens for the first time and you're close to the end, I mean, no one really wanted you in free agency, only a couple teams, and there wasn't tons of interest. It was the Steelers, the Giants, maybe one other team. A team's paying you almost $40 million to not be there, and now you're hurt and you can't play. Like, yeah, you got to start to – I would question myself, and I would have concerns, and I would have reasons to wonder if I could still play at a high level because now my body's betraying me. Russell Wilson did talk to Kamali, Hathorne, and others a few minutes ago. Donnie has that audio. Let's eavesdrop on Russ. If we hear anything interesting, we'll pipe back in and tell you what we think.
How much more you've been able to do this week, and where do you feel you are?
Yeah, I'm definitely gaining ground. I feel good. I was able to do a lot more work today, yesterday, so getting better every day.
Do you feel like you're being even more cautious with the calf, just knowing last time felt like you were close to coming back and then you have that setback?
Yeah, we're just trying to be smart. I'm listening to the doctors, and we're all working together just to make sure that I'm ready to go fully and get back out there soon.
Medically right now, Russ, are you on board with this prognosis and diagnosis? Are you feeling like this is right for you right now to keep waiting?
Yeah, I mean, I'm doing everything I can, physically every day, every morning, every night, just to make sure that I can be ready to go, and we'll know when I'm ready, and I'm getting close.
How do you show progress? Is it a matter of the muscle itself loosening up, or are you tracking its healing?
We have a whole plan. We're following the plan. I don't want to get into the details of the plan, but we're following that, and I think I got a lot of work in today, which was great. So that was a really good thing.
Was it disappointing at all to go back to Denver and not get a chance to play?
What was exciting more than anything else was us winning, finding a way to win the game. It was a good game. Obviously, we pulled through. I think the most important thing too was just seeing us rally together. That was really cool. And also I think it was cool to see some of my former teammates and some of my closest friends in the world. Obviously, guys like Cortland Sutton. He means the world to me. Guys like Garrett Bowles, Julian McLaughlin. Other guys as well. So Javonte Williams. I just think that it was cool to see some people that I obviously have built some amazing, cool relationships, guys like Ray Jackson and many more.
Stop it for a second here, Donnie. Stop it here. We'll get to the petty game ball thing in a second that Tomlin brought the hot dog analogy up with. That's going to be the next question. He is so everything's so sanitized and run through a filter with him. He is Mr. PC. He leads the league in political correctness whenever he talks.
He's the anti-Ben in that regard, as far as
really
he just will not spill any tea whatsoever.
But he's going back to the trying to be smart thing. He's still talking about how there is a broader, bigger picture in play, So I think he's pivoted from maybe initially thinking he could get right back out there to now not wanting to risk it all by rushing and doing something stupid. I do detect, though, that what Dulac said about how after this game, back in time for the Colts, that he's probably got that date circled, and if it starts to, if that doesn't happen, then I'll want to listen to him after that game to see if he's still, or once that decision gets made, let's see if he still is so gung-ho on the plan that they have in front of him, because if he puts together 3 minus 17, if he puts 14 games, if he puts together 10 games that are good on tape, I think he'll get a job next year.
Yeah, he will.
So there's still enough games. What I'm saying is there's still enough time in games for him to recapture what he did in Seattle to get himself a new contract. And I think he's obviously business savvy enough and smart enough to know that. And that's why I think, like, he's not going to fall for the bait there of bringing up the Denver game and the revenge and the everything else and, like, give you some kind of, like, crappy
I think all that's probably
answer
true. I guess the thing I took away from that was the very first thing. I think there is a very clear dichotomy between how he's talking about his injury and what his practice status says. Getting better every day, all this stuff. It doesn't look like it. I want to keep going back. He is trying to, I think, not control the narrative because it's out there now. He's the third quarterback again. Kyle Allen is going after Fields and all these reps, so we know where Russ stands in that regard. He is, I think, really trying to make sure everybody knows he feels like he's getting better, but nothing about what he's doing at practice or how they are reporting his practice participation suggests that that's actually the case.
So we hear this with baseball all the time. Guys make strides, but they're not cleared for quote-unquote baseball activities, is the term that gets thrown around. It is possible that he's making progress in whatever rehab he's doing when he's not on the field, and they're still holding him back when it comes to the field. But that would speak to just how injured he was at the beginning of this. Like, they have tried to poo-poo and downplay just how bad this calf strain was, really going all the way back to
I bought it hook, line, and sinker. I really thought they were slow rolling it because a lot of people reported that they thought they were slow rolling it.
Soft tissue injuries with guys in their 30s just freak me out. They just do. I don't think they're easy to get over, and I think even though none of us are supreme athletes like Russell Wilson,
although,
there's
you continue to try to track towards that, Pony.
Yes, of course. Let's hear the petty ball answer here with Russ, Donnie.
After a game?
Yeah, I think so.
He didn't want to really talk about it. He's taking the Tomlin cue on that. All right, text us on the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line. Steve Palazzolo next. We will provide Justin Herbert's latest practice status, and we'll ask Steve, if Herbert is out, are the Steelers a lock to beat the Chargers? But first, a Donnie football headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Cardinals tonight. The Pirates tried to avoid the 4-game sweep. They have lost 81 games so far this season. 7:15 first pitch in St. Louis. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Jeff Hathorn starts at 6:20. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 93.7thefan.com. Another big football weekend with BetParx. Pittsburgh, a near 4-touchdown favorite on Saturday. Pittsburgh, a small favorite on Sunday. Hey, guys, it's Donnie Football. Get in on that fun with the BetParx app. The only sportsbook I recommend has a great offer for new users. If football ain't your flavor, sit down with a live dealer from BetParx. Download the BetParx Casino and Sportsbook app to wager on all of your favorite sports or play all of your favorite casino games. And new users, download the BetParx app right now. Get up to $1,000 in casino bonus back if you are down in the first 24 hours. Casino bonus must be wagered. See BetParx.com for terms and conditions. You play for fun. You love to win. You bet with BetParx. Must be 21. And in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, or Michigan, gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. I'll tell you what, I'm into tonight's primetime matchup. The Jets are playing. Normally I would not be into that, but the Jets are playing, and Aaron Rodgers is making his first appearance in MetLife since a year ago when he showed up, and he shredded his Achilles. Aaron himself is going to be hyped up. He even said, I like playing under the lights. Yeah, that and the fact that he's playing in front of the entire nation, all eyes on him. I'm Jim Rome. All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Retired or retiring soon? How much money do you need to live comfortably? Retirement Planners of America is here for you. Would you like to have financial peace of mind? Here's how. Step 1. Find out the amount of money you'll need to retire. Step 2, have a plan to get there. Step 3, make sure that plan can take advantage of market gains but protect you from market losses. Discover how to do all three with a free consultation at 800-508-6108. That's 800-508-6108.
All investments involve risk, including losses. Past performance does not guarantee future results.
Replacing your windows and doors is a great way to boost your home's value and curb appeal. Just to be sure, choose Renewal by Andersen. Hey guys, it's Adam Crowley. Their custom-built replacement windows are available in 9 exterior colors to bring out the unique beauty of your home. And they're crafted with Fibrex material. It's a composite as beautiful as wood and twice as strong as vinyl, so you get windows warranted to last decades. This month, Renewal by Andersen has extended their 31-day sales event. Buy one, get one 40% off all windows, patio doors, and entry doors when you buy 4 or more. That's 40% off. Plus, get an extra $150 off each window and door with no minimum purchase. Special financing is available. Call by September 30th. 412-703-2525. 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. For offer and warranty details, visit renewalbyandersen.com.
I'm at a smoothie bar asking people if they'd switch smoothies with me for $574.
Oh, I'll switch.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
That's a headache.
Nope, it's painless.
Oh, so it's easy money.
Yep, check Allstate first and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Total Wireless is made to totally keep up with you. We now have unlimited data that never slows you down. Covered by the Verizon 5G network. And all for less than $30 a month when you get 4 lines. And the best part? We give you a free Samsung Galaxy A54 5G when you switch to the Total 5G Plus Unlimited plan. Visit your local Total Wireless store today. Total Wireless, we're totally with you. Actual speeds may vary by location. For data management practices, see TotalWireless.com.
Clear skies tonight, the low 59.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Things are moving pretty slow on the outbound side of the Parkway East. I'm seeing delays from Technology Drive through the tunnels to Edgewood, Swissvale. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
That broken old piano that's been taking up space in your basement since who knows when. We can help with that. twomenandajuncktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service. Your heart care matters. Get your heart checked at UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute today. For the first 2 weeks of the season, when it comes to the debate and discussion about Steelers games, it's really been all about our guys, Justin Fields versus Russell Wilson, and Fields playing because Russell Wilson isn't healthy. I think it shifts for this game because by now we all assume Fields will play, and there's not huge concern or consternation over Fields because of what he's done in these first 2 games. Conversely, you've got the Chargers and their quarterback dilemma, which is Justin Herbert got injured in the game against Carolina. His ankle got rolled up on. No practice yesterday. Now they're describing it as a limited practice. And for those who were in attendance who are trying to skate around the NFL practice rules, it doesn't look like he did a ton today.
Looks like he was a Russell Wilson level of limited participant.
Yes. So that is why we're bringing on our next guest, Steve Palazzolo from the 33rd team, to join us. Steve, if Justin Herbert doesn't play on Sunday, can the Chargers score more than 10 points against the Steelers' defense?
Probably not. I don't have a ton of faith in that. I think Easton Stick is still the backup. I know they have Taylor Heineke on the roster. I think Heineke would have a better chance to do that. He's got a little bit more of a, I would say, upside compared to Easton Stick. But Chargers have been interesting. I mean, they've played Jim Harbaugh football. They run the ball really well. That would be their best bet with Harbaugh or without is getting some more big plays by J.K. Dobbins, who's looked fantastic for the first couple of weeks. They've been really good up front. I mean, it's like they've immediately morphed into a Jim Harbaugh team. Tough run blocking, stout up front, run first attack, and then defensively, again, it's only 2 weeks, but this is the best defensive front the Chargers have had in years as far as physicality, playing the run. They've been pretty good on the back end. It is interesting how quickly they've morphed into what I think Jim Harbaugh loves about football.
Fill in the blank with a number here. First team to blank wins in Steelers-Chargers.
13 again. We'll say 13.
Steve,
the magic number.
It's got the lowest total of any game this week. It's 35.5, Malsey.
Well, it should be like an Iowa game, really, in college football, where you can't set the total low enough, I feel like. Steve, on to more pressing matters that actually involves kind of these two teams, because I think they're doing one of the few things that's an antidote to this. Do you agree with Mel Kiper that we should ban the too-high safety look, because apparently nobody knows how to beat it? What's going on with that in the NFL? Why have these quarterbacks across the league all struggled so much?
So first of all, I don't know what's happening at ESPN. Like, we all have data and information. Mina Kimes, who's a friend, been on our show before, she posted a number last week that said too high looks are at like 60% or something, and I'm not trying to call her out or anything. I don't see those numbers necessarily. So I don't know if Mel's being fed those numbers that like 60% of plays have too high safeties, but I will say generally you're getting more deeper safeties. You have the NFL trying to avoid defensively giving up explosive plays. You are seeing that. I mean, the antidote is run the ball more effectively and hit your quick passes and create after the catch. So, I mean, there are answers to this thing. It's the other part of it, too, I think, is defenses are getting better at disguising pressures. You saw Sunday Night Football, how difficult it was for Caleb Williams and the Bears to just pick up a blitz and protect Caleb Williams. You see that across the league and a few other places. So you've got this Ravens. You got the Ravens. It's kind of like this combination of Fangio schemes that play deeper safeties, don't give up explosives, and Ravens schemes that do a really nice job of creating blitz packages and disguising it and sending 4 and 5, but still having coverage. I think you're just seeing a blend of all those things around the league, and it's just going to take quarterbacks who are patient, read it out, hit open receivers when they're open, and create after the catch.
I would tell anybody at ESPN, turn on Steelers-Chargers Sunday and see how deep those safeties are. I'm guessing they'll be close
right
to the
behind the
line
linebackers.
Exactly.
And then there's some teams that just can't pass, yes, and they're still getting the box stacked against them.
Yes. After week one, you said pretty much complimentary things of Justin Fields. Want to amend that at all after watching him against Denver on Sunday?
Not really. I think it's about the same. I don't know how much he'll keep this going. I mean, again, if the Steelers had given up 14 points, is everybody completely upset with this offense? Is it just the fact that the offense? I mean, the defense is playing so well that it's working. I mean, I think Fields had another similar type of game managery type of game.
Do you expect him to play like what kind of improvement do you expect from him week to week? Like, how different do you expect it to look, or is it partly based on who their opponent is?
I mean, at some point, yeah. I mean, at some point, the other team's going to score more points, and you're going to have to, push the ball down the field a little bit more, or at different times, or over the deep middle. Yeah, he's created some big plays, right? They've created some downfield passing opportunities. I think the only other changes are like the weeks where he might get 8 or 10 design runs, and some of those become big plays. Are there games where they'll rely on his legs a little bit more? He's already picked up like 6 first downs with his legs. I mean, that's valuable stuff for the offense. So yeah, I mean, look, I always thought Fields was accurate at Ohio State. He was working from massive clean pockets, but he could get in there and chuck it. I'm still waiting for just like consistent that 15 to 25 yard level, throwing the ball on time and accurately. If he could, somehow improve that and be more consistent there, I think there's places to improve there that could open up the offense even more.
Steve, Broderick Jones has been benched here, so the Steelers' 14th overall pick from last year now finds himself as a swing tackle on the bench. We talked a lot about Jones going into that draft because he was on the Steelers' radar. What's your reaction to already the Steelers having a little bit of buyer's remorse and putting him on the bench for Dan Moore and Troy Fautanu?
He has a 43.6 PFF grade. If you're just wondering if the Steelers are matching, if their perception is matching the PFF grade, I felt like I was defending the PFF. I mean, I was with PFF last year, but I was defending the lower grades last year. Remember, the Steelers' run game was.
Yes, I was griping about it last year.
Yes,
you were. We were fighting. We were arguing. It was ugly. But I was trying to say, look, sometimes there are some bad blocks in there that don't show up, in the actual production of the play, whether it's a quick loss in pass protection or a bad run block where the ball was run to the other side, or Jaylen Warren just juked to the defender or whatever it was. So yeah, I think Broderick's kind of struggled a little bit last year and into this year. And Dan Moore is interesting because every time I try not to give up on offensive linemen after 3 or 4 years, because in years 3, 4, 5 they do tend to make some improvements, and maybe, Dan Moore's done that and created some flexibility up front for the Steelers. Now, they haven't faced Myles Garrett yet. That's always trouble. But, maybe there's some improvement there, and it gives Broderick a little bit of time to develop on the bench.
I mean, they got Joey Bosa and Khalil Mack on Sunday, Steve. It's not like they're going up against the Sisters of the Poor there, so I'm just
saying Garrett tends to beat Dan Moore very, very quickly, and the ball's usually out, so Steelers fans never notice it. But
all right, so let me just one more here. On paper, if you take the quarterbacks out of it, because I know Herbert is better than Fields, if you take the quarterbacks out of it, are the Steelers a better team than the Chargers?
They're very similar if you think about it. I mean, the defenses both have a ton of potential there. I think the Chargers are finally playing up to the talent level that they have defensively. They both probably have questionable receiving cores, with George Pickens being the best receiver across both teams. I think it's pretty close as far as both teams go. Knowing my audience, though, I'll say the Steelers have the better squad, man for man, of course.
Thank you, Steve. Steve Palazzolo, Check the Mic, the 33rd Team. His podcast with Sam Monson, it's very good. I listen all the time. Steve, thank you for joining us.
Yep, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
I forgot the Chargers have Heineke. That honestly is a better option than Easton Stick.
You know why?
Heineke went toe-to-toe
with Brady,
with Charlie's Buccaneers in the playoffs. Charlie's nodding yes.
You know why I'm
That's
willing?
The same nod you gave for the Amanda Pete Breast comment.
Do you
earlier.
know? Well, no. For that one, he was like a dog who had been presented with a treat in front of him, and he was.
And then he went and watched that video. Malsey, don't act like you didn't.
Well, I searched. I did. Amanda Pete. Not what is it called? The whole 9 yards.
Did you do it on a company internet service?
No, LTE.
Oh, okay.
LTE. And it was right there. She's firing a gun.
Donnie, have you gone back and looked at it?
I have not. No, probably not the best thing to do while I'm in the office.
How about one John football?
I mean, he's a veteran of that kind of thing, so I'm sure he already. I'm sure he was already well aware.
All right.
Oh, mercy.
What do you think are the odds Herbert plays right now? I think 60-40 yes.
I was going to say the opposite, 40-60.
No?
Yeah, like 60-40 no. But then again, who am I? No, he's like Sayamalu gets talked about here. Like he could practice Friday and he's good. I mean, he could pretty much say, I'm good to go on Saturday, and they'd play him. By the way, you know why I would think they wouldn't play Heineke over Stick? It's the same reason. It's like the same basic operating principle Tomlin has. Heineke is a volatile player. He will put the ball at risk if you give him an opportunity to do so in the name of trying to make a play.
What the hell's Easton Stick, Mulsey?
I think it is
Charlie Batch is a backup quarterback.
I think it is much more likely that Harbaugh would be very comfortable telling Easton Stick, you are going to hand the ball off to various running backs 45 to 50 times in this game, okay? And you are going to maybe attempt 17 passes, fewer if we're in the lead. And he would feel better about Easton Stick being almost too scared to screw up. Where you put Heineke in that game, there's absolutely a chance Taylor Heineke goes, screw it, I'm chucking it.
Stick numbers aren't terrible from last year. He went 0-4, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions, averaged 225 passing yards a game, 51 QBR. They're backup quarterback quality, except the Chargers lost every single one of the games. All right.
He looks kind of like a weird store brand John Cena, too. Very odd.
He follows me on Twitter.
Cena?
Yeah.
He's one of those people who follows like almost a million.
Yeah, I can't even brag about it.
No.
All right, Donnie's segment is next. We call it the football debrief. And then Justin Fields and Arthur Smith both talking today. You will hear some of the things Smith said about Fields and Fields' thoughts on getting another start. Plus, will he be getting help from another Wilson on Sunday? All that and more to come. First, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Thursday night football, Patriots and Jets tonight at 8:15. The Steelers welcome the Chargers on Sunday at 1. We will have pregame coverage on the Fan beginning Sunday at 9 a.m. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, thank you so much, Don. Let's talk right now about FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NFL and the official betting partner of 93.7 The Fan. Week 3 begins tonight with the Patriots and Jets. That game's in the Meadowlands, and New York is a 6-point favorite against New England. They have not been this big of a favorite against the Patriots at home since the 1990s, and that's what happens when Brady and Belichick are gone, and you add Aaron Rodgers to this rivalry. 6-point number tonight, and I do like the Jets to cover that. I also like Breece Hall to have a bigger game than he did last week because Braylon Allen came off the bench and had a couple of touchdowns and looked good for the Jets. And I expect New England to stink. They have been competitive in their first 2 games. I think this is when the real Patriots show up. And I think New York, behind a 40-year-old quarterback, gets to 2-1 tonight. You can take my advice or do what you want. New customers on FanDuel get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed, and all you have to do is place a $5 bet. Just go to FanDuel.com/Andrew. 21 plus present in Pennsylvania. For online real money wager only, $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as knowledgeable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. September's Fan Beer of the Month is Alter Genius Brewing's Rescue Kolsch. The charity of the month is Humane Animal Rescue Pittsburgh, providing care, adoption, and education for pets and wildlife in the Pittsburgh region.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, or you just don't like us, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
There's new Tropic Bowls in Paradise at Tropical Smoothie Cafe. Enjoy our new Bahama Mama Bowl, inspired by our fan fave smoothie flavor, serving pineapple, strawberry, and coconut. Or dig into 32 grams of protein with our new Peanut Butter Protein Crunch Bowl. It's tropic time.
9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Our recruiting professionals utilize an award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
Make clogged gutters a thing of the past with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5-HELMET today. That music means it's time for Donnie's segment. It's called the Donnie Football Debrief, and that is sponsored by Steel Mill Saloon in Mount Washington. Don?
The debrief, September 19, 2024. Chris, you asked Steve Palazzolo a question about it. I did want to get into this a little bit more. Everyone's favorite draft Nick, Mel Kiper Jr. today, saying that 2 high safeties, quote, should be outlawed, suggesting that it is ruining the NFL and its product.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now about 2 high safeties. What it does is it forces teams to run the football, and because you don't have a lot of offensive line practice at the college level, and then, of course, the pros are taking away their practices. They're not hitting as much. These guardian caps might change things, not getting a lot of cohesion on the offensive line. That leads to quarterbacks ill-prepared to enter the NFL because they're making easy throws in college. One-read offenses. We need more scoring. ESPN has told me that I need to send a subtle message to the NFL to start changing the rules to favor offense. There, it's best
It's
I got.
2 days in a row Kuipers came out and gone viral. His stuff about Bryce Young.
Do you think it's wholly unbelievable, though, what I just said sort of in like jest, semi-jest? Do you think it would really be beyond the pale for ESPN to subtly tell their people, like, can you start ripping the product quality here because we're a partner with the NFL, we don't love the way these games look, we have Monday Night Football, it's a big deal to us, and can you please, like, put out some credible-sounding gobbledygook about, you know, why tactically this is bad?
I could see in a production meeting, Kiper, like, half-jokingly saying that they should outlaw it, and the producer being like, ooh, that's
Eureka.
Good. Say that on the air.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that, like, it's something that also ESPN is acutely aware of, though, like, whether or not people think that these games are compelling.
I hate, you know, even the shift in baseball, I hate rules like that.
Like, you're not allowed to play defense this way.
Yeah, like, make an adjustment to the way that the team is defending you. If they want to put all of their infielders on the right side, hit it to the left side, or try to. Make adjustments.
Well,
put down
the solution
a bunt,
here
things
is
like that.
the solution here is hammer teams with the running game until they finally bring a safety down into the box to stop you from doing that, because the numbers game looks better for them, and then throw it to beat them after they do that. That's the solution.
Arthur Smith, believe it or not, Donnie, was asked about these Mel Kiper Jr. comments today. This is labeled for you back in Greentree, Worth the Rivers, why QB play is down, from Arthur Smith. And he actually did indulge this crazy Mel Kiper Jr., man who eats pumpkin pie every day, lover of the Baltimore Ravens. I don't know if you guys knew that.
I did know that he was a huge Ravens
annoys
fan.
me about him, although I do have a soft spot because he is the godfather of draft coverage, and I do love the draft. Here is Arthur Smith on this Kiper asinine take.
I think what you're seeing is there's a trend, right? In the 2010s, there was some really good veteran quarterback play around the league. Everybody saw it here with Ben. Now you're getting so much shell coverage where people are putting an umbrella over it. And if you got a great rush team, they're trying to get you to hold the ball if you get greedy. And you got a lot of young quarterbacks. And a lot of guys, and they got to play earlier. They're used to playing horizontal games. So some of it's dictated by the defenses. There's a lot going on there. So that would be my best answer I can give you. But again, that's just my opinion.
First of all, it is refreshing that we have now someone who is not afraid to give an opinion as Steelers offensive coordinator.
I know what his answer would have been. I don't know. I haven't seen, really, if there's Matt had
trying to score points and win games. He would have said something stupid.
Matt
like
had
that.
like a tonal similarity to Jamie Dixon, where Jamie was perpetually on the defensive. His team could have won by 60, and he would be like, I don't know. Canada would have said something like, I don't know. We're talking about the too high. I mean, I'm just ultimately trying to get guys open, and obviously we want Kenny to attack when he has a chance to attack.
He did throw some interesting stuff out there, though. The veteran quarterbacks, the Mannings, the Bradys, the Bens are gone, and that the young quarterbacks are in college. The game is, we saw this with Canada's offense, actually. The game is played more east-west than north-south, so not only do you have defenses wanting teams to throw the ball shorter and not intermediate and deep, but also guys are more accustomed to doing that.
And offenses are more willing to do it in college because if you're a really good team, you can throw the ball to a playmaker, and he's probably going to make the guy miss if the guy across from him is not an NFL player to be. In the NFL, as you know, they're all NFL players, and it's much easier or more likely that those guys will get tackled in space. I got to be honest. My major thought about this shift so far through 2 weeks where quarterback numbers are way down, touchdown passes are way, way down. This should play right into what Mike Tomlin wants.
I know.
This has to be like a dream come true for him. You want to run the ball. You want to play defense. You feel like your defense is better than almost everyone else's in the league. Like, this is what you want to do. Go for it. He has to love these rock fights. Don't the Steelers and Chargers actually have the biggest expenditure on defense of any two teams in the league?
Yes.
I think we are watching a battle this weekend of the two highest paid defenses in the league, too. Like, this is right up Mike Tomlin's alley. This is what is happening so far in the NFL, and I don't think it'll stick for a variety of reasons. I think the league will, at the bare minimum, tell referees to call fewer penalties, tell the officials to call fewer penalties on offenses to sustain drives. This is football as he wants to coach it and as he would prefer it be played. He feels like, I'm positive of this, if more games were like the ones he's played so far, very few other teams are going to beat him. And I think, by the way, all of this too high stuff is, as it always is in any sport,
cyclical.
It is cyclical, although, it is, the running game really is coming back because even all these, analytics people who are like, your EPA per play is almost always better with a pass are now saying run the ball. I do think, though, it's usually a reaction to, one player doing something at a spectacular level. This is all Mahomes-driven. He has been so good and has strafed teams with, the terrifying over-the-top offense that they tried last year. Even though it didn't work, they tried to slow him down and dare him to put together 12-play drives.
I think it's dumb, though, to run an offense when you play Patrick Mahomes and do it that way and then say we're going to use the same defense against Bo Nix. When those two quarterbacks...
You should be attacking Bo Nix.
Right, so from the Steelers' standpoint on this whole NFL evolution, I think Tomlin's got to be three things here offensively with this shift and him trying to take advantage of it. Number one, more reason in his mind to play Dan Moore. The numbers back it up. We went over
He's
him.
A run-blocking left tackle.
The numbers say he is a good run-blocking left tackle. Horrible pass blocker, very good run blocker. It's more efficient, more effective right now to run the ball than it has been in years. That's one. Two, he's got to be licking his chops to get Sayamalu back because their line right now is not good without him. You take Anderson out, you put your best guard in, going to do even better at that. And then three, more reason to play Justin Fields even when Russell Wilson's healthy.
He runs the ball. He's another guy, numbers game, that can give you that advantage. Yeah, I mean, the trend line right now works in their favor. It's finally, that pendulum has finally swung back in a direction I think they are very comfortable with.
Donnie, you want a final thought on this?
Well,
it is your debrief after all.
Yeah, I mean, I was waiting to make the point of maybe that's why we may see this be Justin Fields' job, already locked up. Like it's his job to lose because he does certainly display a better aspect on the ground than what Russell Wilson can do. And, I mean, Russell Wilson could run 5 to 10 years ago, but not anymore. And Fields, elite with his legs. I mean, I think you guys hit all the boxes there. You checked all the boxes. This is working out perfectly for how the Steelers want to play football. Mike Tomlin has to be a pig in slop.
Do we think Kuiper is...
A pig in slop.
Absolutely. I agree with that. Does Kuiper even know that he's getting crushed for this take? Is he even aware of it?
No, you know what? He still has an answering machine.
Yeah, that's got to be bliss right there. He puts this take out into the ether. There have been countless tweets sent about it, segments on other shows like this one, centered around reacting to what he had to say, referencing it, and he just fires that take off, and that's all he knows.
I think he said he still uses a fax machine.
Incredible. Honestly, man, I'm super jealous of that.
Really?
Yes. There's something, I think, very comforting about the idea that the guy, A, is good enough at his job and well-respected enough that he can still get away with that.
I love technology.
Sure, there are a lot of things that it's made easier, but if you're Mel Kiper, you've never been forced to move on into a new era of that. You get to live your life the way you've always lived.
Why would you want a flip phone when I can have a phone that allows for me
Twitter's
to look
just
up
like
any statistic I want or watch any
You don't need to look up statistics. You know them all. Twitter also is just like beaming sometimes the worst things in the world directly into your brain. You're staring. How many times do you catch yourself every day staring blankly at your phone, maybe when Stella's gone to bed, just thumbing through a timeline or just like absent-mindedly just like consuming all sorts of like mental popcorn and drivel.
So,
thank you.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. Low of 61 degrees at 4:40. Time to stop blindly paying those increasing auto and home insurance premiums today. All right, Total Request Thursday. We've put it out there. We've got an upset brewing in Total Request Thursday. That is the topic you picked for 5:30. Ray Fittipaldo, 5:15. Coming up next, though, Justin Fields in line to start his third game. How we're feeling about him, what he is saying about making the start on Sunday, what Arthur Smith had to say about Justin Fields, plus the Steelers maybe finally getting some wide receiver help. All that and more to come between now and 6 o'clock. Leadoff show after us. Live at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. It's the PM team. Mulsey.
Thank you, Pony. I'm glad to be telling you right now about the BetParx online casino and sportsbook app. And there's so much going on. It's a big Thursday with BetParx. Tonight, New York, Gang Green, you might be aware of them. They are a 6-point favorite against New England. You've got Pro Football Sunday, black and gold, 1.5-point favorites at home against Los Angeles. They're playing the Bolts. Over under the total here, it is a low one, 35.5 points. College Football Saturday, 3:30. Pitt, 26.5-point home favorite, hosting Youngstown State. Join me now, BetParx Sportsbook and online casino app. It's the only online casino and sportsbook that I recommend and use. BetParx, you can play live dealer, blackjack, craps, roulette, and more while watching the game. You can bet on all your favorite sports. You can bet pro football, college football. You can make your downtime fun time. Download the BetParx app right now and enjoy all the action and excitement from the casino at your fingertips. New users, download the BetParx online casino app and sportsbook and get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. Casino bonus must be wagered. See BetParx.com for details. Must be 21 and in PA, New Jersey, or Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. He is obviously the biggest voice in Pittsburgh sports, and we break down his comments after every presser.
I saw a couple of y'all blinking though, for real. No. I'll talk to you about it.
It's the Tomlin Rewind, every Tuesday at 12:30 with Joe. The Tomlin Rewind is brought to you by Twin Peaks, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and LGKG Injury Attorneys. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
You can only help someone who has been injured in an accident if you have a relationship with them. Hi, I'm Joe George.
I'm Larry Kelly. That's what we do at the injury firm of LGKG. Clients quickly become friends and some become family.
It's part of the home team advantage with LGKG.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius. Or two half-geniuses and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
You okay?
Sorry, I can't sleep with this cough.
Sounds like you need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with NyQuil VapoCool. It's NyQuil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
So you ready to get some sleep? Thank you, NyQuil VapoCool.
NyQuil VapoCool, the vaporizing nighttime coughing, aching, fever, best sleep with a cold medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Pennsylvania football fans, picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown, and he throws an awesome block so his teammate can score instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. Everyone knows the most exciting part of football is the score. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first TD scorer wager today. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, football fans, it's Brian Baldinger with It's Your Journey, presented by Hyundai. Atlanta flew into Philly and escaped with a win in primetime to close week 2. Atlanta's newly added veteran quarterback came up clutch in the final minutes, finding a wide-open receiver in the end zone for a last-minute score. Is this win over a title contender a sign of things to come in Atlanta? And how will Philadelphia bounce back after such a big letdown? It's Your Journey is brought to you by the new 2025 Hyundai Tucson Hybrid with class-leading advanced safety features.
You know what makes summer feel like summer? Firing up the grill with Kingsford Original Charcoal. The sound, the smell, the taste.
That is good.
Kingsford Original gives your favorite foods that smoky wood-fired flavor you can't get anywhere else. So, grab a bag of Kingsford Original Charcoal, America's grilling expert, and let's celebrate summer the Kingsford way. Kingsford.com.
Want more? Sure you do. More friends, a little more time, a few more laughs. More is a good thing, unless you're talking about risk of serious illness from a respiratory virus. But as we get older, we're more at risk for severe flu, COVID-19, and RSV. Worst birthday presents ever, right? But vaccines lower your risk, so you can keep doing more of all life's good stuff. Get started at vaccines.gov. Risk less, do more. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Hey, Pittsburgh homeowners. To build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel City.
We're kicking off huge savings at Spitzer Acura. Whether you're looking for a new Integra or RDX, our friendly consultants will help you find your perfect new Acura that fits your needs and budget in a pressure-free environment. And as always, every new Spitzer Acura comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Plus, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle whenever you're in need of service. Don't miss out. Score big on new Acuras at Spitzer Acura.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Can you haul away a mattress?
1-800-GOT-JUNK will haul off any size mattress for just $59.
But you need to know, this mattress has defied all my efforts to get it out of the bedroom.
All you have to do is point.
But this mattress has a mind of its own. It's like something out of a Stephen King novel.
Help is on the way.
Well, that's fantastic.
We make junk disappear.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
Young America, Kamala Harris thinks you're too stupid to realize she's to blame for record inflation.
What else do we know about this population? They are stupid.
Too stupid to realize groceries are up 26%.
They are stupid.
To see how she tripled the price of gas.
Stupid.
Too stupid to notice home prices are up 46%. Electricity 25%. Cars 33%.
Bidenomics is working.
Kamala, we're not that stupid. Right for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. www.rightforamericapac.com.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick. Soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors.
Use as directed. Vapo Stick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower Max use for adults.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentleman's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentleman's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. The best happy hour specials in the city are at Cheerleaders Pittsburgh.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
I'm Kamala Harris. Here's a few things I believe. Middle-class families, like the one I grew up in, they want common sense solutions. You want lower prices and lower taxes. I believe you want to just not get by, but you want to get ahead. We must create an opportunity economy where everyone has a chance to get a car loan, buy a home, start a business. And I believe we can make that happen.
Kamala Harris's plan? Bring down costs by cracking down on corporate price gougers. Make homeownership more affordable for families. A middle-class tax cut for 100 million Americans. And make sure billionaires and big corporations pay their fair share so you can keep more of the money you've earned.
Instead of being focused on the politics of the past, we need to be thinking about the future and how we make it better for families like yours. I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Harris for President.
Download the Par Mar Rewards app today for some big gas and grocery savings. Dan Zangrili here to tell you that loyalty has its rewards at Par Mar stores. Remember, if there's not a Par Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
We're seeing a couple spots of congestion on the outbound side of the Parkway West. You'll be moving slowly from 2nd Avenue through the tunnels to Green Tree, and then again from 79 through Settlers Ridge. I'm Kyle Ronheiser.
Football season, cooler weather, and the falling leaves are here. Get your gutters ready. Call Gutter Helmet this month to save 50% off installation and get a free gutter cleaning and tune-up with purchase. Protect your home year-round. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Quarterback injury news for both teams. Russell Wilson remains limited at Steelers practice, so he's highly unlikely to play on Sunday against the Chargers, and we'll wait and see on Justin Herbert. He was also listed as limited at Chargers practice. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now, live from a just wild scene here at the Rivers Casino Sportsbook. It's Pony and Miller.
Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
There's a lot of positives. We haven't had to pick the ball up a ton, and that's, again, a credit to the way that Mike sets the table and the way we're built right now, as we evolve in the season. I mean, at the end of the day, it's ultimately about winning, and you start worrying about stats this early in the year. You see that with players and coaches. That's the thing you're fighting. It's incentivized. Guys get jobs because me on bad teams that had 400-yard games, and having been a head coach, I feel free. You get the big picture. Mike's awesome, the whole organization. It's about winning. period. Playing very smart football, situationally, understanding the plan, understanding the attack and what we're trying to accomplish. And what's been encouraging to me is his pocket presence. Been standing in there when the pocket's gotten dirty, when they brought heat. I thought he's made some big-time throws down the field. I thought the deep ball accuracy was pretty damn good. Been very encouraged. He's a young player in this league, barely older than some of these rookies that have been drafted that are playing now. And you need those reps. He's awesome to work with. That's all been a positive.
50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. That is Arthur Smith with what I would describe as effusive praise of Justin Fields today, and saying things like he doesn't need numbers. You know, guys think they get paid off numbers, but for us, as long as he's winning and taking care of the football, we like that, and we think the message has gotten through to him that that's what he needs to do here to be successful. And what he didn't say, but I think is implied, is if he wants to keep playing here, both this year and then possibly beyond with a contract extension. And I think we all knew that Mike Tomlin was a big Justin Fields fan. That video of him at the Ohio State Pro Day, giddy over Fields, the reports that have, they're everywhere about how Fields was their favorite quarterback in that draft. And now you're hearing an offensive coordinator who I do think has more weight within the organization, more clout than, say, fart in a skillet Randy Fichtner or somebody like Matt Canada, who was only here because he was a Tomlin lackey. I think a big reason why Arthur Smith is here is not just because his styles meld with Tomlin, but because I think Art Rooney got involved. I don't think as heavily as he did when they hired Todd Haley, but Arthur Smith came with some pretty big Steelers references from his time in Tennessee, and I think Art Rooney told Mike, hey, talk to this guy, interview this guy, and they hit it off, and that's why he's here. So that's my way of saying, if you've got the head coach and the offensive coordinator believing in the guy, even if they do go back to Russell Wilson to give him a shot to see what he's got, it sounds like right now, gun to my head, this is on September 19th, my mother's birthday. Happy birthday, Mom. Toke it up. She probably will do that when she gets done with work.
Of course she will.
I would say that Justin Fields is going to get a second contract from the Steelers right now. Just the way they're talking about him, comments like that. And Russell Wilson wasn't born yesterday. He reads tea leaves. He sees it. He's got to be thinking right now, this freaking calf is ruining my chances of being a starting quarterback, not just in Pittsburgh, but in the other 31 NFL places, because they like what this guy is doing. He's making a good impression. I don't think that was coach speak by Smith. I think he genuinely thinks that Justin Fields, there's layers to him. There's more to him than what we saw in Chicago his first couple of years, Chris.
I think he likes the potential that the athleticism brings. How could he not? I think every one of these guys who
fits his offense.
is a coordinator looks at a player who can do the things Justin Fields is capable of doing, and those capabilities, those traits, serve to minimize the player's flaws. Fields doesn't get rid of the ball quickly enough relative to his peers. Fields apparently does not seem to see the field or process and then make a decision concurrent with that process, coverages that he's seeing as fast as he should. Arthur Smith sounds like a guy who feels like most of that, whatever might be a negative, is correctable and loves the positives. And I don't really blame him for feeling like – I thought it was noteworthy that he pointed out he really isn't wrong. He said he's barely older than some of the guys that just got drafted. He's only like a year and a half older than a guy like Fautanu, I think, who's like 23 and some change.
He's Bo Nix and Michael Penix's age.
Right. I mean, Cam Rising, I think, at Utah is actually older than him, which is kind of insane.
There's a game with Utah and Oklahoma State this weekend.
Where both quarterbacks, the starting quarterback age combined is 49, and there's it's Caleb Williams and
C.J. Stroud
Richardson. 44.
Ian
Richardson.
Okay, Caleb Williams and Richardson for this Sunday.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that's so funny.
But I just think I think it's very noteworthy that he says that about the age, because I think that that's a coded way of saying whatever this guy's baggage was from stop one in his career, like you shouldn't, if you're an analyst or you're a fan who likes to have very strong opinions about the sport, you shouldn't say just because he hasn't shown he can do this yet in the NFL that he won't be able to do it because he hasn't been in a place that gave him a real shot. And I think Arthur Smith, because he ran an offense that got to an AFC title game, Arthur Smith probably feels like, and I am absolutely the kind of coordinator capable of getting the most out of this player.
I think it's manufactured right now because Wilson clearly isn't healthy. So, and I think he is now finally like making peace with that. Not making peace, but like is realizing that. So he's not creating an issue yet, but it really does make me think we are headed towards. We are headed towards an issue. Headed towards a potential blow up. If Wilson thinks he's healthy and he's not playing, and he knows he's teetering as an NFL quarterback, and his whole football life is almost flatlining, what is going to happen when he thinks he's ready to play? The doctors say he can play, and they're still going with Fields.
The reason it could be a blow-up is because even if Fields is like 7-1 at that point, like it's not going to last that long, I don't think, although who knows with these calf injuries. But let's just hypothetically say it did for a second. Say Fields played the first 7 games and went 7-1, or first 8 games 7-1.
Which is, I think, entirely possible with their schedule.
Fair enough. I do too, actually, with the way just the league looks right now. If Wilson actually had to stay out for that long, and then finally that was when he genuinely was 100% again. It took a while, but he got there. I think even seeing 7-1 Justin Fields, who might have like superlative numbers as far as like touchdown to interception ratio, maybe he's only thrown like 8 touchdowns, but he's run for 3 or 4 more, and he's only thrown like 1 interception, Pony. I think Wilson, there'd be a large part of him saying, that isn't good enough to keep me on the bench. Like, I deserve to go back in there and get my shot. And I don't think almost any other rational person would say that that is the case, because it's not like it would be a guy who had come out of the mists, right, to like show up as like an undrafted free agent and wow, this guy's balling out. Remember Anthony Wright for the Steelers many years ago?
Also the Ravens,
right?
The Cowboys.
But a guy like that, a guy who had like no pedigree at all, it wouldn't be like saying, wow, this guy had like a rabbit's foot, a 4-leaf clover, all that stuff, and got lucky. And wow, he played great, but thanks, buddy. Go take your seat on the bench. This is a dude picked 2 rounds before Wilson got picked, respectively, in their own drafts. A guy who got picked, what was Fields, 13th in his draft or 15th, something like that? He was top 15 pick is the point. Mm-hmm. So, like, if he goes after a kind of disappointing first stop in the NFL and is doing this, I'm sorry. If you're Russell Wilson, you might think that wouldn't be good enough to keep you on the bench. You would be the only person in the United States who would feel that way, with the possible exception of your wife.
Donnie, what do you think Russell Wilson will do when if it gets to that point, he's healthy, he's been deemed healthy, the doctors have cleared him to play, and Justin Fields is still the starting quarterback? What do you think he does then?
Tries to make another Mr. Unlimited video? I don't know. I mean, I think there could be a blow-up from Russell Wilson. We know what like a quirky guy he is. By the way, Justin Fields was 11th overall. The Bears traded up in 21 to get him.
That's right.
But I don't know if he has, and it's going to sound like a punny joke with the calf thing. I don't know if he has much of a leg to stand on. If Fields would actually have this team at some point in the next few weeks, I mean, say they've lost 1 game, say they haven't lost any, and he's protecting the football more than anything. The offense is actually moving it a little bit. Maybe they're not lighting up the scoreboard. What kind of argument does Russell Wilson have that he could actually take them over the top at this point?
He wouldn't have a good one, but he might say, I'm better. Okay, you guys clearly don't think I'm better than Justin Fields, but here are 2 or 3 other opportunities that I'd like you to explore. Can you try to release me and let me sign there, or can I get traded to one of those teams?
I think that could definitely happen. I mean, we already saw it the other day, and I still think it's weird going back and watching it or listening to it. That sounded like a full-fledged, prepared statement from the Russell Wilson people that Mike Tomlin read off in his press conference the other day.
Did you pick up on that too, Chris? He had a script when he was talking about the injuries.
I honestly, just to little inside baseball, in our prep for that day's show and then the way the show unfolded, I was stunned, and I think Donnie might have been too. I was stunned that you did not bring that up as a major talking point and I almost felt like I should have. Donnie and I listened to it in my car on the way in, and then I watched it back on their YouTube feed. It is the strangest I have ever heard Mike Tomlin sound in a presser.
Well, let's ask Fittipaldo about that in a few minutes when he joins us.
I mean, Mike is usually the guy who wins that press conference, whether people like what he says or not, because he always sounds so on message and prepared. Like,
well, also, he's so good at coming up with.
He obfuscates the actual story.
Well,
yes.
But I'm just saying, thinking on his feet, I don't know if he went into that with the hot dog line prepared, but he did it to a question, and it took off. People loved it. He usually is so comfortable in that situation, even if he's like bombastic or argumentative or short with people.
He's in control.
Yeah,
is the point.
And he's pausing and he's stuttering on himself, just talking about quarterback injuries. Tuesday, that was so bizarre.
He seemed like, I told you this, I think, off the air, and I said it to Donnie too, but I'll say it. He reminded me when he read that of like a national news anchor if we were breaking in for a special news bulletin, like reading horrible news, like back when was it Cronkite who broke the Kennedy news?
Yeah.
It was like that for being halting, like the guy is making sure he's getting right what's in front of him on the paper. It was very jarring to hear from a guy who literally never talks like that.
Let's hear a little bit of Justin Fields. He is readying himself to start. He told Aditi and CBS before the Denver game, I don't plan on giving this job back. I intend on keeping it. Let's hear what he's saying about the matchup with the Chargers.
Justin, the home opener this week, what's it going to be like where you're coming out of the tunnel with the starters in this game?
It's going to be fun. Looking forward to this weekend and, playing the Chargers. It's going to be a good matchup. Great team over there, so excited for it.
Justin, you guys have only targeted so far beyond the sticks 12 times this year. What parts of the offense do you feel are opening up to allow you to throw further downfield more consistently in this offense?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first stat.
You guys have, I think, targeted down beyond the sticks 12 times this year on plays that have counted. What about this offense do you think is opening up to allow you to do that more consistently in this offense?
I think everybody, on the offensive side of the ball, our O-line has been great so far with protection, and then we have guys downfield that can make downfield plays. So, that two right there, that's pretty much the recipe for that one, to be honest with you.
Do you feel like Arthur Smith is working more with you to open up parts of the offense to make that more available?
I mean, we're just trying to, win it down at the end of the day. So we might do different things in terms of get the first down. So that's throwing beyond the sticks. That's what it's doing. So, like I always say, we can do multiple things as an offense to do whatever needs to be done. So, yeah.
All right. So was the question there meant to say you guys are conservative, or you've been more aggressive than most teams?
I thought it was more aggressive.
Did Chris mean to ask him, like, you've only done it a little bit, and now are you hoping it opens up more, or was he saying you've opened it up already? Why have you been able to do that?
I thought it was the latter.
Confused by Fields with the question.
I thought it was the latter. Like, what has allowed you to open it up a little bit more than you did, like, in week one, I guess? I think he has to be citing there, if I'm hearing it right, he has to be implying that the first half was a much more wide-open offense for them.
Let's get one more from Arthur Smith in here on that. This is a comment where he's saying it's not conservative, it's smart to play the way that we have the first couple of games.
I think you see, especially early in the league, if you're not careful, you see a lot of games lost more than one. Teams being sloppy with the ball, and we haven't been perfect. We've had two on the ground, and we've recovered them. Those turnovers, you see that a lot early in the year, and you got to be careful how you want to protect them because you can lose confidence, too. If you hang them out to dry and you're playing a veteran rush group, and you're talking about a great player can lose confidence. I've seen that happen. If we weren't built the way we were, you may get into some more obvious passing situations, but the way we've been playing team football, it's allowed us to keep them out of obvious pass situations, and that's where a lot of young guys get lit up in this league.
So that answer, I think, speaks to the fact that he does think he doesn't want to throw Fields to the wolves because he is acknowledging that there's a fragility or a temperamentality possibly to him struggling and it completely shattering his confidence and hurting the player long term. Which, look, you don't want to expose a bad player. But, again, you can tell even in that answer from Smith that there's careful consideration for Fields because they think that there's something special
It reminds me of the way I just recall the Steelers handling Cordell when he won the job back in 2000 after Kent Graham, possessor of the largest ass in football history, I think you've said.
Yes.
Like bigger than some left tackles.
Massive ass.
Kent Graham ceded the job back to Cordell, and I remember as I was a teenager, watching those games. They were very careful to run game plans that really tried to put Cordell in positions to succeed and like slowly build him back up. And then he exploded in 2001 and was very good pretty much all season, went back to the Pro Bowl and everything. It feels like what Smith just said about Fields is convenient. You know why? Because it dovetails with the philosophy Tomlin wants to have anyway. Smith wants to protect the player a little bit here. Tomlin's more than happy to have him calling plays that are essentially protecting the player.
And they're built to get away with it because their defense is so good.
And the schedule has been built to allow them to get away with it.
Text us on the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line. Ray Fittipaldo, Steelers insider, fresh off practice. We'll ask him if Roman Wilson is ready to rejoin the Steelers lineup and how much of a bump he thinks the wide receiver will give the team, given their lack of depth at the position. That and more coming up here until 6 at the Rivers Casino. It's the PM team. Right now, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates and Cardinals tonight. Buccos trying to hold off the sweep in St. Louis. 7:15 first pitch. Our coverage on the Fan begins at 6:20. All presented by Pella Windows. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Donnie. Weather Seal Home Services. Second time I'm going to come back and talk about them today because why not? With the work they've done for me, I always have a debt of gratitude towards Weather Seal. I needed to sell my home, an older home, and the roof was not cutting it. And the buyer of the house demanded it. Hey, we need a nicer roof or we're not going to make this deal. And we got it fixed up with Weather Seal, and boom, got over the asking price. They were happy. I'm happy, and I have Weather Seal to thank for it. Weather Seal does metal roofs, and they do a great job with those. They're nearly indestructible. They come in more styles and colors than you think. And so once you buy one, you're not going to have to worry about it. Complete peace of mind. Also, they can get it done quickly. And with Weather Seal, you don't make a payment if you don't want until 2026, over 2 years time to get your finances. And once you do, you can take your time with it. They're not going to ask you for all of it all at once. Also, a 6-inch gutter upgrade coming with that new roof now when you give them a call today. WeatherSealHomeservices.com or 855-351-SEAL to get in touch with Weather Seal Home Services. Mulsey.
Thank you, Pony. I want to tell everybody right now about the Bath Authority, especially if your bathtub or shower is in need of a major upgrade. The tiles are broken, the mildew and the mold have taken over, whatever it might be. It could be a combination of factors that have you just shaking your head in disgust whenever you go in there. It's supposed to be a place you get clean, feels anything but. The Bath Authority can help with the highest quality bathroom remodeling products. That's one thing. And then an awesome customer experience. That's another thing, because they think both of those things should be top-notch. Their tubs and showers, I am not the brightest person when it comes to science, but they have this polymer liner in them, okay? And the long story short part of this is it's going to make them last for decades. They're built to last. It's going to make them very low maintenance, very easy to clean. All of those are good things. Even better with the Bath Authority, every unit's custom built. So you're picking accents, accessories, safety features, all of it. And all Bath Authority products are 100% made in the USA. Right now, a great deal, too. Free installation on your new bath or shower plus 36 months of 0% interest financing. Just call them today, 412-249-1140, or visit thebathauthority.com. A better bath awaits.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, these players ain't gonna make themselves. Let's go get it.
The Fan presents The Morning After. Following each and every black and gold game, the guys break down the entire game and talk about what worked.
Today you did it and did it big.
And what didn't.
The bad call.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks and Robinson Township, Galise Services, Salone's Italian Bakery, and Tri-State Office Furniture. The Morning After. Following each and every black and gold game on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit the store for a free test walk. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA.
Crews are on the scene of an accident on the southbound side of 79 in Strabane Township. That's causing a backup all the way to Hendersonville, so expect some serious delays if you're heading southbound on 79. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This traffic report brought to you by WTAE. Wake up and watch Pittsburgh's action Action News 4 this morning, 4:30 to 7 a.m.
You slaved the day, and now you're ready to relax. We get it. Hi, I'm Michelle Wright with Pittsburgh's Action News 4. Rest assured that tomorrow our team will prepare you with what's new, what's now, and what's next. Watch tomorrow morning from 4:30 to 7 a.m.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
It's Ray Fittipaldo time, brought to you by Western PA Injury Attorneys of LGKG, built on relationships, credibility, and integrity, LGKG.com. Steelers insider from the Post-Gazette. Ray, is Roman Wilson going to play on Sunday?
Well, Tony, he was a full participant today in practice, which was really good news. I think that's the first time he's been full since he injured that ankle way back in late July. Is he going to get a helmet? I don't know. It's still not a lot of practice time, so I'd be a little bit surprised if he did get a helmet on Sunday. But listen, that time is coming soon. They're not getting a lot of production from the Van Jeffersons, the Calvin Austins, or the Scotty Millers of the world, so you might as well throw Roman Wilson out there when he's ready. I just don't know if he's ready just yet.
Ray, any status? Is it status quo? Any changes behind Justin Fields as far as the quarterbacks to your eye today?
No. Justin Fields is going to be the starting quarterback on Sunday. He's going to play the full game. And just, talking to Russ after practice today, it was a very short conversation. I'm not even sure why they brought him to the podium. He's not cleared yet. He said he's getting closer, but I don't get the sense that he's close to playing anytime soon. So I think we had this discussion last week. I think it's going to be Justin Fields for a little while longer, and then we'll see where Russ is probably sometime in October.
Wow, so you think that initial timetable of him coming back for that Indianapolis game, Ray, has been pushed back?
No, I'm not saying he can't play in Indianapolis next week, but he hasn't been a full participant yet. And I suppose he can go out there on Wednesday and be a full participant next week, and then maybe he'd be in position to play. But I don't even know if we'll have that conversation if the Steelers beat the Chargers. The Steelers might kind of work at that he's not going to be a full participant. So kind of status quo there. I don't think there's a lot of news there with the quarterbacks this week.
How about Broderick Jones, Ray? Can you give me a sense of – I know he was going to toggle between right and left tackle, but did you get a sense that one of those was being favored here, that his workload was split a certain way?
Not really. I mean, Chris, I wasn't out there for the individual portion today, so I don't know where he works early in practice. But when they do team stuff, the swing tackle is bouncing back and forth because – that's what he has to do for the game. That's what he has to do to prepare for this coming football game. So, I think that's the way they're going to work at this. They're going to try to give him as many reps as they can to get his confidence back up, to get him back to the player that he was in the middle of last year. And, I think practice is a good place to do that. I would be surprised if he's out there in any capacity on Sunday other than if there's an injury.
Ray, where did things go south for him?
Tony, I think a lot of times, fans out there, and I think I'll throw myself in there too, media, we kind of wanted to make excuses for him. It's, the elbow or the other injury or going back and forth between left and right tackle. But, sometimes you just get outplayed by your peers. And I think Troy Fautanu came in and was clearly the better player in training camp, and Broderick never really got a chance to go to the left side because of Troy's injury. So, bad luck maybe because he didn't get the rep on the left side and have that competition with Dan. But even in the first 2 weeks, guys, I mean, it wasn't like he was outperforming Dan in any capacity. Dan was clearly the better player, and I'm not going to sit here and tell you that Broderick Jones is going to be a bust, but not every number 14 overall pick is a Pro Bowler or is a cornerstone to your offensive line. So maybe we kind of have to start thinking about Broderick in a different way until he gets back into the lineup.
Oof. That feels ominous, but I'm going to leave it there for now, Ray. Something going back to Wilson here that Pony and I were kicking around, wanted to ask you about. Mike Tomlin, known in his press conferences on Tuesday, I think, Ray, for being pretty much in command. Like, he might say something off the cuff like the hot dog line, but he always knows what he wants to say. He's pretty on message, and he's very smooth and confident sounding. Yeah. Have you ever seen him answer a question in the manner he did the one about Russell Wilson and health and their plan moving forward?
Well, it wasn't a
with
question.
Yeah,
was just reading off
yeah,
of
you're
injuries.
right. Thank you, Pony. Yeah. It was during the injury portion. He gets to Wilson, and he mentions Wilson almost as an aside from Sayamalu, and then goes into what I would only describe as, for his standards, a very halting, uncomfortable-sounding explanation of what's going on there.
Yeah, I mean, I looked at the transcript, and that transcript just went on and on with his opening statement. I mean, he is a master of talking and then limiting the questions from the reporters. You know, I will reference, I think it was Ashley from Channel 4 kind of just, you know, asked him again about where the competition was, and he said it was debatable just like it was before the first game of the season. And I don't ever remember him saying that the competition was debatable, you know, when he named the starter. I think he kind of said it was it was close, and they're going with Russell because of his experience. So, you know, I sort of, when I heard that answer, I sort of thought to myself, okay, maybe he's laying the groundwork if Justin Fields continues to win, and if Justin Fields continues to play well, that, you know, maybe he's trying to have a soft landing there if there's any kind of a controversy. I still don't think we're there yet, Chris. I still think Justin probably has to keep on winning and continue to play well for that to be a conversation. But through 2 games, he's done a pretty good job so far.
You've been around Russell Wilson since minicamp, Ray. What do you think would happen with him if he was cleared by the doctors to play and he was still the backup quarterback?
Well, I mean, that's a good question, Pony. I think he would be a good soldier to the media in the locker room, but probably behind the scenes, you know, he'd probably be having some conversations and trying to get some answers about, you know, why that happened to him, you know. So, you know, Russ has been really good so far. I think he's a good team player, but if that would happen to him, that would be a situation really that's never happened to him before. I know there was that strange situation with they didn't want to get him injured last year, so that's why he lost his starting job. He didn't lose it for any other reason. This would be like another gray area. You know, you lose your job because somebody else is playing well. So I don't know what would happen there, but I will tell you that at least in front of the public, Russell wouldn't make a stink about it.
Ray, do you think that Mike Tomlin is holding back Arthur Smith?
No, you know, Arthur talked today about the first half, and, you know, I think there's a tendency because the second half was so bad that, you know, maybe people forgot about how good that first half was. I mean, they only got it into the end zone once, but they did put up a lot of yardage, and, you know, they were moving the ball up and down the field. So, you know, sometimes maybe it is just a matter of those penalties and you know, players just playing bad in that second half, and, you know, that's probably what did them in that game. I mean, honestly, guys, that probably should have been a 2-touchdown victory or more if they do what they have to do and score touchdowns in the first half, and then if they play better in the second half. So a lot of talk this week about the dam breaking and a breakout game. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I definitely think it's coming, but if they could put 2 halves together like they did in the first half in Denver, they'll be on the right track.
I think they want the dam to stay up. If you've got Easton Stick in there for the Chargers, and they're playing the number 1 defense in the NFL, they ain't going to open things up, Ray. They're going to try to beat the Chargers the same way they beat Denver and Atlanta.
Yeah, I mean, last I saw, the early reports were Justin Herbert was not on the practice field for the viewing portion of the Chargers media. I don't know what he did the rest of that practice. So, yeah, I mean, listen, if Justin Herbert doesn't play, then, yeah, they're probably going to shut it down. They think they could beat Easton Stick in the same manner that they beat
Ray, I get it.
Yeah. But, listen, if Justin Herbert was out there, we don't know. He's a top 10 quarterback in this league, and they're probably going to have to play a lot better on offense if he's out there, if they want to win this game.
How much of a difference whenever it happens, and I guess it could be this week, even though he didn't practice because he's a veteran. How much of a difference do you think Seumalo is going to make to them offensively when he's finally back?
Yeah, I mean, the running game has been good overall. I think definitely above average, and I think the pass protection has been solid too. So when you throw in, probably one of your top 2 offensive linemen back into the mix, it's going to be much better. I would expect the rushing numbers to tick up, and I just think that cohesion of having a vet in there would help a lot. So you're right, he's not going to play this week, but I just go back to them not putting him on IR to start the season. They kind of knew it was going to be a 2 or 3 week injury. It's turned out to be a 3-week injury, so I would expect to see him out there next week against the Colts.
Ray Fittipaldo, top Steelers insider from the Post-Gazette. Thank you, Ray.
All right, thanks, guys. See you.
All right, Total Request Thursday. We gave you 4 topics. You picked the one you wanted us to talk about at 5:30. That's on the other side, right after a Donnie football headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Youngstown State at Pitt Saturday, 3:30 kick at Acrisure Stadium. You can listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pre-game coverage begins at 12:30. That can also be heard on your Odyssey app. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thanks, Donnie. Let's talk about Shorkey Mitsubishi right now because, like the temperatures, it's happening gradually. Prices are beginning to fall, and so you need to shop the fall kickoff at Shorkey Mitsubishi and ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. Great deals, including 0% financing on the 2024 Outlander. That 0% financing deal, that will not last long. Take advantage of it right now. Maybe you're looking for something a little smaller than the Outlander, which is 7-passenger capable. How about the new 2024 Eclipse Cross? Take $5,000 off on select models or finance at 2.99% for 72 months. New 2024 Outlander Sports, take $4,500 off MSRP, and it's all yours. You're going to get a ton with Mitsubishi. You're going to get style. You're going to get safety. Of course, all-wheel drive. We know the weather can get dodgy around here, especially in winter. You're also getting peace of mind, a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Shorkey Mitsubishi, they're also putting on 2 years of prepaid maintenance as well. It's a terrific deal. So what are you waiting for? Go see them. North Huntington or at Mitsu by the Mall in the North Hills. Western Pennsylvania's best inventory? Well, you can always shop it online, too, at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
One person dies from heart disease every 33 seconds. Do everything you can not to be the one. Understanding your risk factors, like your cholesterol, blood pressure, and BMI, could save your life. Our experts at the nationally recognized UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute are here to help you get your heart health on track. Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to schedule an appointment.
Hey, football fans, looking to get in on the action every day of the week this season? Just check out BetMGM Ultimate Teams. It's free to play. Visit your promotions page each weekday, and you'll receive an Ultimate Teams card with a pro football team and spread. If the team on your card covers the spread that Sunday, you'll score a prize. Rewards include Parlay Boost tokens, Odds Boost tokens, SGP Parlay Boost tokens, No Sweat tokens, and bonus bets. If all 5 of the teams on your cards cover their spreads for the week, you'll have a shot to score our grand prize of up to $1,000. Log into your BetMGM account to get started, then visit your promotions page and click on BetMGM Ultimate Teams to get your cards. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms and conditions. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary by market and expire within 24 hours. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Bare Naked Ladies. In Flight Tour 2024. Live. Friday, September 27th. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies. With special guest Toad the Wet Sprocket. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies in concert.
This is attorney Craig Fishman. Injured? Our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. Call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. Shenarovich, and Fishman. We got your back, not your wallet.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller, Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, it is Total Request Thursday. 5:30 means you pick the topic. You had 4 options. Pitt volleyball, Broderick's benching, Big Ben first ballot HOF, Skeens ROY race. 34.9% of you said, let's spend some time talking about the number 1 team in America in the sport of volleyball, the Pitt volleyball team. And their straight set win over number 3 Penn State last night at the Pete. There were over 11,000 people there. Did they have a sellout in basketball last year?
Maybe. Not sure, though.
I mean, I saw some of the
Electric
video
Factory
that people showed when it went final, and it looked raucous is the word I will go with there.
Yes, it was an electric factory there last night.
Are we a volleyball town?
We're becoming one. They haven't lost a single set, I don't think.
They have not.
They are. So what would that be? 21 for 21. I think they've played, 7 matches? I mean, they are an outrageous team. They look unstoppable right now. And I know I love watching women's volleyball on TV. It's much like I think women's tennis, where that game is a lot.
So you watched it?
I watched chunks. I didn't watch it all.
It was actually on TV?
I think it was on ACC Network.
Really?
I'm pretty sure, unless I'm completely insane. Because I had it on. So either I had it on my phone and I'm hallucinating here, or I had it on the TV, one or the other. And here's all I'll say. The whole sport in general, the women's sport, better than the men's sport. Just like men's tennis, inferior to women's tennis, in my opinion, because you get actual rallies in women's volleyball. Like, you don't have situations where men's tennis, remember when Sampras was like the dominant force? He would just ace everybody. Just constant bombardment on the serve.
Yes, I've heard this too. So, like the spiking and stuff and just the power of the men's game
men's volleyball, like, you're getting in the way of one of those spikes at your own peril. Now, women's, they're still hitting the snot out of the ball for a kill, but, like, you can still defend it. It's defensible.
It is interesting that
it makes it much more fun
I don't
to watch.
have an explanation for why, of the non-revenue generating sports at Pitt, and other ones have done really well, like wrestling and men's soccer. This one, the women's volleyball, seems to be the one that has taken off and gotten fan support. I think the soccer team is ranked number 2 in the country. They're not getting 12,000 people a game there.
I know why. I can tell you why.
We're right in the heart of the wrestling. This is a wrestling culture here. I don't know how many times they've put 12,000 people in the Pete for a wrestling event.
I can tell you exactly why it does so well compared to those two. One, like, wrestling is interesting to watch if you know what you're watching, but sometimes if, like, you're trying to figure out how points are scored, it is tough. Soccer, a high-scoring game is 3-2. I think volleyball succeeds for 2 reasons. It is extremely fast-paced, and somebody is scoring every time. The points add up. People just want to see number go up, number go brrr. And so you have something that's
fast. Yes, but generally speaking,
fast-moving and offensive.
Volleyball is not a more popular sport than soccer. Soccer is a lower-scoring sport. So is hockey a very low-scoring sport.
I'll tell you
both of those sports are more popular than volleyball. In Pittsburgh, hockey is more popular than basketball, even though 200 points get scored in a basketball game.
Yes.
And maybe 6 goals get scored in a hockey game.
So
it's not always the scoring. I respect what you're saying, but that is not, in my opinion, that can't be the answer, because we see low-scoring points or low-scoring sports are extremely popular here. The Steelers and Chargers are going to play a low-scoring game on Sunday.
But the Steelers are an institution here. The Penguins are an institution. And Penguins, by the way, aren't even a good example. They have been the Harlem Globetrotters on ice for the entirety of their existence, practically. James Santelli, smart guy, probably the single biggest Pitt volleyball fan on Twitter, who's constantly trying to spread the gospel of Pitt women's volleyball.
He is. He's constantly doing it.
Yes, he took a sign
Every
to the
hour.
He took a sign to the backyard brawl saying, "Make sure everybody shows up at the Pete," or I think is like watching
That's
or whatever.
That's a lot to put on a sign.
It was a very detailed sign. Men's college. He just had this out there because 2 volleyball matches, one on Big Ten Network, one on ESPN. Nebraska, Stanford, Louisville, and Kentucky, respectively, went over 300,000 viewers last night, and then Texas Baylor had 296,000 on ESPN. Men's college basketball, just for comparison's sake, on ESPN2, the average viewership for a game, 299,000 people. 248,000 on Big Ten Network when they put an average men's game on. College hoops.
So volleyball is generating revenue like regular season.
It's starting to generate viewership like regular season college basketball.
Revenue. Yes.
That is wild, dude.
It is.
But it is, I'm telling you, man, I think I have a better appreciation for it than I otherwise would because my sister-in-law played Division I volleyball.
And the guys that train me are volleyball guys, so I'm into it.
It's very athletic. If you've ever tried to do it, I don't know about you. I'm much more attuned if I didn't play the sport, if I at least tried to, and it's difficult for me to play, I always have a better appreciation of it at the highest level. So, like, I suck at actually playing volleyball, even though my in-laws have tried to explain it to me, like teach me how to play. I'm terrible at it whenever we try to. So I like it for those reasons. I understand it better because my sister-in-law actually played it at the highest level.
Congratulations on all her success.
Yes. A lack of student loans is all the congratulations she needed. But I love how fast-paced it is. It's easy. It's not hard to follow. Hey, boom, did they score here? Did they get a block? Whatever.
It got on Donnie's radar. Donnie clearly was interested in Pitt beating Penn State in volleyball and was tweeting about it last night. Donnie, do you have the tweet in front of you?
Oh, man, and I had this one in the hopper. You want me to be honest? I knew Pitt was going to win. I had this baby in the drafts ready to go. I was just hoping and praying not only would they win, would they sweep. So I said Penn State volleyball, honoring James Franklin tonight by getting it handed to them by a top team in the country.
Did you get mostly attaboys, or did the Penn State fans invade that whole space and start to try to fight with you and your other followers about how that was a low blow and a cheap shot, and how many fans were at the Pitt game?
Oh yeah, the attendance you up there, yeah, probably more people at that game than their football games.
That really is a favorite fallback.
Turnstile University.
It's so funny because before the backyard brawl, I got a graphic sent to me that had obviously made the rounds on Twitter and Instagram and stuff that listed all of the West Virginia sellouts since the start of the first backyard brawl game in 2022, and then the Pitt sellouts, which are just the backyard brawls. They've sold out 2 games at Acrisure, the first backyard brawl and then Saturday's game. And West Virginia had
sold out a bunch.
Had 10
they were turning into a little attendance you themselves.
Yes, but again, sent to me by West Virginia fans is look at what a joke Pitt is. And it's just hysterical to me when the scoreboard is not the actual win and loss record or the scores of the games. It's how many people
showed up
for
to
the
watch.
Game. Yes.
I mean, I'm surprised. Come on. Do I make the cheap joke for West Virginia? I'm surprised they can count that high and read those numbers.
I mean, if you're a Nebraska fan, they get
I guess I just did.
They get 100,000 fans for their games.
I know.
And they're going 6-6 every year. Do they feel high and mighty over, I don't know, what's a team that usually wins 10 or 11 games, doesn't have a huge fan base? I don't.
I will tell you this much. I do think that there is some legitimacy to the idea that because both West Virginia and Penn State fans tend to be almost like fans of those two teams respectively before any other, they are diehard. I do think you have a lot more diehards there and more casuals among Pitt fans, where Pitt is a team that they enjoy. There's obviously plenty of diehard, dyed-in-the-wool Pitt fans, but I think it's when Pitt is fun and good, or I want to go to this game because it's a big event.
Sure.
You will get a lot of casual Pitt fans. In fact, I had a diehard Pitt fan telling me that he was sort of bummed out at how casual a lot of the people around him at this game, at the Backyard Brawl, seemed to be.
About their
they were Pitt fans, but it felt like to him he was telling me it felt like I was more just at for those people just something fun to do, not that rabid holy crap I'm living and dying with every play here. He said he bemoaned that a little bit. He said it bummed him out because it just made him feel like that the hardcore nature of the fans was way more on West Virginia's side of it. But I feel like if you're Pitt, that's always going to be on it's going to be there for you. It's going to have to be something you deal with because you're in a pro town. State College, I understand I'm in a county with more Penn State grads than any other in the United States, I think, at this point. State College is far enough away where those people that's their fandom. They're Penn State fans, and you develop that there independent of anything else. Same deal with West Virginia fans. And so I think when you're in Pittsburgh and you might be a Pitt fan, you are probably splitting that amongst many other teams where you might not be doing that to the same degree for the other two. Like, I know plenty of people who like the Penguins who are West Virginia fans, but, like, the West Virginia fandom is big there.
If I went to Pitt fans and said, you have two options. You're either going to win the ACC and you're going to punch your ticket to the college football playoff, and that's all I can promise you.
Mm-hmm.
You're in. I'm not guaranteeing you anything else, but you're in the dance.
Mm-hmm.
Or I can guarantee you a volleyball national championship right now. What do you think most of them would take?
Pitt fans? I still think the revenue-generating sport there would win out, because I just think you have a broader base of people who've been watching it for a much
what if I
longer
changed
time.
it to men's NCAA tournament appearance, and that's all I'm guaranteeing you? You're one of 60.
I'd take I would actually take the volleyball one.
Really?
Yeah, because I've seen
You
them.
love college basketball.
I know, but I've seen them.
You
make...
love seeing the name in the bracket. You love
know.
seeing Gumbel sit there and say a 6 seed in Omaha, Pitt.
Dude, but I was invested last year when the women's team went to the Final Four. I was into those matches, man. Like I would love to see Pitt in a.
So you take that over? Okay, so
in a sport that's gaining visibility, like and obviously gaining in popularity,
So the
I think it would
trade-off
be
is-
absolutely badass to see Pitt rise to the top of that mountain.
So the trade-off is like Pitt's basketball team is like an NIT team.
Yeah.
You're fine with that.
Yeah. Wow. That's what we almost had last year.
Man, you're getting into it.
Dude, it's fast and it is fun to watch. It really is. It's easy to understand. It checks like every box for getting a new fan into the sport. It is not hard to understand the scoring. It is not particularly tough to understand the rules, and it goes quick.
I have a take. I just don't like the time of year of the sport. Why can't they play in the spring or in the summer?
Because they're going against dear old football.
Yeah.
Sorry, Pony.
When is the Final Four for volleyball? Is it in
When was
December or
last year's?
January?
It's definitely, it's cold weather, so I'm trying to remember when it was last year. I mean, I cannot lie to you and tell you
It's
I'm
like
an
a few
ardent-
weeks before Christmas, I
Yeah,
want to say.
I can't lie to you and tell you I'm an ardent enough fan where I have memorized the schedule the way we
Move
would
it to
with
the
college
spring
football.
so it ends in like May or June, like college baseball and college lacrosse. Do that.
But then fewer people are
NCAA.
watching because they're out doing other stuff. This is like the time of year when it gets colder, some people are parked in front of the TVs a little more.
Yeah, watching football for the most part.
Well, it sounds like they're going up against football, which men's college basketball isn't doing, and that their biggest games are outdrawing it. So how bad really can it be? Maybe they should put it up against basketball. That's why they can't do it, Pony. They're putting these games on big networks right now, these matches. If you tried to do it during the springtime or like like sports that start in late fall and go all the way into the spring like basketball.
No, I'm saying start it and make it a spring sport like
So when does it
lacrosse.
start?
So it starts when lacrosse and baseball start.
Which is when? February?
Like March or February.
Okay,
yeah.
but then you're missing some potential big matches. Like this is 1 versus 3 last night because you're probably not putting them on TV because you've got a contractual obligation to put on like Boston College versus Incarnate Word in men's basketball on the ACC network, which was where this match was last night.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy, lowest 61. The Hodgepodge is next, and then the leadoff show with Jeff at 6. We're live at the Rivers. Right now I'm going to tell you guys about another casino. This one is out in Vegas. It is the Circa Resort and Casino, and that's where Black and Gold fans will be for the game in October. Old Vegas, if you haven't experienced it, this is a hidden gem right here in the Circa. Sports fans swear by the Circa. They do that big Survivor contest that is just a multi-million-dollar thing. So many football fans know what I'm talking about. It's also a destination for when you're going out there for a football game. Friday, we are going to have a gigantic party at their overhang bar where we will be broadcasting and giving away tickets to the game to see the game against Vegas there, which is one of the, go look it up, secondary market. It's such a hard ticket to get. Saturday, Stadium Swim will be down there watching the college football games, and then, of course, the game is on Sunday. So make your plans in Vegas now to join me at the Circa, circalasvegas.com.
Young America, Kamala Harris thinks you're too stupid to realize she's to blame for record inflation.
What else do we know about this population? They are stupid.
Too stupid to realize groceries are up 26%.
They are stupid.
To see how she tripled the price of gas.
Stupid.
Too stupid to notice home prices are up 46%. Electricity 25%. Cars 33%.
Bidenomics is working.
Kamala, we're not that stupid. Right for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. www.rightforamericapac.com.
Want more? Sure you do. More friends, a little more time, a few more laughs. More is a good thing. Unless you're talking about risk of serious illness from a respiratory virus. But as we get older, we're more at risk for severe flu, COVID-19, and RSV. Worst birthday presents ever, right? But vaccines lower your risk, so you can keep doing more of all life's good stuff. Get started at vaccines.gov. Risk less, do more. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Pop quiz. What's the best way to go back to school? With Giant Eagle and Market District, of course. From lunchbox favorites to fun after-school snacks, they make it easy to care for growing minds and stomachs. And with their Deals for School Days program, you'll enjoy savings on thousands of items throughout the store. But don't wait. Featured items are only available at these low prices for a limited time. So stop in and stock up for the ultimate back-to-school pantry. Visit your local Giant Eagle or Market District today.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, well, their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are gonna need a bigger cake.
Now through October 10th, upgrade and switch to 300 megabit Xfinity Internet with unlimited data and 1 line of unlimited mobile for just $35 a month for 1 year. Plus, get an eligible free 5G phone with trade-in. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless bill and an auto-pay stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed.
We're kicking off huge savings at Spitzer Acura. Whether you're looking for a new Integra or RDX, our friendly consultants will help you find your perfect new Acura that fits your needs and budget in a pressure-free environment. And as always, every new Spitzer Acura comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Plus, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle whenever you're in need of service. Don't miss out. Score big on new Acuras at Spitzer Acura.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. Week 3 of pro football kicks off tonight, Thursday Night Football, as the New York team in green, a 6-point home favorite over New England, total 38.5. I lean towards New England to cover the spread. I think New York will win the game, but I think the game will be close. But the bet that I do like here is a prop bet. I want to go New York's #1 receiver over 66.5 receiving yards. I think he's on the cusp of a breakout game, and we saw New England's defense get shredded last week by Seattle's top 2 wideouts. So coming up tonight, New York's #1 receiver to go over 66.5 receiving yards. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. The best happy hour specials in the city are at Cheerleaders Pittsburgh.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people. Afternoons with Pony and Muller, Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan in 2 minutes is brought to you by South Hills, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, and Peters. Pirates and Cardinals follows us pregame coverage. If you want to hear Patriots and Jets, you need the Odyssey app tonight. It will not appear on our airwaves. Hit it, Donnie.
This is a hodgepodge of nothingness.
All right, thank you, Scott, as he brings over a cold beverage.
Bill's cutoff man is
yes, and
it's an incredible.
He made a wisecrack. We score touchdowns, not field goals. Over here, thank you, Scott. Yes, we just used it on the air. Malsey, I got a weird one for you to start.
Okay.
I was harangued for something, and I don't think it's fair.
Okay.
I made the remark to someone that. Because I bought new socks. My wife actually bought me new socks. These are,
yeah, they're like crew socks.
They're
like
Adidas. They're tube socks.
No, I'm not saying that Crew is not a brand. I mean, they're just tube socks. They go up.
These Adidas
probably
tube socks.
Okay.
So I made the remark that if I were incredibly wealthy, I would never wear a pair of socks twice.
You would literally just go through socks right into the trash.
And here's my reasoning.
Incredibly wasteful.
Oh, I know, but I wouldn't throw them out. I'd donate them.
So once worn.
Yeah. I donate them to Goodwill or whatever. And here's my reasoning. I love the way a new sock feels on my feet.
It's a great feeling.
Okay.
Yeah, it is a great feeling.
But this is why I was told. I was told I was disgusting. The person said back to me, "Oh, you don't wash your socks before you wear them?" And I'm like, "No." So she's like, "So it goes through all of the
chemical processing, whatever.
Gets put on."
Oh, to me, okay, I know where they're headed.
Rack. People feel the socks maybe when they go and think about them at the store, then put them back. And the same thing with boxers. And I'm like, no, I will wear a pair of boxers from the store or a pair of socks that haven't been washed, and then I will wash them and wear them a second, third time, etc. But the first time I wear clothes, they have not been washed. I buy a shirt.
I wash so when I wear undershirts and stuff like that, like you get like the Hanes 4-pack of white undershirts or whatever.
I like the way they feel
wash
fresh
those.
having not been washed.
I've been told that you got to wash those. There's chemicals on them in the like process of manufacturing and packaging.
Why wouldn't there be chemicals on the underwear and the socks?
Well, I do it to the underwear too. The only place I make an exception is the socks. I got to wear them new like that because my feet are probably hardy. The skin is thicker.
So you like that feeling too of rubbing your toes against the new sock material?
New sock is a good feeling. But I wash the undershirts and underwear.
Donnie, you want to weigh in on this?
Go over that again. I was talking to some people back here.
Don't worry about
it.
Logistics here.
Aren't you the guy, though, who wears bowling shoes without socks, though?
Yeah, I like the better grip.
But that's, like, absolutely foul, dude.
Yeah, that's
disgusting behavior.
Donnie, when you get socks or boxers, do you wash them before you wear them, or do you wear them a first time before washing them?
No, I wear them right away.
Let's go.
Okay. Fake John and Robinson, by the way, somehow, he's the one who texted me. He says, doesn't he wear bowling shoes without socks? And I just cannot believe that he remembered that about you.
This is a hodgepodge of nothingness.
I'm putting something on notice here. I think we've been terrorized as a country by a particular thing that is prevalent in this country for long enough.
Porn?
No, actually, although that is very much in the news today, but in a political race. And we'll just keep it at that. You can go find that one for yourself. No, but it does begin with, it's a word beginning with P.
Penis?
No, but it kind of has most of the letters in penis, actually, and adds a few more. We've been
Pencils?
No, you're getting closer, though. We have been under the thumb of Big Penny for too long. Why are pennies something that exists? Why do we have pennies? Why is it so hard to imagine a world where all that copper, do you know how many pennies get produced every year? 240 billion pennies are out there. Or no, not produced every year, are out there right now, and they don't get used. There's $24 billion in pennies in the world, right? In the country.
Why stop there? Why do we need change at all?
Fine, but let's talk about the penny first. Let's just say somebody wants to have, because coins are still coin-operated this, coin-operated that. Cash is king, Pony. You can't assume everybody's on touchless.
Just replace the coin slot with a slot for $1. Problem solved. You don't need coin-operated anything. Let's do away with all
What
coins.
if it's something that's not worth $1? My point is this.
Are there stuff left that aren't worth $1?
Maybe. I don't know. Let's not talk about inflation right now, Pony. I've been hearing enough commercials about that on this station. There are billions of pennies out there that people don't use because they find them to be a nuisance, but they just kind of keep getting shuffled around. You could probably use all that copper that goes into making pennies for something a lot better. We need to just go prices. Here's my proposal. All prices end in 5 or in 0. Charlie just picked one up. That penny's probably been listening to us the whole time, ready to strike, ready to get in our wallets and make us angry. We need all prices ending in 5s and 0s. The penny needs to be outlawed. Stop making new ones. Government needs to somehow come up with a program to get them all out of circulation. No more pennies in this country. We don't need them. Other countries have literally done this. They have gotten rid of their 1-cent currency and been just fine, thank you.
Next.
This is a hodgepodge of nothingness.
There seems to be a race among the morning show producer and the midday show producer on getting a love interest. City Limits is
the
now...
The tortoise and the tortoise here.
City Limits now has it going out over the air. Joe is getting emails from people. Some lady emailed Joe today suggesting that City Limits meet her daughter. So I don't know if that will be pursued anywhere. And we have a group text. Charlie has gotten it. Joel Nelson, who is in the booth with me, has gotten it. I think people like Sean Don't Call Me Seth Meyers, Josh Roundtree, they're like 7 or 8 guys. A text from Harry Callis earlier today asking if anybody wants to basically be his wingman on Saturday night.
To where?
To meet like a
just
group of girls out?
So basically, he's just saying to go out on the town. He wants somebody to go with him.
He's going to basically do the equivalent of like a cold call as a salesperson. He's just going to go out with no
intentions.
Yeah, he's got nobody like in the crosshairs.
I don't believe Harry has anybody in the crosshairs, no.
Donnie,
has he even picked up the sites and looked through them?
Donnie, you should do it.
Well, you're the best kind of wingman because you're already off the market.
Record it. Yes.
Oh, it'd be a great content play.
I'm shocked that Craig hasn't demanded that you
win
do
a date with Harry Callis.
He's probably listening right now.
Hello, would you like to go on a date? See, I feel bad for that Starkey's getting involved is just terrible news for Austin. Joe is
terrible
weird.
News.
Yeah, Joe's weird. I mean, he's a guy who once said he drank a bunch of olive oil like his first day in college because he wanted to coat his stomach and thought that would help. Then he proceeded to drink a bunch of warm rum and threw all of it up. He once rode around the campus he was at naked on a unicycle.
What happened to the advice Joe and I gave Austin to ask a girl he was interested in to just go to a Pirates game, not make it a formal date, but let's just go casually hang out together?
I think he rightfully listened to my advice, which was to not listen to either of you and to tune out everything you two said.
And why were you telling him that?
Because I had it on pretty good authority that said woman was not interested in him.
Well, but I wasn't saying to go on a formal date.
But you were saying
hang out.
You were saying it in a way where you thought maybe he could get a foot in the door, and I wanted to I wanted to convey to him very seriously that if he attempted to put a foot in the door at all, the door would be slammed on his foot.
There's probably at least 100 men listening right now that started off with their girlfriend or wife in the friend zone and are now in a serious relationship with
Do you know one
it
person
happens all the time.
Do you know one person who was genuinely in the friend zone and then got out of it and married that person? I don't know a single dude who was like who had a woman say to him, "I just see you as a great friend," and then is married to that woman now. The friend zone is spoken about in what you would call like whispered, hushed tones.
I've gotten
because it's real.
I'm not with Amanda because the whole point was we were on a website, but I've gotten out of the friend zone and dated girls before.
But the friend zone to me isn't like you're friends with your spouse. You should treat your spouse like she is your friend, like you're friendly, friends too. Like there's a friendship underneath the romantic interest. The friend zone is specifically the woman tells you, "I am not romantically interested or attracted to you." I don't think I've ever met a guy who has gotten out of that zone.
Like you're saying, it was like spelled out, like, "Hey, just to let you know, don't
I
even
think women,
try."
well, because I think women are always the ones who have to deal with guys who are interested in them. I think they're the ones who have to say, "I'm sorry, I'm not interested in you like that." And I don't know of one dude who has ever gotten that message, then circled back around and somehow gotten a different message sometime later.
I got a text from someone.
Your only chance is if that happens to you in 6th grade. The girl goes, "I'm not interested in you." And then you're like 26 and you meet her again. You run into her. You're acting like the friend zone is like an easy thing to get out of.
I'm not saying it's easy, but I'm saying it's possible. That's all.
There's about the same chance Bryce Young is going to be a big-time NFL quarterback as there is people getting out of the friend zone.
All right. Jeff is next. We'll be back tomorrow at 2, getting you ready for Steelers and Chargers, a big football Friday in Pittsburgh. Thanks, everybody, here at the Rivers. PM team signing off.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Crews are on the scene of an accident on the southbound side of 79 in Strabane. That's causing a backup all the way to the interchange with PA 576 in Hendersonville. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
There is treatment for neuropathy. I'm Dr. Dawn Spalla. At Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine, we treat neuropathy patients daily. No drugs, no surgery, just relief. Call 724-224-2224 for a free consultation in our Sarver or Brackenridge locations.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products backed by real person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, I'm Kamiko, the founder of Miko's Hot Chicken. When we started our family restaurant, we were also raising a family. But let me tell you, it wasn't easy. Our Chase Ink card was there to reward us on all of our business needs. Now we have a thriving location, and we're hungry for more.
With the Chase Ink Business Unlimited card, you can earn unlimited 1.5% cash back on every purchase, so your business can go from here to possible. Chase for Business. Make more with yours. Real business owners compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Rally House, shop every team in town. College and pro, come on, it's time to go.
Get ready for kickoff, Pittsburgh. Rally House has the game day gear you're looking for, including Steelers sideline gear and the latest college style.
Steelers, Penguins, Pittsburgh Panthers, Pirates, Penn State, Nittany Lions. Rally House, Rally House. It's your city, it's your house, it's a Rally House.
Gear up in-store and online at rallyhouse.com.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title place, and dealer dock fee. Not all buyers will qualify. Bonus cash available on select trims. In stock units only. Offers end 9/30/24.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai for huge end-of-year savings. Drive the new 2024 Hyundai Elantra SC or Tucson SC all-wheel drive with financing as low as 1.99% for up to 60 months. Plus $500 bonus cash. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Hamlin Advantage oil changes for life.
Who can you trust when choosing the best windows and doors for your home? How about the company with more than 2,500 five-star reviews in Greater Pittsburgh? Renewal by Andersen. Adam Crowley here. They'll design, custom build, and install your windows expertly. When you call Renewal by Andersen, they'll come to your home for a free consultation, often within 48 hours, and give you an exact price quote that's good for 1 year. And Renewal by Andersen has extended their 31-day sales event. Buy one, get one 40% off all windows, patio doors, and entry doors when you buy 4 or more. That's 40% off, plus get an extra $150 off each window and door with no minimum purchase. Special financing is available. Call by September 30th. 412-703-2525. 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. For offer and warranty details, visit renewalbyandersen.com.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world. Turning to the best in the business for websites, go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Hey, football fans, it's Brian Baldinger with It's Your Journey, presented by Hyundai. Atlanta flew into Philly and escaped with a win in primetime to close week 2. Atlanta's newly added veteran quarterback came up clutch in the final minutes, finding a wide-open receiver in the end zone for a last-minute score. Is this win over a title contender a sign of things to come in Atlanta? And how will Philadelphia bounce back after such a big letdown? It's Your Journey is brought to you by the new 2025 Hyundai Tucson Hybrid with class-leading advanced safety features.
Hi, welcome to Staples. Hi, I hear Staples can print everything for my business. Sure can. And the quality is guaranteed? Absolutely. Plus, you'll beat any price quote. Is that right? For sure. How about this one? We'll beat it. Can you print menus, signs, and flyers? Sure can. How about blueprints? No problem. What about red prints? Not a real thing. What if they were? We'd print them, and they'd look amazing.
Now at Staples, print more, save more. Up to $150 off your print purchase. Ends 11/2. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details and staples.com/price match for in-store price match guarantee.
It takes a lot to prepare for game day as a dedicated fan, and preparing the perfect tailgate meal might be most important of all. That's why Hellman's Real Mayonnaise is the MVP. Hellman's Mayonnaise is the secret to bring out the rich and creamy taste to all your game day dishes. From buffalo chicken dip dip to your favorite sub sandwich and everything in between. So give it a try, and mayo game day be delicious with Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Shop at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store and add some extra deliciousness to your game day dishes this football season.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. Jordan Love returned to practice yesterday for the first time since suffering a sprained MCL in Brazil during the Packers' Week 1 loss to the Eagles. Love was originally expected to miss at least 3 to 4 games, and now may only miss 1 if he makes his return against Tennessee on Sunday. If I'm the Packers, I would realize the season is a marathon and not a sprint, and protect my franchise QB for 1 more week, and not have him return until next week against Minnesota. I'm Zach Gelb.
You can live out your MasterChef dreams when you find a professional on Angie to tackle your dream kitchen remodel. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
Need a little help? O'Reilly Auto Parts can help. Need advice? We've got advice. No matter what you need, we have thousands of professional parts people doing their part to make sure you have it. Exceptional customer service. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Rick Springfield, live in concert. 17 top 40 hits. Saturday, October 19th, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Buy your tickets now at riverscasino.com. Rick Springfield, live in concert.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit the store for a free test walk. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA.
I'm Kamala Harris. Here's a few things I believe. Middle-class families, like the one I grew up in, they want common sense solutions. You want lower prices and lower taxes. I believe you want to just not get by, but you want to get ahead. We must create an opportunity economy where everyone has a chance to get a car loan, buy a home, start a business. And I believe we can make that happen.
Kamala Harris's plan? Bring down costs by cracking down on corporate price gougers. Make homeownership more affordable for families. A middle-class tax cut for 100 million Americans. And make sure billionaires and big corporations pay their fair share so you can keep more of the money you've earned.
Instead of being focused on the politics of the past, we need to be thinking about the future and how we make it better for families like yours. I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Harris for President.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. Week 3 of pro football kicks off tonight, Thursday Night Football, as the New York team in green, a 6-point home favorite over New England, total 38.5. I lean towards New England to cover the spread. I think New York will win the game, but I think the game will be close. But the bet that I do like here is a prop bet. I want to go New York's #1 receiver over 66.5 receiving yards. I think he's on the cusp of a breakout game, and we saw New England's defense get shredded last week by Seattle's top 2 wideouts. So coming up tonight, New York's #1 receiver to go over 66.5 receiving yards. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's not just about watching the game. It's about betting on it. I'm Mike Valeni, and on Cash the Ticket, Jim Costa and I break down every college football and NFL matchup like it's the last game we're ever going to watch. From the best bets to the sneaky underdogs, and of course, as my co-host likes to say, the value. And the one thing we're not going to do is pretend we're professionals. We have fun with it. It's an entertainment product, and it makes watching games a hell of a lot of fun. So Cash the Ticket, follow it in the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Meet Cheryl. Hey. She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's gotta be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
It takes a lot to prepare for game day as a dedicated fan, and preparing the perfect tailgate meal might be most important of all. That's why Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise is the MVP. Hellmann's Mayonnaise is the secret to bring out the rich and creamy taste to all your game day dishes, from buffalo chicken dip to your favorite sub sandwich and everything in between. So give it a try, and mayo game day be delicious with Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise. Shop at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store, and add some extra deliciousness to your game day dishes this football season.
Still seeing a good deal of backup on the outbound side of the Parkway East. You're moving slowly from Technology Drive through the tunnels to Edgewood Swissvale. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
WetGo, go unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free, high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
This Odyssey Sports broadcast is presented by Health Markets. Shop for health insurance your way.
It's time for the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show is presented by Bella Windows. It's brought to you by LGKG Injury Lawyers, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Spitzer Acura, Pennsylvania One Call System, Coors Lion, Bobcat of Pittsburgh. The North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Buccos in St. Louis tonight. Jeff Hathhorn with you here on the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show, presented by Pella Windows. You know, this was going to be an opening of Pirates are at 71 and 81, an ominous number with a few games left in the season, 10 to be exact, of what this season has turned into, facing St. Louis 77 and 75. But I want to start with this. The cool story of the day is Isaac Mattson was called up. 28-year-old pitcher. If you're a Pitt fan, you might go, I kind of know that name. Yeah, he pitched at Pitt. He's a solid pitcher at Pitt. 19th round pick of the Angels. He's had a lot of things happen in his career, not just on the field. We're going to hear more about his mother's story as she battled depression and then took her life back in 2021. Noah Hiles did a great story on it. We're going to talk to Noah about it. But he kind of started over again with the Wild Things. It was last year. And then the Twins saw him, signed him, got back in baseball, ended up with the Pirates, got called up, spent time in Double-A, and he struggled at Double-A for part of the season. Got up to Triple-A, struggled a little bit, but had turned it around, became the Triple-A pitcher of the year for the Pirates. He participates in all the community service things going on. Hospital visits, clinics, faith and fellowship night, so many different things that he does for the community. And he even went around and told his mother's story to try to help others. And Mattson now is going to get another shot in the majors. Had a couple of games with the Orioles previously, but he is back. And that's a cool story. Listen, this season, 17 days in first place. You're in April, and this is like, man, this thing's going to run. This is going to be the year. I know no one predicted the Pirates to be over 500, but look out. And then they're going to get Skeens up here, and Skeens came up here, and then the wins in July, and you got excited about this team, and then it just went into the dump. And this series has kind of brought back those dump feelings. But this is a cool story for Isaac Mattson. So we'll talk a little about that. And we'll also discuss the season with Noah Hiles coming up. That's part of What's on Tap, brought to you by Blue Moon and Sonny Jim's Tavern. Happy 90th birthday to Sonny Jim's. 90 years doing anything, especially in that business. Congrats to Sonny Jim's. Well, we've got the starting lineups and pitching matchups for tonight as the Bucks, again, 7:15 first pitch. So all week it has been a different time. And then today, for whatever reason on a Thursday, is that their getaway day. Instead of a day game, they go like a few minutes early. But it's a 7:15 first pitch in St. Louis. I'll also take a look at Indy's win last night. You know, some names that have done some things in the minors, as well as obviously Noah joining us here coming up in about 10 minutes from now. Let's go to the starting lineups. Brought to you by Bobcat of Pittsburgh, as the Pittsburgh Pirates. We'll start with them since the Bucks are the road team. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa is at short, batting .275, 43 RBIs. Brian Reynolds is a designated hitter tonight, 85 driven in. It's kind of that outside chance that maybe he'll get to 100. He'd have to have a crazy last 10 games. But Reynolds, 22 homers, 85 driven in this year. O'Neal Cruz, still one homer shy of 20 with 74 RBIs and 22 stolen bases. A lot made, and understandably, of Elly De La Cruz and what he's done. Well, O'Neal Cruz, 19 homers, 22 stolen bases. Rowdy Tellez will be the cleanup hitter du jour tonight. Tellez batting .245, 13 homers, and 55 driven in. Nick Gonzalez with his 46 RBIs in just over half the season, batting .270. He will bat fifth at second base. Brian De La Cruz, who does have 20 homers, only 2 of those with the Pirates. De La Cruz will bat seventh. He's batting .234. Nick York, .455 average. I expect him to keep that through the rest of his career. And .910 OPS. York has 5 of his last 8. He will be out in left field. He's shown a couple of flashes, and really, here's his opportunity. You know, some of those guys in AAA, they get maybe one more shot. This is where, if you're the Pirates, you kind of wish they still had those expanded rosters to let some of those guys come up and get some at-bats. And just as a quick aside before we get to who's batting 8th and 9th, it always drives me nuts when people say, and you can disagree with me, that's fine, that, well, these teams that aren't in playoff contention owe it to the league to put out their best lineup. That's crap. The Pirates owe it to themselves to get better for next year. And if that means, if they would still have the expanded rosters, if that would mean putting 9 guys that played in single A, and who cares? If the other teams complain, win more. It's not the Pirates' fault. Pirates are trying to get better. They're trying to get some guys some experience. But these large market teams already have all the benefits in Major League Baseball, every single one of them. But, this team had to face this team, and they had minor leaguers at, that team is trying to improve and get better. It's like the Pirates found a way to kind of get around the draft. Then they changed the rules for that when they were getting an advantage with the draft. And then they shortened the rosters so, teams that want to play prospects can't because somehow it's hurting some competitive balance. And I know there's a few other reasons. I get it. But I hate it from that standpoint because I'd love to see more of these guys get an opportunity. You don't need to play, Brian Reynolds every game down the stretch. Maybe he'll cruise because of center field. I don't need to see Rowdy Tellez down the stretch. He's not part of your future. Allow a bigger roster so these guys can continue. We will see Yasmani Grandal catching, 218, 7 homers, 24 RBIs. And Jared Triolo is batting .217, which that average has really risen here recently 217. He spent most of the year right at the Mendoza line. He has 8 homers and 42 driven in. For the St. Louis Cardinals, the home team tonight, their starting lineup is Mason Wynn is at short for the Cardinals. Wynn is batting .271 with 51 runs driven in. Alec Burleson is the designated hitter. There's a name you don't hear a lot of, but 21 homers, 73 RBIs, and a .271 average. You've probably heard of Paul Goldschmidt. He's at first with his 21 home runs this year. Nolan Arenado is at third base, 16 homers this year, .269 average for Arenado. Brendan Donovan at second, .271, 13 homers, 66 driven in. Lars Nootbaar. Don't want to forget about Lars. 10 home runs, 39 RBIs for the left fielder. Jordan Walker is the right fielder. 192 average for Waco. Pedro Paez is the catcher. 240 average, 6 home runs, 23 RBIs. And in center field is Michael Ciani, the brother of Sammy Ciani, the Pirates minor league prospect, who is batting .237 on the season. We'll get to the pitching matchup coming up. But next, we're going to go to St. Louis and join the Post-Gazette's Noah Hiles. Hear more about this team, but also the special story of Isaac Mattson, who was called up to the Pirates earlier today as Jake Woodford was designated for assignment. It's a North Shore Tavern leadoff show presented by Pella Windows. It's the Bucks and Cards on 93.7 The Fan.
Big announcement. Bobcat of Pittsburgh is adding to the family. Their new North Huntington location is now open. Located in North Huntington, Pennsylvania, Bobcat of Pittsburgh North Huntington offers a wide range of Bobcat equipment, including skid steer loaders, compact excavators, compact tractors, utility vehicles, and attachments. Their products are designed to be strong, tough, and reliable. Visit Bobcat at Pittsburgh North Huntington, located at 7862 State Route 30, and experience the Bobcat difference.
I'd rather ride a bike with my kids.
Faster! I'd rather play catch with my dog than catch pneumococcal pneumonia.
Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20 pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. If you are 19 or older with certain chronic conditions like heart disease or asthma, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
I'd rather race for some ice cream. Let's go!
Schedule your vaccination today at Prevnar20.com.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
From profit boost to same-game parlays, ESPN Bet is ready to hit the gridiron this season. And as the official sportsbook of ESPN, it's the only place to find exclusive football offers from ESPN personalities like Mike Greenberg and Stephen A. Smith. New players can get their first bet insured up to $1,000 in bonus bets by downloading the ESPN Bet app and signing up for the promo code RADIO. Download today. Must be 21 plus and present in select states. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Hi, welcome to Staples.
Hi, I hear Staples can print everything for my business.
Sure can.
And the quality is guaranteed?
Absolutely.
Plus, you'll beat any price quote. Is that right?
For sure.
How about this one?
We'll beat it.
Can you print menus, signs, and flyers?
Sure can.
How about blueprints?
No problem.
What about red prints?
Not a real thing.
What if they were?
We'd print them, and they'd look amazing.
Now at Staples, print more, save more. Up to $150 off your print purchase. Ends 11/2. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details and staples.com/price match for in-store price match guarantee.
A Gain Scent Bead story. Jim was at the laundromat when he heard his ear said Maraca, senor, but his nose said, hey, freshest scent ever. Following his nose, Jim found a man pouring a bottle of Gain Scent Beads into the washer. The scent, the freshness. Jim blurted, sir, your scent Maraca smell amazing. Actually, Jim, most noses call them Gain Scent Beads. Try Gain Scent Beads, way fresher than detergent alone.
The new John Deere Gator XUV lets you cut, pack, drive, scout, weld, stack, feed, pull, load, tow, spray, and haul, all in a single day. Because with the highest cargo box volume in its class, customizable features, and a towing capacity of up to 4,000 pounds, it gets the job done. You just have to get in the seat. Learn more at your John Deere dealer or visit johndeere.com/GatorXUV.
What if I told you that there was a single management software that could handle your CRM, accounting, manufacturing, marketing, inventory, sales, and everything in between for a fraction of the cost of the dozens of disconnected platforms most companies rely on to manage their business? Sounds pretty good, right? Well, that's Odoo. Odoo is the end-all, be-all for any business of any size, and it's ready to help your company reach the next level and beyond. Learn more at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Now, back to the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Jeff Hathhorn with you. Before the Pirates and Cardinals, we're joined by Noah Hiles, the Pirates beat writer from the Post-Gazette, who is in St. Louis for a lovely 4-game series. Noah, before I ask you about Isaac, Jake Woodford was put on designated for assignment, obviously, for this. He is listed as Indianapolis' starting pitcher tonight, so that's going to be quite a story.
Yeah, I don't see that one happening, Jeff, logistically. One, I don't think that's legal.
Yeah.
And two,
forget the rules. They're Pirates. Arr.
Right, yeah. I mean, his arm's got to be tired,
right.
going from pitching in St. Louis to Indianapolis back-to-back days. That's tough for anyone.
Noah, you did a tremendous, and let me start there, tremendous story on Isaac Mattson. I got to call some of his games when he was at Pitt. A tremendous young man. What really stuck out about him and his story as you were putting that piece together?
I mean, just all of it. It was a crazy, crazy story. And one that I kind of stumbled into. I was at the Altoona Curve Media Day at the beginning of the season, and I was just looking for, common things to talk about with guys on the roster. I knew of, the Bubba Chandlers, the Thomas Harringtons, the Braxton Ashcrafts, but I was like, yeah, maybe I do a little digging on the roster and I find something interesting to talk to someone people don't know about. And I saw that Mattson went to Pitt, and that's all I really knew about the guy. And once I pulled him aside and started talking to him, I learned a little bit more about his journey. And then I started talking to his family and friends and people who knew him, and it was quite remarkable. And it was a really cool story to tell. I encourage people to read it, not because I wrote it, but just because of what he's gone through in the past couple of years and the strength that he's shown time and time again when baseball wasn't great to him, and obviously the stuff off the field that happened to him. A lot of people, myself included, probably would have hung it up and found another job. But the fact that this guy kept going, started from scratch with the Washington Wild Things, and within 2 years he's back up in the major leagues, is pretty impressive.
So for those that don't know, Mattson lost his mother. She had battled depression, and she died on his birthday. I think it was, 26th birthday?
Yeah, his 26th birthday, yes.
How... I know that he talked to some people during Suicide Prevention Month with Indy. What did he say about how that impacted him and how that continues to impact him?
I mean, it's something. I mean, I think we all have someone we know who's kind of been impacted negatively through mental health, and it's something that obviously he thinks about every day with having lost his mom because of this, and it's something that he makes a point to be there for others. He's a guy that doesn't necessarily talk about this with just about anyone, but he told me that when he sees someone going through something, this is a story that he can share with them to kind of provide some perspective and let them know, this is, you're not alone. This stuff happens in the real world, and this is how he got through it, and everyone's got a different path to get through things. But just being able to share that and show that, hey, this will get better over time. You will learn to cope with this and, compartmentalize it and, keep pressing on. I think it's very impressive. Like I said, it's an incredible story.
Yeah, and even during the year, when he started out with Altoona, he had a couple of rough outings to begin, and then got the ERA down, got the call up to Indianapolis, struggled a little bit early, and he was voted their pitcher of the year for all the things that he does. What strikes you about what his future might be? He's still only 28.
Yeah, that's the other thing is, I mean, as impressive of human story this is, the fact that this guy's put together his best baseball season is also kind of crazy. I mean, he comes here, just having pitched a half season in Double-A prior, and he goes from Double-A to Triple-A to now in the major leagues in a relatively quick time. And he said he hasn't really changed a ton. I think he added one pitch to his repertoire. I can't remember that off the top of my head because it's been a little bit of time since I spoke to him about this stuff. But it's just been – it seems like he's just in a really good place right now. And when you're feeling good after, going through what he's gone through and things just start clicking, sometimes that's what can take you to another level. But you look at his age, you look at really what's going on in this organization where there is a lack of depth in the bullpen. This could be a guy where if he comes up and performs well in these final 10 games, he's someone that I don't expect to be on the big league roster on opening day next year, but he's someone that they might be interested in signing another minor league deal and keeping him around, and maybe we see him up in the big leagues before September of 2025.
And Noah, once again, here's a kid who grew up in Erie who has battled adversity, going through Pitt, and now trying to hook on and, hopefully get some opportunities here with the Pirates. It's not like they don't need or couldn't use a good arm in that bullpen.
Yeah, and, obviously I wanted to see him reach the game's highest level, be it in Pittsburgh or somewhere else, just because I got to know his story and his family a little bit. But I kind of followed along, obviously, like we all do who cover the team. We look at the minor league numbers, and you would see other guys who get promoted, and you'd be like, wow, their numbers aren't better than his. And you just see the versatility. I think that's the thing that earned him this promotion is, he started games, he's closed games, he's gone in a long inning role before, he's gone in leverage situations. This is a guy who can help your team in a lot of different ways. And I think that is something that makes him intriguing, not only for a situation like this where the Pirates just kind of need a guy that can eat innings over these last couple of series, but someone that you can consider for those months in the year next year where, hey, we don't have a lot of off days. It's going to be a bullpen game. This is a guy who could fill a role similar to what we saw Ben Heller try to fill, or, Domingo Germán, or those guys like that. Like this, if he can perform well, I think he goes into a spring training next year, maybe not just in Pittsburgh. It might be somewhere else, but he has a case to show like, hey, I can be what you need me to be throughout a season.
We're joined by Noah Hiles, Pirates Post-Gazette beat writer. Pirates' final game in St. Louis before they get aboard a steamship and head up to Cincinnati. And anything stick out from Derek Shelton's pregame from today?
Not today, but actually I want to talk about what he talked about yesterday in the pregame, just because I felt like there was a lot that was discussed there with particularly with Reynolds getting work at first base. I think that was really interesting. Originally, he said, I don't know if you've heard the audio yesterday, he said he'd get work at first base, and my heart sunk because I thought I was going to have to write another breaking news story about a position change. And I said I had to have him clarify. I said, does that mean work in pregame or work in a game? Because you casually do drop these position changes now and pregame pressers, to which he laughed and set the record straight. But I think just seeing Reynolds get work there, the fact that he went out and got his own first baseman and that he's showing interest in that, that's probably the biggest story that I've taken away from these 4 days in St. Louis, because, I mean, first base has been a hole for this franchise really for as long as I can remember. I mean, you've had a couple of guys come in and have a decent stretch here and there.
Yeah,
but
Josh
that's
Bell.
a position, yeah, right. But that's a position that largely has been unanswered, either through free agency or internal development. And if you can take the most established, proven hitter on your team and move him there, and that transition goes well, and it seems like Reynolds has that desire, that would be a big help. And there's a lot of easier answers in free agency or the trade market in left field
do you get
than there are at first base.
Do you get a sense that this is something that Brian wants to spend some of the offseason really working on?
I do. I mean, Shelton mentioned it yesterday. He said this is something Reynolds has been talking about for 3 years now. And the fact that he went out and got his own first base glove, the fact that he's
not because the Pirates are too cheap, just because.
Yeah, just because he wanted to go do it. Yeah, I mean, either way, I think the Pirates and Reynolds could both afford a $110 mitt. But nonetheless, I mean, the fact that he's going out of his way to work with, you know, the coaching staff, that he's getting in line behind guys like, you know, Connor, Joe, and Rowdy Tellez, doing the same thing that everyday first basemen in the big leagues are doing right now. They're getting a look at it. And Shelton said, he's like, we appreciate that he's giving us this look now rather than going home to Nashville in the offseason and calling him out of the blue and saying, hey, I want to play first base. I think that this is something that he's interested in, at least exploring. And based off of what they do in the offseason, I mean, you can construct a roster a lot differently if they know that this is a project that they're going to be completely invested in throughout the offseason and going into spring training.
Well, that definitely is interesting, given where the Pirates are at this time of year, to see how that transpires over not just this season, but obviously the offseason. And that'll make the first day of spring training and position groups a little bit more of a watch.
Right. I mean, I was talking with some people yesterday. It's how many people on this 40-man roster truly have an everyday position right now. I mean, O'Neal Cruz just moved from shortstop to center. Brian Hayes is an everyday third baseman when he's healthy. But what else is proven right now? Catcher, you would think it'd be Bart, but there's younger guys. First base is a mystery. Second base might be Gonzalez, but you've got other young internal options there. Short, is it IKF? Do they go with a younger guy or outside the organization? And, I mean, no one really in the outfield aside from Reynolds seems to be exactly proven as a defender in those spots. And even you could say Reynolds' defense is fading, which is why a move to first might make sense. So they've got some guys that you know they'll be playing in the lineup. You just don't know where. So that makes these final games interesting, and that makes spring training very interesting next year because you want to see what they have in mind for both proven big leaguers and guys that are just getting their first chances.
Noah, thanks so much. I appreciate your time.
No problem, Jeff. Thanks for having me on.
All right, Noah Hiles from the Post-Gazette. Some really interesting stuff, not just about there at the end about Brian Reynolds, but also about Isaac Mattson. A look at the pitching matchup around the league, what Indy's up to tonight. It's the North Shore Tavern leadoff show. North Shore Tavern, your home for Steak on a Stone. Pirates-Cardinals coming up on 93.7 The Fan.
Most homeowners wait for their garage door to malfunction. It's not a good idea. Doors break down at the absolute worst time. Get a spring tune-up inspection by factory-trained technicians from locally owned Precision Garage Door Service. 1-844-345-4737. This exclusive preventative maintenance and 25-point safety inspection program is only $39.95 when you mention this ad. Precision trucks are ready to roll 24/7 to fix or replace springs, rollers, openers, regardless of manufacturers. Need an opener? Precision Garage Door has the new openers with revolutionary technology, which allows you to monitor and operate your garage door from anywhere in the world through the internet with one click on your computer or smartphone. That's security. Openers are priced for immediate installation by Precision Garage Door, America's #1 garage door service company. 1-844-345-4737 or PittsburghGarageDoors.net.
Precision Door Service, a name you can trust.
PA 060566.
When people are fed, futures are nourished. That's why Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank leverages the power of community to achieve lasting solutions to hunger and its root causes. Working with more than 1,000 partners in its 11-county, Three Rivers region, the food bank is here to ensure that everyone in every community has access to the food and resources they need to thrive, including 43 million pounds of food in just the last year. If you're in need of food assistance, would like to volunteer, advocate, or donate, visit PittsburghFoodBank.org. That's PittsburghFoodBank.org.
The Fan Text Line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Hi, I'm Neil Walker. One of my favorite places to go in the North Shore is the North Shore Tavern. If you love the Pittsburgh Pirates, then you'll love the North Shore Tavern. My home and Pittsburgh's home for Steak on the Stone. Just a stone's throw away from PNC Park on the North Shore.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Donald Trump's back, and he's out for control.
I would have every right to go after them.
Complete control.
I will wield that power very aggressively.
And he has a plan to get it.
Detailed plans for exactly what our movement will do.
It's called Project 2025, a 922-page blueprint to make Donald Trump the most powerful president ever. Overhauling the Department of Justice, giving Trump the unchecked power to seek vengeance, eliminating the Department of Education, and defunding K-12 schools, requiring the government to monitor women's pregnancies, and Trump has also proposed severe cuts to Medicare and Social Security. Those are Donald Trump's plans.
Well, revenge does take time, I will say that. And sometimes revenge can be justified.
He'll take control, we'll pay the price.
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. Paid for by Harris for president.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy two. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Pros, now's your chance to save big during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. Right now, save big on appliances like the GE Stainless Steel Kitchen Suite. Plus, save $40 on 5-gallon pails of Valspar Reserve, Valspar Defense, and Valspar Stain. Shop Pro Savings Days today for big savings on everything you need to get the job done right. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid through 9/27 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them online, southhillskia.net.
Now, back to the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Pitching matchup presented by the Western Pennsylvania Injury Lawyers of LGKG. LGKG, your home team for over 90 years. Erick Fedde starts for the St. Louis Cardinals. 31-year-old righty. Here's a cool stat about Fedde. He came to the Cardinals at trade deadline time. He's 1-5 with St. Louis, 4.43 ERA. He hasn't pitched with the White Sox since July, yet he owns nearly 20% of their wins. Cutter, sinkers, sweepers is out pitch, and changeup. He's thrown only 7 four-seamers all year. Luis Ortiz pitches for the Pirates. Around the League presented by Pella Windows, PellaPittsburgh.com. Cleveland clinched a postseason berth with a walk-off win over the Twins, 3-2. Orioles, a 5-3 win over the Giants. Anthony Santander, his 42nd home run. He'll be a free agent at the end of the year. Orioles are now 4.5 behind the Yankees. Braves beat the Reds 15-3. Looking at the future, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Shape your future at AllegiantFCU.org. Indianapolis is at St. Paul tonight. They won 10-2 last night. Thomas Harrington won again. He's 5-1 in AAA. Keys to the game brought to you by Spitzer Acura and McMurray. Visit SpitzerAcura.com. Throwing strikes for Ortiz. And please, put Mattson in the game. That call of that game with Joe Block and Kevin Young is next. Brought to you by the Pennsylvania One Call System.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders